definition of horizon is the place where the sky and the ground appear to meet. It's like an apparent location. So you'll see it in one spot. A few hours later, it could be in a slightly different spot. It depends what the weather conditions are doing and the temperatures and all sorts of different things.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. Like,
So I can sit on the beach and
yeah, I got a really good
horizon would be different.
Yeah, man, I'll show you like a really good example of that. This is a place called Skunk Bay, and this is a time lapse over a day. Second.
Okay.
So it's just uploading. It'll just take a second.
Also,
Yeah.
does the other electromagnetic lights see through the atmosphere better?
You can use infrared to cut out some of the atmospheric conditions.
Interesting.
So when the globe side says we're seeing further, we're seeing. Listen to this. Listen to this for a contradiction. The globe side says we're seeing further because there's more atmosphere, right? More refraction. So when we cut through that refraction by using an infrared lens, we can see even further yet again. Think about that. They're saying we see further because of the amount of, humidity and things like that in the air, the density of the atmosphere. But when we cut through that by using infrared, we shouldn't see as far, right? If it's a globe, we should be able to see like more where the true horizon should be, the geometric horizon. But we can see even further. So yeah, have a look at that time lapse and see over a day. You know, obviously there's tides going on as well, but you can see the horizon just jumping, warping all over the place as the weather conditions change throughout the day.
Yeah.
Yeah. But then here's a super clear observation, right? So this is like in the evening when it's a bit cooler, and you can see the observer like that. This is just a clip out of the video. I got the full video if you want to have a look at it. This guy's 8 foot above the surface of the water, and that oil platform, the furthest one you can see, is 10 miles away, 10.1 miles away. If you do the math on a globe, geometric horizon has to be at 3.4 miles. You can clearly see the horizons behind the distance marker, which is the oil rig. You can see it's way, way past it.
Yeah, that's wild. Well, what's that behind the oil rigs? Like the red stuff? That like the clouds?
Yeah, it's just it's like dusk, so the sky's kind of red. You can see it's like more blue.
It's like the sky is like coming down.
You got to think like this is a super zoom camera, so when he's zoomed out, you can see the sky's blue. But when you look at a horizon, you can see down where it's lower to the ground, it goes like a red color because you're looking through heaps and heaps of air, heaps of atmosphere, and there's like probably some clouds and stuff as well. But yeah, like that's just because it's late in the afternoon. And when he zooms right in, you got to remember he's zooming in like in 10, 20, like 10 miles or more. Like you can see that horizon's really, really far. So the globes claim when they say refraction is that really the or you're hot miking. Yeah, so they're saying that really the horizon is at 3.46 miles where it should be. But everything behind it is just refracting up. It's not really there. They're saying everything. It's actually, I think, about 30 foot of that second oil rig should be hidden behind the horizon. So they say it's all just perfectly refracting up eye level. But that's debunked because you can see the horizon is actually behind the oil rigs. You can't have two horizons. can't have an invisible horizon that's undetectable at 3.46 miles and then have a perfectly obvious horizon behind the oil rigs that's way over 10 miles away.
Yeah, like when he zooms out, it's like sitting on the horizon. Like you can still see it when he's zooming out.
Yeah. Look, here's like a heaps more extreme example. This is a lake, massive lake in Canada. Second. This one's a really extreme example. You can see it's a super flat lake. You know, there's not much drop on the water or anything like that. And once again, I have the full video of all of these. This is just like a little clip out of it. But this guy is just holding the camera with his hands about 3 inches above the surface of the lake, of the water. And that second, you'll see two peninsulas on the right-hand side. The second peninsula on the right is 13.8 miles away. So if you do the math on this one, on a globe, the geometric horizon has to be at just 0.6 miles. But you can clearly see this little peninsula that's 14 miles away, and there's certainly no horizon detectable at 0.6 miles. It's a huge discrepancy. You can see like over 2,000% further than you should be able to on a globe. And this is like cool conditions. It's up in the mountains in Canada. It's like ice on the top of the mountain, so you know it's not like a humid environment.
And we keep seeing level everywhere we go. So, where does the curve show up? Thanks. So we can measure level when we set up the camera to set up that observation height. And then we can zoom into that spot, which is 2200% beyond what we should be able to see to. And we can also verify that level it can exist in that spot observably. Interesting.
There's another one underneath it. Benjamin. This time he's got the camera. It's like the same oil platforms. And this time he's just put the camera 1 foot off the surface of the water. And he's zooming in on those same oil platforms. And once again, you can see the horizon behind the platforms. But the horizon should be at around 1 mile on a globe. But the oil platforms are like distance markers, so you can tell that the platform on the left is, I think it's 9.4 miles away, and you can tell that the horizon's clearly behind that. So, yeah, they just say refraction for all of these. It doesn't matter if we can see 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles from this height, they'll just say, oh, refraction. It's all perfectly lifting up to eye level. Like, they're basically claiming that oil rig isn't where you see it, and if you could shoot a line of sight weapon at it, it would just go straight through it. Just an illusion. That's how crazy the claim is. Imagine the problems militaries would have had during wars with this extreme atmospheric terrestrial refraction.
What do you mean it would go right through it?
You know what I mean, Manu?
No, that's why I
Okay,
asked.
so on a globe, the horizon should be at 1.22 miles, right? And the second platform should be hidden by 46 foot of Earth curvature, right? So what the globe side's saying is really it is sitting 46 foot below the horizon, but the light is making it appear to have risen up to eye level. It's not really there, actually 46 foot lower, but it's just appearing there due to terrestrial refraction, right? So it's not actually where we're seeing it, according to the rebuttal from the globe side.
Right. You've seen the other image of the black swan, right?
Absolutely. Just let me address that because that's our claim, is that the horizon is an apparent location. Just as it's defined, it will appear in a different location constantly. That's why I posted the Skunk Bay time-lapse before. It jumps all over the place. One day it might be looking like it's in front of the platforms. One day it might be, in a different location. It's apparent. It jumps around.
Sure. Well, then I'm a little confused. What's the difference between that and saying it's not really there?
Okay, so there has to be a physical geometric horizon on a globe, right?
Arguably.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if the Earth is a globe of the claimed size, you do the math and it will tell you the distance to the geometric horizon. So if you took away the atmospheric conditions, hypothetically, then there would be a horizon at 3.46 miles.
Right.
Right.
No argument.
But we can't ever find it. In fact, we can see the horizon behind the oil platform. So the globe side is
never take away the atmosphere.
Right, but you can't find the geometric horizon because the globe side says the geometric horizon is still there at 3.46 miles, but everything behind it is being lifted up, appearing to be lifted up.
Right.
Right, but the horizon is visible behind the oil platform.
The visible horizon, yeah. The geometric horizon, like you said, you can't take away the atmosphere.
Right, there's no definition of a horizon that is an invisible, undetectable horizon. You can't have two horizons.
No, nobody said two horizons.
Oh, you are saying two horizons, right? You're saying that there's the horizon that we can clearly see, which fits the definition of what a horizon is, and then you have a geometric horizon, which is something that we can't find in this observation and is invisible.
No, it's not invisible. It's just been distorted, right? What we're seeing is the geometric horizon. We're just seeing it refracted.
No, because the oil platforms, right, are distance markers, and the geometric horizon has to be in front of the distance.
Right. We're seeing.
Yeah, so you're saying that there's two horizons.
But we're seeing it No. It's one horizon, but we're seeing it refracted. So what becomes the visible horizon is not where the geometric horizon would be.
You just agreed that if we took away the atmospheric conditions, the horizon would have to be at the physical location where it should be, right? 3.46 miles.
And
you're saying there is a physical horizon there. It cannot be moved.
What do you mean it cannot be moved?
Take away the atmospheric conditions, the geometric horizon cannot be moved.
I don't know what
unless
you
you
mean
change
by
height.
It's just about where it is.
It's always going. Okay, so if you have a camera, sorry, this is actually 1.22 miles. It should be at, because I was talking about the 8-foot observation. So this is 1.22 miles where the horizon should be, right? Geometric horizon. If you have a 1-foot observer height with no atmospheric conditions, the horizon cannot move at 1.225 miles.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Okay, so if you take away the, look, I can explain it again. Okay, so you up the camera 1 foot above the water, and you have no atmospheric conditions. What distance is the horizon at?
Yeah,
1.225 miles.
Sure.
Okay, it's correct math. But yeah, that's always the distance that the horizon's going to be at. It cannot change.
The geometric horizon.
Yes.
Right.
So you're saying the geometric horizon is there because it cannot be moved, but due to atmospheric conditions, everything behind that geometric horizon is being lifted up, appearing to be lifted up.
Oh, it's worse than that. The geometric horizon itself is being lifted up, right? Everything in our visual field from here to there is being distorted by whatever refractive effects are in the atmosphere.
So how do you know that there's a geometric horizon in the first place? How did you detect that there is one?
Well, I mean, I guess that's kind of what's in contention. I mean, technically, we know
Exactly.
there is one because we know it's a globe, but the geometric horizon is simply something you can calculate. It's not what you can see. What you see is the apparent horizon.
So nobody's ever seen the geometric horizon.
No,
Hold-
it's
Can
something
you
you calculate. You don't
hold on a
see geometry, right?
Where did-
Geometry just represents the world.
I know you inserted the idea that we know it's a globe, therefore inserting the fact that you claim there's a secondary horizon, right? You're not at a
Not
point where you
secondary.
on the foundation that it's a sphere just yet, because this is the point you're trying to prove. You can't take the model to prove the point that you're trying to prove without effectively proving the model existing. Do you understand that?
Kind of. In this case, what's actually being presented is a globe debunk. What I'm doing is debunking the debunk, right?
Yeah, but
So-
any again explanation. I'm gonna keep you honest because you said we know it's a globe, right?
Yeah.
Nobody here knows that. You're
I do.
claiming such. We're challenging you on it. Therefore, you need to present effective evidence that shows that there is actually an edge to your globe. We're telling you, right, that the horizon is literally made by the person that's perceiving the horizon. They change the horizon the way that they interact with the horizon itself, change their altitude, right? Or even their distance to the horizon in order to try to change what they're looking at. Go ahead.
Right. So what I heard earlier is that we're claiming too much refraction, right?
No, you're
Did I
actually
understand that correctly?
no. What you're doing is you're adding the thing in question into your rebuttal. Right. So
Yeah,
the
yeah, I
very thing in
understand that.
question is included into your rebuttal.
Right. You want to know the globe proof.
No.
How we know it's
Well,
a
adding
globe
that,
in the first place.
I already
Right.
know that you guys don't have something that you can present to me right now that's going
Well, you don't know
to
that until I
validate
actually
a geometric
present it.
horizon. I
Well, until
already
I
know
actually
for a fact that you
no.
don't because we've been through this with you before.
Okay. So just humor me for a moment, if you will. You're claiming that the refraction that is claimed by the globe side, in the case of the black swan, extends the horizon by, I don't know, a factor of what the guy mentioned earlier. It was a big number, like 200 some miles, was it? Did I get that right?
Right, but what? No, like what? Yeah, it depends which one you're talking about. This particular one that I'm showing right now is 1,000+% discrepancy.
Percentage as far as distance, right?
Yeah, it's the second oil rig's 10 times further than you should be able to see. So you can see the horizon way beyond that. We can't tell.
Sure.
It's not a
Do
second
you know what
distant
that
mark.
translates to in terms of angles, like angular rays?
No, I do not.
So by my calculation, it's something on the order of like 4 arc seconds. Someone else said it's 6 arc seconds. Either way, it's less than a degree, right? Now that translates to a big difference in distance, but angular-wise, it's really not that big a difference. So the way I know it's a globe is if you take angular measurements to celestial bodies, and we know that relationship because of the latitudes, right? Latitudes are basically the angle that Polaris looks from a particular distance from its GP. On a globe, that's going to work perfectly, right? Whereas on a flat Earth, the difference, what you would need is refraction on the order of 30 some degrees when you get to around 10 degrees north, right?
Yeah, but you're not able to find. The problem here is that you're not able to find a geometric horizon in the first place. You know, you're not able to. That's just the way it is.
That's what I'm explaining. The geometric
You're talking
horizon is
about angles.
calculated.
You're talking about a tangent line to the like the horizon, right? You're talking about a straight line.
Yeah, that's
You're
right.
taking an angle measurement, like a right angle.
Yeah. Right, which is going to be off at most, in the case of some refractive situation, a couple of degrees, right? But not the order of 30 would require. So if you're saying that our explanation of the black swan requires too much refraction, I would say that the flat Earth requires orders of magnitude more refraction to make the observations actually work, which is why I, at least, claim to know it is a globe.
But that doesn't give you validation of a geometric horizon at all.
I think it does.
Well, you're not gonna bring anyone from flat Earth back to the globe with that argument.
Oh, no
Sure.
doubt. I know that.
With our arguments, we can every day bring people from the globe away from it.
Eh,
That's
I don't know
that
about
counts.
that.
I see it on a daily basis. I mean,
DJ, if I could jump in, just ask the manual question here. Okay, so
Sure.
you're in fact that we're dealing with a curve. Now, have you
Sorry,
taken
you cut out a second. Can you repeat that?
you're taking on the idea that it's a globe? Now, let's for a second in your dimension. What is a dimension claim structure?
Is that the dimensions, did you say? You were a little choppy.
Of your claimed structure?
I'm sorry, you're going to have to. Is he cutting out for
All right.
anyone else, or is it just me?
Let's strip it down. So the ball, right, the sphere that you're claiming would be the structure that we're investigating. Do you agree with this?
Yeah.
Great. Now, the structure has dimensions to it, right? Do you
Yeah.
agree with it?
Yep.
Right. So what are the dimensions of the structure that we're attempting to prove? When I say we, meaning you. Go ahead.
What is it? 3959 miles? I prefer
Okay.
kilometers, but that's memorable.
Okay.
I hear it often.
Fine. Now, what is that though? What dimension is that of the structure?
That's the radius.
Okay. Now, what is the radius?
It's the half diameter.
Perfect. Now, from a standpoint of if I'm standing on the top of that ball, right? Your macrocosm overall, the macrocosm, you're familiar with that term?
Yeah.
Okay. The overall claim is 3959 mile radius. This is what you just said, correct?
Yeah.
Now, if I want to take a sample size of that, what would you say is a fair number that we could strip down to a consumable amount that we could actually look for on a consumable level?
You mean like what distance will we start to be able to measure the curvature?
Effectively, yeah, because the number one excuse that I hear from those who attempt to prop up the globe model is that we're too small to see it. So I'd like to
Right.
know from you, due to technology and scaling, we can reduce the dimension, right? Strip it down to a smaller number, a consumable amount, in order to understand what we're dealing with. So my question to you is, what is a fair dimension that we can strip it down to in order to observe your claimed curve?
I suppose that would depend on the methodology.
What do you mean? Hold on a second here. We're talking about scales. All we're doing is really exponentially decreasing whatever the opposite of increasing, or well, yeah, we're decreasing exponentially, decreasing the number that you're claiming. So it's not really a method; it's just reduction. So my question again to you is, what is the number that we can reduce this by, or a number that we can consume in order to look for your claimed curve?
Well, sorry, maybe I didn't understand. Are you asking how small we can make the globe before it's noticeable?
No, how small can we make the claim of the curve of the structure ball for us to observe it? I.e.,
Okay.
100 miles? Would you say 100 miles is a fair distance?
Okay. Yeah. So I got it right the first time. Yeah. It depends on what you're using to measure it, right?
Well,
Like if you're gonna.
you got it right the first time in your way, and you're attempting to explain it back. I just want to make sure that we're on a solid foundation of understanding before we proceed further. So again,
Sure.
100 miles being the number that we can examine. We agree?
I mean, again, it depends on the methodology. Like if you're gonna eyeball it, you would want something pretty big. If you're gonna use some sort of uh, angle measuring device, you might want something on the order of 5 degrees latitude, maybe,
But we
or
don't need
longitude.
But brother, here's the thing: we don't need degrees, right? When we're examining numbers related to radius, right? When we're examining,
Whatever that translates to in miles, right? 69 statute miles per degree. So 5 times 69, whatever distance that is.
okay, so we're gonna take 100 miles as our sample size that we can observe. Would you be fair? Would that be okay with you?
Less than I said, but sure.
All right, bet. So over 100
I mean,
miles.
with reservation of hearing the methodology first, but yeah.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out in my headspace if I'm standing again on the top of the ball, and this is taking a really long to walk out. But if I'm standing on the top of that ball and I travel 100 miles, right, I would expect, if P then Q, I would expect to see a drop over that distance that I travel. So again, over a 100-mile distance, what is the expected drop over that that crust that I'll be traveling?
I'd have to calculate it. I don't know off the top of my head.
Could you work it out for me, please? I'll wait.
Can someone in the VC do it? I'm
No.
on my phone.
And they're all listening. I'd like you and I to work this out because it's your claim, and if it's faulty, we go back to the claim, we go back to the observable flat level stationary plane. Your number needs examination. I want to examine it. You're the witness claiming the ball. Let's examine it. I want 100 miles. What's the drop over distance in order to prop up your spheroid claim? Go ahead.
Do you want me to answer for the math?
Well,
Oh, yes, please.
hoping that he would, but DJ, thanks for white knighting for him. I say that respectfully to you, brother.
Yeah, I mean, he could just do the math, but I'll just save him some time. So it's like, isn't it 6,665?
Yep, 1.5 miles would be it. Now, I'd like to hear from Mano if he agrees with that number before we walk out further, because it sounds like we know his model better than he does, effectively steel manning his model for him, which is unfortunate.
Well, I wouldn't say that. You said 669.
Dude, hold on a
Sorry,
minute.
what was that again?
Hold on a second. No, I'm keeping you honest within the confines of this conversation. You just asked somebody in the chat to do it. We just did it. Just gave it to you. It's your claim. Keep going with it because you're doing a horrible job as a witness and you're about to be thrown out for poor evidence rendered for the court. I'm being dramatic to walk out this observation.
So to be clear, I accept everything you just said. To be clear, this is not my evidence. I'm walking down your example with you. Number
It's
one.
your
Number
claim.
two, when you say that you know the globe model better than I do, I doubt that he pulled those numbers off the top of his head. Maybe he did. Either way, knowing a specific calculation is not knowing the globe model better or worse.
Yes, it is. Again,
It's
because
really not.
yes, it is, because here's the thing, right? Here's the unfortunate part. When we examine the drop over distance, right, again, as DJ just provided, which I'm so thankful for, 6,600 feet over a 100-mile distance traveled, right? The thing is, when we walk out that number from 100 miles to 500 to 1,000, you get to a point where you actually start to observe people being upside down to your initial starting point, which is literally ludicrous. It's stupid. And the fact that you're trying to say that people exist upside down reference to other people on this plane is a lie. And the fact that you say you know it's a globe is another lie. So I would like to know in your mental cognitive set abilities, where is it falling apart that you seem to think that it's a ball? Go ahead.
Sure. So saying that the math suggests that people are standing upside down is ludicrous is basically just the same as saying the globe model is ludicrous, which is fine. We could have skipped a bunch of steps there. So obviously, the globe model is going to require that some people are standing antipodal to other people, right? Obviously, anyone who holds the globe model to be correct is not going to find that ludicrous. I don't know if that was supposed to be convincing, but beyond that, if we're talking about measuring curvature, people standing upside down really doesn't play into it, right? The whole idea of gravity keeping people to the surface of the earth is, I don't think, something that's going to come to a shock to any sort of globe believer. Like,
No.
I don't know.
Okay,
if
so
that was where you're getting to.
are you appealing to the people here in this chat right now, or are you appealing to the globe believer?
No, I'm appealing to, if you're saying that the model is ludicrous, that's fine. But saying that the model is ludicrous because of the things that the model stipulates, well, I mean, yeah, I guess there's some logic to that. I
Thank
just
you.
don't think that's going to be the globe killer saying people would have to be standing upside down, right? Obviously, we have different vectors of gravity across the surface of the Earth.
Brother, and see, this is why I wanted to keep you honest within the confines of the conversation and the line of questioning, because again, right, if we're observing level everywhere we are, and I know that there's built forms that exist in Canada, level, in Australia, level, right, then you, on your claim of a globe, have to be able to prove how we have these observations of level everywhere, right, and then your claim of a ball simultaneously existing. Because in my head space, right, I can't figure out how you get to make that claim when we observe level everywhere, but you just brought gravity to the table.
Sure,
Thanks.
I can give you the TLDR to that specific claim, right? The long and short of it is that in the globe model, on the globe at least, level curves.
Sorry, so level curves. Is that definition that you're appealing to, or is that the tool called the level in order to prop up your claim of a curve?
No, level the adjective. So level curves because it's defined by the vertical. And if the vertical is defined by plumb, and the plumb has to be antipodal when you get to the other side of the globe, then level will have to curve itself.
Hold on, you just made a leap of logic there. Huge leap of logic, because you inserted what was it? Podal?
Antipodal?
Right. So from a standpoint of us just using this thing called the level, I don't have to appeal to definitions. I don't have to appeal to anything beyond just observation of how a level is used. If you want to, sorry about the background, got a train going by. If you observe what I just posted in the side chat, which shows a level in use, no words. I don't have to go to the dictionary. I don't have to find what language you speak or anything. I just plop down this piece of iron with a little bubble inside that shows it. Right? How do you have all of these multiple instances observing a tool called the level in the built form all over this place, right? Simultaneously, again, existing with your claim of a ball.
Right. How big would you say that level is?
They cut that one, maybe 24 inch, but like I know
Okay.
levels come in sizes from as small as an inch that you would get off of Amazon all the way up to like 12 feet that they use on construction sites.
Okay, so let's take the 12-foot one. The globe claims 3959 radius, right? So if we take a 12-foot slice of that circle, how many degrees would that be off from one end to the other, would you say?
I don't know, brother, but you're missing my point, right? Is that I've gone to one house and I put down this level and I see level. I go to the neighbor's house, I put down the level, I see level. I go to the next neighbor's house, I observe it. So I confirm 3 spots in that local township, right? Then I go to a city, neighboring city, I repeat the same process. I observe level in 3 buildings in that city township, right? Then I go to another country. I do another 3 buildings in another 3 locations. I observe level, right? I go to another country south of the equator, right? I do the same.
I get the point.
The point
The problem is
why I'm walking it out right with you, because again, you then have to claim how we observe level everywhere within the built form that exists, right? Level only shows up and down. That's it. It's only 2 directions. Where does the spheroid axial relationship come into play?
when you compare the various levels from the different locations, which I don't know that you can actually do with just sort of hardware store levels, right?
What I would do is I would actually just go to, Google's and just ask the Google what the elevation is of the city is that I'm surveying, right? That
Elevation is referenced off of level. That's not going to help either side in this discussion.
well, you're not allowing me to finish. Again, when I observe the height of that township above sea level, right? Then go to another township, city, whatever, observe another number. I agree that maybe if one place is located 100 meters above sea level, next place is 150 meters above sea level, that's going to give you an angular plane of reference. However, from a standpoint of, again, us continually observing level in all these different places, we still continually observe level. So the thing about it is, when we observe level in all these different places, right, and then over a 100-mile distance, we're asking for a 6,600-foot drop. Where is it? It's not showing up.
Yeah, it's not a drop in level though. It's not a drop in elevation. You understand? So measuring various levels at various locations isn't going to tell you anything except that Plum is always oriented towards the center of the Earth, if the globe model is correct. Otherwise, it's going to show down. Like I said, it doesn't help either side. It's not proof one way or the other. What you need to measure is the curvature of level, right? You need to compare the various levels
The
to each
curve.
other,
Hold on.
which you can't do across those distances.
Holy crap! I'll withdraw. Curvature of level.
Yeah, that's the globe claim.
Okay. Thanks for this
I have.
one.
Go ahead,
Thank you.
Killian.
I apologize, brother. It was a long one, and I apologize. I was just thanking everybody for the space. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess my only gripe, the reason I kind of hopped on was, if you're going to debunk the globe, you need to get the globe model correct in the first place, right? And I'm not saying one way or the other. I mean, I am saying one way or the other, but before I say one way or the other, like you're not going to convince anyone by tearing down a straw man, right?
Okay, no worries. Can you post the globe model for us? Post it for us in the side chat, the globe model.
I mean, Google Maps kind of works as a globe model if you like.
No, I'm not kind of. I want you to put the official globe model in the side chat.
So a model is something that represents some aspect of the world, right?
Put the official globe model in the side chat, or I'll just mute you. You're a useless pain in the ass.
Sorry, what do you mean by the official?
You said the globe model. Put it in the side chat.
Yeah, the globe model generally, which explains, as any, I think,
All
scientist.
right, so you're done then. You don't have anything else to say at this point until you post it, right? You're just a lying, wasting time piece of shit. It's just, it's no, there's no point talking to you. What globe model do you have to present? Oh, we just gonna describe shit. And then we got some math. We don't have any values measured for the math, but you know, there's a globe model. Okay, post it. Oh, well, Google Maps. Shut the fuck up. Manufactotum, you said you guys create a straw man about the globe model and you get it wrong. So why don't you post the globe model so that we're not straw manning you? You can show it to us. And then, you know, there will be no arguments. You can also tell us where you got the values. No problem.
Nash, can you join VC? 'Cause I watched your concave Earth video yesterday, rectilineator, and I had some questions about it.
Mano, I posted your model in the side chat for you. Might help with your unpack of drop over distance next time. You see-
Now, that's a straw man. That's not the globe model that they're claiming, apparently.
What? Oh man,
Nope, that's not it.
I thought the 3959 administered to it. Apologies.
Well, I haven't seen the model. Maybe that's a straw man that you've presented for him. He may not accept that.
Well, see, here's the right, and again, I'm going to be insert myself as the authority, or an authority on this. Dealing with structures that have dimensions, right? We're able to take those dimensions, administer them to structures, and then we can scale these dimensions and literally pick out small sample sizes to examine, which AutoCAD is used to draft up models, and then we can examine dimensions of them on a smaller scale thanks to computer-aided drafting. So when you take a 3959 claimed radius, you draw the spheroid ball, you're then able to zoom in to what that number should be for the drop over distance and see if it's there, which is what the chart shows on the right-hand side, showing or each dimension and what the expected drop over distance would be. So as far as I'm concerned, it's a perfect example of, a perfect drawing claim of their model.
Well, he says in the chat that there is an issue with that infographic. So apparently that's not it, bro.
Well, that's unfortunate. He needs to learn his model better, because if it's got a structure and it has a dimension of 3959, then if P then Q, this has to exactly, Rooster, I totally agree, this has to be the case. And if it's not the case, fallback position is stationary topographical plane.
Well, I mean, if he would just present the model, then we would, have this all settled. But I guess there is no model of the globe. There's no one model. There's no the model. I guess there's many. So which one do we go by? The one that just supports his bias every time he makes an observation? Which model should we go by, I wonder?
Well, I mean, says who? This is the unfortunate part. I'm not sure if you were here for it, but at the beginning of my questioning with him, I asked him, what is the claimed radius? And he said he preferred kilometers, but 3959 is the claim. So my model that I presented has a 3959 mile radius claim administered to it. Therefore, I can proceed with my dimension of 100 miles. Examination of a 1.25 mile drop over 100 mile distance traveled, and that's 6,600 feet. We don't actually see that in real life, unfortunately. So fallback position is level, period. Full stop. Thanks.
Right. All the measurements and the observations made are of level. But he says level is curved, so I guess he would just have to show that. And right now he's asking, can I explain? I love how they don't actually present anything. They just want to kind of bullshit and bloviate and make up stuff on the spot. They want to explain why there's no model, maybe. Maybe he can explain to me why there is no model.
Exactly, and I was about to ask. Perhaps the VC will allow it, and if you would like to keep him honest on the his ask, says who. I would love to hear it. Let him out of the barracks. Explain himself.
Manufactotum, you're unmuted, man.
Oh, hello? Cool. So, as far as that infographic, the information on it is fine. The issue, where is it? So, when we talk about distances in miles, right? So, if you take the Black Swan, for example, those oil rigs, that's a distance across the surface of the Earth, correct?
Surface of water.
Yes, across the distance of water. So if, big if, capital I, capital if the Earth is curved, the linear distance of a horizontal traced above that is not going to be the same, right? So in this infographic, for example, where you have, well, let's take the longest one, 3959, and it drops all the way to where it says 0, the curve of the Earth is not going to be 3959 miles, right? It's going to be more than that.
Rate of drop stated in this formula, though, is matching the Earth curve calculator.
Yeah, that's fine. The problem, again, is the distance across the surface of that curve is not going to be the same distance as that linear horizontal where it drops to that point on the surface. So when people ask the drop at a particular distance, there's sometimes some confusion as to what is meant by the drop. Also, if you're going vertical from that point on the surface, it's going to go up at an angle, right? So it's not going to be a 90 degree from that horizontal. It's going to be some other angle, whatever angle corresponds
Right,
to
but
that.
this is slightly different. This is assuming that you're at the top of the ball and you're looking out horizontally in a straight line, right? Then it works out the same. If you're looking, just say you're looking at a target directly, line of sight to the target that's 10 miles away, right? It's still
So
66 foot of drop or 66 foot of obstruction. So it
Well, that
works out the
depends.
same.
Well, that depends. Again, so the structure is 10 miles away. Is that a line of sight measurement to that thing, or is it across the surface
We're
of
just
the
talking
Earth?
about geometry here. Like, we're not talking about like a person
That's
looking
right.
from a particular height. So it's from 0.
Yeah, from 0. I'm talking about the distance measured from my feet to that object. Is that measured across the surface, or is it measured line of sight across that horizontal?
Across the surface.
Okay, so then this would give you wrong answers. Because the distance in miles is marked across that horizontal
Okay,
surface.
so it says right, 10 miles is 66 foot of drop.
Mm-hmm.
What is the correct?
So it's going to be more than 10 miles across the surface. That the object, if you were to take one of those little road wheelie clicky measury things, I don't know what they're called, that would measure at 10 miles, it would only be slightly more, right? But it's going to be more than 10 miles.
No, it says here 10 miles equals 66.68 foot of drop. That's what
Right, but
the
that's
chart says. That's
yeah,
correct,
but that's
right?
10 miles across that horizontal though, not across the surface.
Manufactotum, what's your point?
I was just pointing out an issue with asking drop over distance if you're going to use this kind of metric.
Dude,
Yeah,
what do
so
you?
what does the actual Earth curve calculator use in that metric? Does it use the linear distance?
I think it depends on the calculator.
Well, why don't you
But I've
find us
seen
the one and tell us what it
guidance.
says? And is it calculating the distance horizontally level, or is it using the distance across the begging the question sphere that you think that you're measuring?
I guess I could take a look at various ones and tell you which one.
Yeah, why don't you go look at one and tell us what it is?
All the Earth curve calculators give the same result. It gives the same math. That math matches this chart.
Exactly.
Okay. Well,
It
then I would
Okay, so there's
suspect
no
that all
problem with the
arguments-
chart.
Give me a second, Mano. The thing about it is,
I'm not saying there's a problem with the chart. I'm saying there's a
You know-
problem with the question being asked.
I was talking, right. So from a standpoint of the drop over distance that's shown as per the Earth curve calculator and what's in the chart, that is what's required on the crust, right? When you administer something from the center of the Earth out to the edge, 3959, when you take the drop over distance that's going along the edge with what you just called the roly clicker thing, that would be called the field measuring tape that surveyors use in order to literally touch the ground that they're measuring, which is the crust that's being measured, which is the drop over distance. Now, you can beg the question and say that the chart is trying to show the sagitta, which would be the sag required in the drop, which would be the chord length, right? However, that would be kind of a misrepresentation, slight poison in the well, because you would have to go under the Earth, dig through the curve to get to your final destination, and then say that is actually the drop over distance, which would be the sagitta. Thanks.
Yes, the sagitta would be a different issue altogether. I agree.
So finish proving your model. Come on, man.
Okay, well, if I'm allowed. So the proof I came in here with was the angle measurements to celestial objects. I think I kind of got to the end of that. I don't know if there was, I assume that's kind of how we got started on all this stuff.
So wait a minute. We're questioning you about the crust and you want to point at the sky?
Yes, no reason why that shouldn't be viable.
Your
Because-
angles need a horizontal, dude. You can't get angles from a
Yeah.
curve.
Well,
So,
you
if you're
can,
talking about
but that's not
angles,
what we're
then, yeah, welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
doing. No, so you
Yeah,
can get
Daz,
angles
can
from
you
a curve,
explain it to
but
him, bro? You
regardless-
explained it well the other day.
Yeah,
Oh, thanks,
regardless,
dude.
that's not what we're doing.
To make your claim now, Daz is here. Tell Daz what you said to me earlier about how you validated the geometric.
Sure. So it essentially boils down to the Eratosthenes method, but you can use essentially any celestial body. The angle measurements to those bodies, when you put them together in aggregate, will describe a curve over which those measurements were taken.
What's an angle? An angle is two straight lines. Yeah?
It's the distance between two lines measured in degrees or radians.
Yeah, so two straight lines. So not curving.
Well, you can, but you don't need to use curved lines for this particular exercise.
So
All right,
measuring
show me how you
elevation
turn it-
angle of the star. Sorry, go ahead, Tizu.
No, yeah, let's get that elevation angle off the curve. I want to see it.
Well, like I said, you're not doing
No
that
straight lines.
for exercise.
No, you just said you can, so let's do it. This is the thing that we've been asking for since the beginning of the celestial navigation argument, right? So you said that you can get an angle using a curved line. I don't want to see any tangent planes. I don't want to see none of that shit. I want to see that angle measurement with a curve.
Sure. So north and south cross east to west at 90
Just
degrees.
post it in the side plat. Just post it in the side chat. Just show me how you do it.
For the benefit of everyone in here, this is I think a
Yeah,
good way to
Everybody would like to see you doing this. Maybe even do it in a live stream or something real time. Go ahead. Just show us how you do it. That's great. If you had this in the beginning, we would have just never gotten this, wasted all this time. But now that you say that we can do this with the curved line, man, this is awesome. Go ahead.
You don't need to do this, though. That's not what I was proposing. Again, you're hoisting a claim onto me I didn't make.
So you didn't say that you can do this. Okay, so let's see it mathematically. Let's get, yeah.
Why? What's the point of that? That's nothing to do with.
Because you just said that we could. You just said that we could. We can get this elevation angle using the curve.
It was a side comment as a correction. Any mathematician will show you how to get a curve.
Yeah, I've seen your diagram, and I see what they do. They take two straight lines right at that intersection, trying to match those curved lines as best they can. It's all bullshit. But, go ahead, show us, get this elevation angle using those curved lines. I want to see it.
Well, you're not getting elevation angles using curved lines. I said that repeatedly.
Oh, I see. So let's just stick to what it is that we're talking about here and not interject with, well, you can, even though in the diagram that you've posted, which I've seen with the little X pattern, yeah, they still don't match the curves. They're straight lines. So it's total bullshit. So quit wasting time.
Okay, I'll be right back.
So you need two straight lines, right? Total time waster. This fool here employs a tactic that just drives me crazy. He just says things. Then he'll even give you some sort of diagram or whatever, but it's not what he's talking about, and it's not the truth. And I'll post a video of him doing exactly this for, 2 hours with Nathan Oakley, lying, posting shit that doesn't have the information that he's actually saying he has, then getting embarrassed when he doesn't know the argument.
Yep, and then he'll NPC reset and then go into a different server with the exact same argument that just got by he's usually muted when he.
Yeah.
Oh, I apologize. My family came back. So if you have a video of me lying, I'd love to see that. With regard to the curves and tangents, if you say you already saw that, I don't know what the point is. You don't even need the lines themselves. You don't have to graph it out. You can just do it with the equations. Basically, you're just
What equations?
Whatever equations describe those curves. All you need is.
So now you're just going to avoid the geometry completely and just talk about numbers without showing what your work? Are you serious?
Numbers are geometry. What do you mean?
Okay, so a line is a number?
It can be.
Sorry.
Okay, show me a line as a number.
X equals 4.
That's terrific. What does that mean?
Oh.
It's a straight line.
X equals 4. That's a straight line. Is anybody going to get a line out of X equals 4?
Absolutely not.
What do you
Dumbass.
mean? It's,
Dude,
What do you mean,
where to go from here?
dumbass?
X
Yeah, I don't know where to go from here.
It's a straight line.
X equals 4. Okay.
Yeah, for every y, whatever the y value, x is always 4. That's a straight line across the page, across that graph paper.
Okay, now, what is your X?
No, don't let him get away with this. He's bullshitting. Okay, X equals 4.
In the confines
That's a line.
of what we're actually plotting, because it sounds like he's attempting to give us 3 coordinates, X, Y, Z. So I'm trying to figure out what are the axes that we're entertaining to figure out what this line segment system is. Because last time I checked, when you're dealing with a coordinate system, X, Y, and Z, you need 2 points of reference in order to introduce a straight line segment. So, Mano, what's the secondary point in this X equals 4 partial formula that you just gave us?
Any point, any other point, any point with all points.
Oh, okay.
That
So
describes all points.
something by says who, and you chose to answer him with half of the question. Is this correct? Or half of the answer? Is this correct?
No, that is the answer.
Well, no. X equals
Can you see the
half.
side chat?
1 point. They give me a
X
point.
equals 4.
segment.
No.
Equating to this?
No.
4 is a single.
No. Hold on a second, Killian. Hold on a second. On this particular page, I see lines.
Uh-huh.
So numbers aren't lines. Neither are symbols. No, they can't. An X and an equal and a 4, that's not a line. You have lines on this page. You are an absolute, the actual line. The line, it's a line. Yeah, do you draw lines or you just put X equals 4? When you do geometry, you just put X equals 4, you don't draw any lines?
Hello?
And
Can you hear me?
Hello?
The red line is X equals 4.
no, man.
You dumb motherfucker.
Sorry, Sesu, let me ask you a question about his graphic that you just posted. So what is the second, how many points are actually provided in what you just provided there in your picture?
An infinite number.
Read the numbers in brackets, brother. You presented it. It's your graph.
Uh-huh.
Read the numbers in brackets.
That's a single point.
No, it's not.
Yeah, 4O is a single point. That's
Hey, what-
4 on the X, 4 on the Y, and 0 on the X.
4 on the Y, and okay, so you've given us a point. Now the question then becomes, what is the line segment, the direction that the line segment is proceeding upon in order for a line segment to be drawn?
Both, any direction, all directions.
Okay. So in order for you to answer says whose question fully, right, you have to then say X equals 4, and then you have to give a direction to that point
No.
in order for you to actually say that there's a line segment versus just a point given, right?
No. What you're doing is you're reifying this. You don't have to draw it on there, right? It just exists instantaneously. We're talking about math, right? It's not about how quickly I can draw the line up and down or what direction I move my pencil. That just is every point on there, X equals 4. It's nothing to do with the physical act of describing that line. I mean, all of this is kind of beside the point. I don't know what we're doing here.
X equals 4 is just a value given to a line, isn't it?
What's the difference between that and a line? Like when you say it's a
A
value.
line is
line,
actually something that is drawn on a paper. So you can say that I have a value for the line, but it's not the line.
Not necessarily. No, a line can be a vector between 2 points, right? You don't have to have any physical.
A vector, a direction. A line is a direction now, a vector.
You can describe it as one.
Oh, so you describe the line using a vector. So it's still not the line, right?
Or vice versa. You can describe the vector with a line.
No, vectors are directions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're not lines.
Well, you can describe it with one.
Yeah, you can this, you can that. This stupid little semantical game that you guys play is ridiculous. I don't know what the point of this is either. I want you to get me an elevation angle using a curve.
Why?
Because that's what you claimed.
That's not what I claimed. I said you can get the angle of intersection between a line and a curve or two curves. That's not to do with the method that I was presenting.
Do you use straight lines to do that?
Elevation angles? Yes.
No. To get the intersection between two curves, do you use straight lines to match those curves as best you can at the point of intersection to get that angle?
But it's not necessary.
Okay. I don't understand why you're still doing this. Anyways, go ahead and give us the elevation angle off the curved earth. Oh, and with the video that I posted, you can also show me how that dip function, right? That correction, the height of I, matches the globe geometry. You can do that too.
Sure. Which would you like me to do first?
Just show me how the dip correction using the square root. Yes, I did. The square root function matches the globe geometry. Go ahead.
Because as you go higher, the
horizon... No, I want you to show me, you stupid fuck.
Oh, okay. Hold on. Give me a second. All right, here's an easy way to visualize that. The derivation of the dip correction. Usually rounded to 1.76, but that's the idea.
Manufactotum, you know what I'm asking for. I don't need your visualization and your bullshit math. I want you to match the dip correction with the globe geometry. Just like Brian did with the Metabunk calculator. Match up the geometry from Metabunk, which is your math, with the dip correction charts, and show me if they match.
They do. Brian was reading out the same numbers that are on the chart.
Great. Oh, really? So if we go ahead and play this video, they're going to match, right? All the charts numbers are going to match what Brian was showing, even on
He
Metabunk?
even said so. He even said so. He was
Okay.
saying that those
No worries.
numbers.
Everybody go watch this video. Everybody go watch this video and see if they match. You'll see how much of a liar Manufactotum is. I'll put Manufactotum on mute so everybody can go watch the video. If you start about in the middle, that's when the lying begins. Hope you guys have got the time. 2 hours worth of lying by Manufactotum, and then you come in here and double down. Unbelievable.
Guys, I did it. I just climbed over the ice wall. I'm in Narnia.
You're what?
I just climbed over the ice wall. I'm in Narnia.
Let me see your camera.
I can't do that.
Anybody still here?
Yeah, I am, but I'm eating.
Can't blame you there. We're just on the road a few minutes, so. Nothing too exciting on this end of the line. Blood Sticker, are you still hanging around here? I can't type at the second there, DJ and says Hoop, but I was just going to say it's too bad that we can't have some kind of bot that when those people show up that just automatically puts in the command suppress. As a workaround, obviously.
Liminal Princess, welcome. What brings you in today? I don't know if I've talked to you before. Well, if you're AFK or you just can't talk right now, no worries. Welcome. If you have any questions, please let us know.
Percent of the Earth. So that horizon would look flat. That's paraphrased by Paul Larson, planetarium director. So, doesn't matter how high you go, the Earth appears flat, and everybody knows that. So that's not even in contention. So that statement right there is just true on its face.
Hold on.
Do you deny it? Do you deny it? I'm sorry. Do you deny it?
Yes, because if we go to a certain elevation, we can see curvature.
Not if we go to a certain elevation.
If we are at sea level, yes, it appears to be flat.
So then
at
great.
Sea level.
So we have an axiom. When does it begin looking? So we have an axiom. When does it begin looking like a globe?
I don't got the numbers on me right now.
Okay, so Google it.
All right.
And then when you find the numbers, give us a real world example.
Like the mountain you guys can go to?
You think you can see curve from a mountain?
Okay, the point.
Listen,
Sorry,
I want to hold on. Come on, let me do this really quick. There's the term "we," meaning like I think he means by the general consensus, and I meaning I've done this. He's like, we've been there, and if we did this, if we did that, we might find this certain type of thing. So there's a definite difference between we and I.
Yeah. Okay, Helio, for real.
Yeah, for real.
Okay. Thanks.
No, it sounds funny, but no, it's
we're talking about logical syllogisms, Helio. Like we're like be a part of the conversation.
I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back.
Dude, I was listening. God damn it!
All right, so it's like, who cares about the we and who cares?
Well, obviously I do. So go ahead.
I'm just saying, like, we're trying to get him to understand the difference between things that are self-evident and things that are assumed. It's like, I don't even know if this is like a fruitless endeavor. I guess me and Indio have time. I don't know.
Well,
I mean, that was my point. I think that was my point, and so that's why I wanted to just like say that, to kind of like get everything back in, And
look, going up into a spaceship does not make it self-evident, or whatever he thinks he can do. That is not self-evident. If you're trying to do it, right, like if I have to make it some special condition for it to happen, then it's not self-evident. Self-evident means that just casual observation, I just go and do it, and it's obvious to everyone this is what it is. Right? We don't need to, like I'll use the cow example again. We don't need to, like, rip off his Scooby-Doo mask to prove he's not a cow. Right? Someone needs to just like take a look at him, and here's why. So cows don't sound like that. They moo, and they got some fur, and they're about 1,200 pounds.
What's scary is it is that simple, and yet here we are. That's what's scary about it. Like. That's why I think that's how I found this new building on this new philosophy of the world and just abandoning, trying to be some sort of this hero complex, because you can't save a bag of potatoes.
Yeah, man. The reason I brought that up is just like I mean, when he was saying we did this, we did that, he's just trusting in other people that have done it, But when I say we, I mean all of us. Every human on Earth experiences the same Earth. So we're not talking.
I get what you're saying now. I get what you're saying.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Right.
He's talking about the special club that he's not in.
Yeah.
And we all witness
the same flat Earth. That's why That's why he has to say, well, if you were to do this, because you already know, like this, it's nothing to contend with. Like you can't even go, I'll grant you that truth, because it'll weaken your position and what you're going to say next. And that's exactly why the people in the justice system are fucked up. I'm going to keep tying it back to that because I thought you cared about that.
Yeah. You back, buddy?
Yeah.
Okay. We're not talking about special circumstances by special people that you don't know. Right? So, someone claiming that if I go to some magic place, that's where it becomes self-evident. You just can't go there. That's not self-evident. Right?
So, what about things that we can observe? And if we try and explain them, like,
what do you mean by explain?
Well, okay. Like, I can't see Polaris in the southern hemisphere.
Okay, and?
Why?
Because of perspective.
I'm gonna need a little more than that.
Perspective. Things that are over your head, they approach the horizon as you go out from underneath them.
Why?
Do you want the very technical answer? The things get smaller when they go farther away from you. Do they appear to get smaller? Okay. So the distance between something over your head and the ground, as you get out from underneath it, that angle, that space between the horizon and that object, that gets smaller as you get farther away from it. And eventually, that distance will be so small that you cannot resolve it. And you won't be able to distinguish the horizon from Polaris or any other star. So if you had a bunch of streetlights, like a row of streetlights on a flat plane, and they're all 50 feet over your head, you're going to appear the lights to approach the horizon.
Yeah, but like Polaris isn't 50 feet above my head.
All right, we'll check this out.
That's right. And you also don't have to go 50 feet down the road to make the lights disappear, do you? You have to go thousands of miles until Polaris vanishes, right?
Yeah, because it's a lot higher.
Yeah, and so you have to go a lot farther.
But why can't I see the sun in the southern horizon? Why can't I see the sun in the southern hemisphere?
Yeah. Why should you?
But hold on. What are you?
Isn't it closer than Polaris?
Why should you?
Do we not know that?
Why should you?
Okay.
Let him answer that question. That was a good question. Why should you?
What do you? I said I can. So I can see the sun, but I can't see Polaris in the sun.
No. It is nighttime right now. So for me, no, I can't see the sun at all times. So what I'm asking you, because you said, why can't I see the sun? Well, what does that mean?
Why can't I see the sun at nighttime?
Yeah. Why? Yeah.
Okay, we have different explanations for that. That's not.
No, I don't have an explanation.
Oh, you don't know why we can't see the sun at nighttime?
No, we can't see the sun because it goes away.
Now, notice night is when you can't see the sun.
It goes away. It starts off on one end of my sky, then it goes over, and then it goes to the other side, and then at some point I can't see it. Notice again how I didn't add any additives. Add a double negative. Notice how I didn't have to add anything to that. Yeah, what I'm describing to you is what we all experience.
Except in the North Pole.
Well, I don't know. Have you been to the North Pole?
No, but there is video of it. You can go to Greenland.
All right, that's cool. But what we were talking about, why you can't see the sun in the south or Polaris in the south?
Yeah.
So what does the North Pole have to do with that?
No, because you were saying the sun goes away at night. It doesn't.
Yeah, it does for me. It does for me.
Yeah, but it doesn't everywhere on Earth.
But what does that have to do with not seeing the sun in the south? I don't get it.
Okay. What I was trying to do by bringing up the sun is I can see the sun while I am in the southern hemisphere.
So?
And I can see, but I can't see Polaris.
Well, let me ask you a question. Does Polaris move across your sky from east to west?
No, but if I move, it does move in the sky.
Yeah, but if you move, everything moves in relation to you. It doesn't even matter if there's something in the sky. It could be a fly on your wall. So there's obviously a difference between Polaris that doesn't appear to move much and the sun that goes literally from one side of the sky to the other. As you stand and watch. No. For where I live, that's exactly what happens. It never not does that.
Okay. Then in Greenland.
So your argument isn't about Greenland, though. This is your argument. So stop trying to make it like it's very weird. So you said, why can't we see Polaris further toward the south? And the answer was, well, the angle is too small. You're like, well, why can't we see the sun from the south? I guess in the north. And the question was, why would you?
What? No.
And we've evaded this question with you asking more questions. But you're the one that made the assumption that for some reason we should see the sun from the south. Why'd you say that?
I didn't assume that you can see the sun in the southern hemisphere.
No, you asked the question, why don't you said, why don't we? When we said, well, yeah, so we asked you, why would you?
All of my questions.
Arc of the sun is not in the same place Polaris is. Polaris is higher in the sky. This is a dumb fucking question.
Yeah, Polaris is higher in the sky.
Yeah, that's right. So why would you see it? You're farther away.
How do you know it's higher in the sky?
Because we can see it.
We can see the sun too.
So say I'm on the so-called equator. Let's assume the equator exists. What's the farthest north the sun is going to get? In the sky. Yeah, the farthest north, 23 degrees from the ecliptic. Polaris is going to be 90 degrees from the ecliptic. Now, if I start walking south, yeah, Polaris is going to disappear. Why can I still see the sun? Fucking because it isn't as high in the sky, or as low in the sky.
So we know that the sun is lower than Polaris.
Dude, the sun's position, it has a range of positions, a range. Polaris has no range of position.
What?
The sun moves in the sky.
So I guess he has to start over because he doesn't even understand why.
No, I was asking you guys questions.
I don't know what any of this has to do with shape of the earth, though. Let me ask you this.
Because the explanation that globe earthers give is different from yours. So I want to know what your explanation is.
We don't have an explanation.
We don't have an explanation because we're not concerned with what happens in the sky because the earth measures flat and nothing in the sky can actually falsify that.
Why do you not want to? Why do you not want to ask questions?
Nothing can falsify it. Okay. Imagine I have a table. Right. I take out my tape measure. I measure the table and it's 2 feet by 2 feet. The lights are doing all this fucking funny shit over my table. And I go, God damn it, my table must not be 2 feet by 2 feet because these funny lights above it. They just don't work on my table. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's the dumb argument you're making.
What? No matter what the lights in the sky do, the sun, the stars, the moon, it's conjecture. it's conjecture because they're inaccessible and their position can't be triangulated.
So we should not ask. Okay, I won't assume. I'll ask you the question.
Make up stories like they've been doing for thousands of years about what the stars are and what they do. Keep doing it. I don't care. Like, why is it?
Well, here's a bet. He didn't. We got to get back to the first because you're asking us questions.
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
But you really came in here to see if we really thought as illogical as your friends said that flat earthers think. And you come here to find out that you cannot make an argument for the globe that doesn't begin with a begging the question fallacy. You have yet to prove that wrong. And you still want to ask questions about the sky and this and that and the third, and you want to make statements without making them too definitively because you don't want to accidentally commit a fallacy. And you're like, well, I didn't say that. But none of that matters, bro. At the end of the day, this conversation began with, well, the reason we're all here is because there's no globe proof that begins without a logical fallacy. That is literally the only reason we're here. So you haven't defeated that point, and we're telling you that that's the only reason we're here. Well, other than the Earth measuring flat, but that's why we're here. So you talking about something else isn't going to get you the answers you came here for, which is why we think what we think.
Not just why you think what you think, but also what you think. That's why I keep asking questions.
Yeah, we don't think about it. We don't. We told you I don't know how many times. I don't make models of the Earth based on what the sky is doing. Therefore, when I look at a sunset, when I look at a meteor shower, when I look at an eclipse, guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to describe what I saw. That's it. I don't think anything else. You know what I think about? You know what I think about? I think about whether or not I'm doing right by my child. Whether or not, these are the things I think about. When it comes to the sky, I watch it and then I describe. There's not much to think about.
I think the constellations are a good point of that. Looking up at the sky and seeing imaginary objects. And the constellations are proof of that because we have names for these different constellations. And this one looks like
imaginary objects.
You're derailing the conversation, bro.
Damn, y'all say I changed the topic. That was some crazy shit right there.
Sorry, man. Can you just hold off a bit? This conversation's been going for about 2 hours, and we really I want to see it come to a halt. Not a halt.
So I
want to come to a conclusion at least. So can everyone stay out?
Yeah, thanks, Timbo. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. So, Christy Cal. So I'm going to illustrate what Elijah said to you. He's just describing something. When you watch a solar eclipse, do you see the moon go in front of the sun?
Yes.
Now, are you sure?
Yes.
How do you see the moon during a new moon? Solar eclipses only happen during a new moon when the moon is not visible. How are you seeing the moon during a new moon?
When it goes in front of the sun.
Well, you can't see it, so. Yeah, you can't see it. You can't see a moon go in front of the sun.
Yes, you can. What's going in front of the sun?
Solar eclipses only happen during a new moon.
Yes.
Can you see a new moon?
With the naked eye?
Yeah, with anything.
Yes.
What device do you use?
I assume a telescope.
You can see a moon that's completely black through a telescope. You know what a new moon is, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't even know what to say right now. This was a good example of crazy cult behavior, dude.
Yeah, I know exactly what to say on this point because I've made this point many times, and you've heard me do it, Indio. Yes, there's no way with any instrument that any person on Earth can detect during the new moon phase, during an eclipse. You're not going to be able to use an instrument to measure when. We know when it's going to happen, but we can't see the moon when it's when it's approaching the sun in the solar eclipse. There's no instrument that's ever been developed that nobody can ever find it. Nobody ever can find it. Even when it's not an eclipse, during the new moon phase, nobody can find it. Doesn't matter what instrument. We know where it's going to start to crest again, but we during the new moon phase, nobody can find it. Doesn't matter what instrument you have, you can't find the fucking moon.
Okay, and this says new moon crescent. Just because he stuck the word new moon in front of crescent doesn't make it a new moon. Now, a solar eclipse can only happen exactly during the new moon because what's called an eclipse node is required to happen at that time. And that is a full new moon, not a partial new moon. It's exactly at the new moon, not some other time. So, no one... Listen, do you understand? Do you understand that you think that you've seen a moon? That you can't even describe your own observation accurately because you have a concept in your head.
No, that's not. There's not a concept in my head.
Oh, you saw it.
Not for the solar eclipse.
With your eyes, but you didn't imagine it being there.
What else would be in front of the sun?
That is not. Listen, doesn't matter. Your incredulity.
Now we're back to we know.
Okay.
Hey, we know. Are you?
I have seen a solar eclipse. I have seen something go in front of the sun.
Exactly, something.
But the human race does not know what that something is.
No. Wait.
You don't.
Wait. Time out. You just described it accurately. We see something go in front of the sun.
Maybe.
That's the description without any additives.
Okay.
Period. Okay. So now you're trying to, with this incredulity fallacy, like, you think that we all don't know what that is? Well, if we knew what it was, it would be a part of the description. Now, people assume what it is, but it's not a part of the description unless you assume, right?
Okay, so
what if, Chrissy, let me ask you this question. What if everybody on Earth said, you have a girlfriend? And I'm like, no, I don't. And they're like, yes, you do have a girlfriend. So I walk up to a girl and I go, you're my girlfriend. And she's like, no, I'm not. And I'm like, well, if you don't tell me who my girlfriend is, you're my girlfriend. Okay. That's what you're doing. You're saying, listen, if you don't have an explanation for what goes in front of the sun during a solar eclipse, it's the moon, because everybody else said it's the moon.
I'm not saying it's the moon because everybody else said it's the moon.
Why do you think it's the moon?
What
else would it be?
That's not an argument.
I think
you literally just did the exact
someone else asked what else could it be?
Crazy, dude.
Oh my god, there's some bitch who keeps fucking CMH keeps DMing me being like, yo, get me unmuted, I'll help you out. Dude. And you just like ban him because he will not stop DMing me.
Yeah, CMH.
He just wants to come and troll.
I know
he's annoying as hell.
Hey, Scotty, you're banned. So's your buddy. Good fucking bye. Bye, CMH. Have a nice fucking day. Thanks for telling us that, though. I appreciate it. Anyway, can we carry on?
Yeah.
I just checked in Sky. Yo, es más. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, what were you? I know we had a talk in the VC check-in. Did you want to continue that conversation, or you want to? Do you have more questions? Any questions?
Yeah,
right
you want to take a break for a second? Hold on, Jody.
Oh yeah, I'm fine. I'll take a break. I can always come back another day.
Yeah,
it's 24/7. I can come back whenever I want.
Damn Skippy.
All right, I'll sit back now.
Thanks, man.
I've always wanted to ask how you guys think gravity works. You know.
What do you mean by gravity?
Well, an object
And
going
so
down
it begins
at
again.
the force.
I'm gonna go to sleep now.
Yeah, yeah.
All right. See you guys later.
I've always wanted to know what you guys think about that.
So, a falling object is gravity.
Well, there's a specific speed to gravity.
So, little g. The observation that something falls at 9.8 meters per second squared, approximately. That's gravity? That's the gravity you're talking about? Or are you talking about mass?
Speed of gravity.
Yeah, things fall. Yeah, whoopee.
Yeah.
And?
So how do you guys explain that in most of your diagrams?
Explain why things fall?
Well, yeah.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why do I gotta explain why things fall? Okay, let's do this. I want to know why things fall, and I want to set up a scientific experiment to determine why that happens. Why does this object fall? What experiment can I do to figure that out?
Come on, tell me. I'm waiting.
No, I'm asking you, because you think that you probably think there's an explanation for this, a scientific explanation. So why do things fall? There is? What is it?
Like gravity is a force?
Yeah, that's a story. I want the experiment.
Alright, give me a minute. I'll get out.
Yeah, go Google it.
I'll go get something. Calm down.
I'm perfectly calm, dude. I've dealt with this question thousands of times. This isn't new.
I just want you to explain on most of the diagrams that you have for flat Earth how it would work.
We don't have diagrams.
How would what work?
We don't.
Gravity work?
Wait.
What do you?
We don't have.
You're not even using the correct definition of gravity. Okay. The theory of gravity isn't things fall. It's also not things get pulled to the center of mass. The universal theory of gravitation is every particle in the universe checks every other particle inversely proportional to the square of that distance. The formula is F equals G M1 M2 divided by R squared. Okay? It has nothing to do with things falling.
Hey, you know more than me about globe. I don't know how you don't believe it.
Because I know more than you about the globe. That's why I don't believe it.
I don't know, man. It doesn't seem right.
That was weird, right? It was weird. See, the reason that we're not globers is because we know more about the globe than most people.
Yeah, because it's impossible. You figured out that it's impossible once you know more about their globe idea and what they're telling you. It's absolutely impossible for it to exist.
So I want to go back to the thing is, so to figure out the causal mechanism for a natural phenomenon, you have to have an independent variable and a dependent variable. The dependent variable is the observed natural phenomenon, the effect, right? So in this case, it would be a falling object. Now we want to know what causes that object to fall. So in a scientific experiment, what you have to do is you have to manipulate the cause, the independent variable, and watch the effect on the dependent variable, the falling. Now, the theory of gravity, right, is that mass attracting mass is the cause of a falling object, right? So let's do this. Let's manipulate the mass, whatever that is, right? So, well, take a school bus, and then I'll take a bowling ball, and I'll drop them at the same time, because mass attracting mass, this mass is bigger than that mass, so that mass should fall faster than this other mass. Well, when we do this experiment, they both fall at the same rate. So the mass can't be the cause. That can't be it, because we watched. It had no effect on the dependent variable. Nobody knows, and we were just talking about this earlier. Nobody knows why things fall. There's no experiment that can prove it or even demonstrate it. And no one can even think of an experiment that can actually demonstrate it. So Elijah, you still here?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, tell him. Go do that thing with the what was it? Manipulating gravity.
You want me to skip the microwave part?
Yeah, I thought that was super clever. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how. Sometimes, because I'm arguing with the shit that Globers say, sometimes I stumble on this stuff. So you want me to skip the microwave part?
Oh yeah, I guess. If it's not necessary.
So go to Google and type in "Can you manipulate gravity?" and tell us what and read out the first thing you find.
Gravity is one of the fundamental forces in nature. It combines how objects move, interact with each other. Scientists have long sought out to find a way to control gravity, but so far they've been unsuccessful. That's what it reads.
Yep.
Yeah, you can't control gravity. How would you control gravity? We don't have that big of a mass object to control it. So gravity is just something.
So what did Indio just tell you about experiments?
They said to manipulate gravity. There's a difference between manipulating it and seeing how it works.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Excuse me?
Here, I'll get the definition of manipulate for you.
What?
Handle or control a mechanism.
Right.
Or a tool.
So as they said, they can't control gravity, right?
They cannot control gravity,
so
no.
So the point is, if the entire point of an experiment is to test whether or not the independent variable affects the dependent variable, if you can't control the independent variable, then you don't have an experiment.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
The Earth is flat.
Yeah, thanks for giving me the intro. Yeah, it's 10:05 west of the Rockies, south of the 33rd parallel, just north of Mexico. Man, what a great time to be alive in this wonderful deception we live in, where people think they live on a cartoon ball and literally think their friends are Gumby and then call people crazy.
Everybody needs to wake up.
Reality. So other than the little lag that I'm having, I'm sure I'm lagging a little bit. We got a special guest in the chat right now. Let's go there right quick so we can see the intelligence of people raised by cartoons. This particular individual, I think, is named Ahmed. Let's go check the name real quick in the chat. There we go. Yeah, Ahmed, the is. Buddy, I know this is hard for you. The topic is flat Earth, not there's an ice wall on the edge of the Earth that's 150 feet high. Your question is, how do flat earthers know the ice wall is 150 feet tall or whatever? Do you have a video from the edge? Okay, have you stopped beating your wife yet and eating your children? Have you stopped doing that? So I'd like to know if this Glober has stopped eating his children, the Soylent Green children of the world that the Globers apparently eat now. That's normal part of Globe World, because I see that there's cannibals that are Globers, like Jeffrey Dahmer. So apparently I'm just going to blanketly paint a brush over all Globers now. You're all cannibals. So why are all Globers cannibals? As soon as I get this answer, I'll tell you why all flat earthers supposedly claim there's a 150-foot tall ice wall. So let me know when you have that. Other than that, in the meantime, shout out to Triple for the Truth, 1006. Thanks for playing. Here he is. Triple for the Truth. He is wrenched up. He's ready to go. It is game day. This is Sunday, the first day of the week. I know that's confusing. And here we are. So back to you, Ahmed. Yes, Ahmed, I don't know where you got your information, but nobody in this chat for the last, I don't know, about 9 months that I've been listening to, I haven't heard one credible flat earther, any flat earther, say that they saw that there was a 150-foot ice wall. So when you're ready to back your claim about somebody else's claim, let us know. However, we do know that you claim you live on a magical spinning water paroid ball in a magical vacuum that's going in a helix formation because there's magical gravity things that go on in outer space. That's your claim, which you have no evidence for. I haven't claimed a 150-foot ice wall. I claim that I know the Earth is a stationary plane of existence because not only have I proven it, but the entire military-industrial complex admits they depend on it. That's my claim. Would you like to prove me wrong? Best of luck. Thanks for playing.
That was wonderful.
Amen. All in a day's work. The hard part is finding, and don't get me wrong, listen to me very carefully. If you just found a Glober that wasn't scared to death and I say he, of his own model, his own belief system, that would be a miracle. For the last 5.5 years, all I have seen is desperate religious cartoon zealots mock people because they don't believe in their cartoon atheism belief system. Whether they claim they're Christian or Muslim or a Buddhist, does not matter. You are literally promoting a satanic, magical, everything just spontaneously happened because no God religion. That's why there's magical balls flying around each other in your mouth and in your imagination, not in reality. That's the difference. So what are they going to do, everybody? This is to the flat earthers that, of course, are attacked by these types of people. I'm letting you know that they're scared to death because they're the ones with the burden of proof. They're the ones accepting a taxation system of the entire world, accumulating trillions of dollars to tell us we live on a magical monkey ball. When, I mean, as much as I don't necessarily get along with most flat earthers, I would say that at least the flat earthers don't have trillions of dollars that they've stolen from the public all across the plane of existence. So why are flat earthers constantly being charged with questions when we don't receive trillions of dollars to show you live in a cartoon? Did you see that there's a cartoon by MG42 Pillbox that says you live on a magical cartoon? No, that's your government telling you live on a magical cartoon ball world, and they have taken and stolen trillions of dollars for that. That wasn't this flat earth group here, this little group here, or the one next door, or even the fake PSYOP Flat Earth Society, which is a bunch of idiots. They didn't do that either. They didn't promote cartoons and put them on your television. You are scared to death of your own claim, and you can't believe that there are people that don't agree with your cartoon cosmology. Yes, I know it's shocking, but isn't it even more impressive that you're scared to death of your own claim? So what does the globe earth zealot atheist have to do now? The zealot has no choice but to hide from his own claim. And I say he because these are men. Most of the time they're never females that act this way. They're always pathetic little boys in the chats doing these things. You're charging us with claims we haven't made. The claim is the earth is flat. That's what I've made. And notice every single question you ask has nothing to do with the shape of the earth. Why is that? Because that's how you hide from your own claims about your magical cartoon belief system. Because you have no evidence, the only thing a scoffer can do that's scared to death of reality, that lives in a cartoon, you have no choice. I don't blame you. I'm not mad at you. You proved the point for me. In fact, you've given me 5.5 years of ammunition to expose the stupidity of mankind. The later part of this existence, here we are, 2020, after the death of God, AD, here we are dealing with people that think they live in a cartoon, and they're going to be here to mock people that don't believe in their cartoon fairy tale. You're scared to death of your own claim. The claim that we're making is the earth is flat, and guess what? The entire world is dependent on that fact. The entire world is dependent on not adjusting for curvature, not adjusting for magical movements in 18 different vectors at 2.1 million miles an hour like your cartoon fairy tale claims. So that's now your claim as well. Nobody here has claimed there's a 150-foot tall ice wall. Nobody here has claimed this is the 24/7 Edge Earth Discord. No, nobody here has claimed that there's a disk in space. No, that's the only thing you can do is mock and make up fake questions and straw man an entire belief system that doesn't exist because it's in your imagination. You made up. Not only are you scared of your own belief system that resides in your imagination, you then built an entire belief system in your imagination to straw man your opposition with. That's called a crime. It's lying. It's a perverted, literal crime against people that don't trust your system. So I'm sorry, you're going to have to find something else to do in your life. Maybe get a hobby besides collecting Star Wars action figures and movies like Star Trek and Avatar and whatever else you people do, because that's all you guys do is literally watch cartoon shows and collect action figures and watch space programs and go, wow, look how amazing this is. We live on a ball right there, and there's the pictures right there. There it is. I mean, we've just accomplished so much. Look how special we are. And then when a flat earther shows up, you go, I can't believe how stupid people are. I mean, my dad saw the moon landing on the radio, and they don't believe the earth is a ball like we do. I mean, we just have to mock them to feel better about ourselves. That's what you're doing. Your entire life's mission now is to pretend you haven't wasted your entire life. too bad you came to the wrong place.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Is that they're globers in it. See that, and that's the only way I can get you to, because you got to understand like what I'm trying to bring across to you is that we're here in a sense to talk to people who still have a belief in the globe and heliocentrism and all this other pseudoscience. But my hope in coming out of all of this is that people understand, like Miggy says all the time, is it's actually just a mind virus. So people think illogically. That's why they accept logical fallacies like begging the question, because if we didn't accept that fallacy, you wouldn't believe in the globe, because that's what you need, an illogical argument, in order for the globe to be real. So if we all just didn't accept logical fallacies, then maybe the people in the justice system would get along better with it. Like you can't wish for a better justice system and you got like people with the intellectual capabilities of a 5-year-old. That's not reasonable.
So the problem of people believing that the Earth is a globe is not just that they believe an Earth is a globe, but they cannot think logically, and that causes problems in society? In summary?
You got it. You got it. Wasn't a terrible summary at all.
Hit the nail on the head there. Well done.
I would largely agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that, except, obviously, the reason I'm here. The globe
Yeah, aren't you a glober?
Yeah.
Aren't you a glober, Prissy? Yeah.
But I would agree that people not being able to think logically and level-headedly does cause a lot of problems in our society.
So, Percy Cow, I would say that you're part of the problem. I mean, no offense, but if you think it's a globe, then I have to say that you're part of the problem.
So, what I came here to find out is, from a glober's perspective, flat earthers look like how globers seem to flat earthers. Very illogical and not having a definitive train of thought. And
what's illogical that we say?
Well, I would find it hard to.
What's illogical that we say?
Well, we can make it even simpler, like logic, illogic, logical fallacies, like that. Look, everything boils down to the same thing, if you ask me. Because what is fallacious logic? It's just an error in thinking, aka a false conclusion. What is a falsehood? Something that is wrong, untrue. All we're talking about is if a motherfucker is telling the truth or not. Did an event occur or not? Yes, no. Is this thing true? Yes, no. We've taken that very simple thing and complicated it because there's a bunch of liars running around. Lawyers, right? Like, so it's as simple as this system would be just fine if people could tell the truth.
Yeah.
Like when we talk to astrophysicists and we say, so you don't have like, scientific evidence or anything concrete. It's just basically, some thought experiment. And most of them who come in here will say no, or they'll deflect, or they'll do anything to not go, yeah, that's true. But then when they're not in debate form, you hear people like Sabine Hasselhoff, whatever the fuck her name is, Indio knows her name, and she'll say, yeah, it was a thought experiment. Yeah, this wasn't actually science. There weren't any natural experiments. They know what we're talking about when we're pressing them. So they're lying when they come in here 99% of the time. It's like, if people didn't lie, the world would be a better place.
Look, I'll give you another example, Chrissy Co. When Neil deGrasse Tyson says, when the chick asks him, what is gravity? And he says, well, what it is, I don't know. Is he lying? So when a Glober comes in here and they're aware of his statement, and they come and say something, you guys don't believe in gravity? Gravity's a proven theory. Well, no one in mainstream science thinks that when they're talking to the public. They only think that when they come into the Flat Earth server.
I'm gonna need receipts on that one.
Dude, the other search bar?
Find it.
Right. I'm gonna help you out. Oh, wait. You go first. I'm gonna give him a certain. If you go first.
Crazy, man? You know how many times someone said, "What do you guys think gravity's fake? You guys don't believe in gravity?" Like, you know how many times that's been said in this server? Probably thousands, tens of thousands.
No, I was just I didn't want to rush to Google because other times I've been in this server.
Google in the search bar for the chat of this server.
Oh.
So check it out, bro. Check it out, bro.
Well, hold on. Once more, the people in this will come into this server knowing, they know, because I'm sure they watch Discovery Channel documentaries and Neil deGrasse Tyson and like all these things. Like, we're not exactly sure about gravity. It's all over the goddamn internet. All the documentaries, they all say it, right? Cosmos, Brian Keating, like all these science communicators are all saying the same thing. In that context, when they say, well, we have doubts about gravity, when Veritasius and PBS Space-Time is gravity an illusion, or gravity is not a force, they have no problem when they say it. But when a flat earther says it, now there's a problem. Now we're science deniers. Now we're just making shit up. No, they're making shit up.
Yeah, so this
is believe their own pseudoscience, man.
That's true. And here's the thing. Like, again, I try to be as direct as possible. And I try to get people to think for themselves. So when I tell you to Google something, it's so that you can sit there and ponder what I've sent you to. Not because Google is going to give you information that you're going to have to be like, oh, I guess I believe that now. Like, that's not the case. So like, it's weird when people react to, oh, I'll send you a YouTube video. Oh, so all you guys do is like show YouTube videos? Like, how about looking at the video first, if it's not like 3 hours long or some crazy shit like that?
I just put one in 4 minutes. I think it's 4 minutes. I just put it in live stream.
So here's the point that I was gonna make when I said go Google this and Google this. If you know what, Google manipulation, or can you manipulate microwaves? And all types of experiments will come up. Tell me I'm wrong or right.
Veritably.
Shut up, Sonny.
Oh.
Don't ruin it. Sorry.
Yeah, you're good. I'm seeing.
The point is, you're finding stuff, right? There's stuff to be found.
Kinda. It's not really on topic though. It's more talking about microwaves, like in a kitchen.
Well, you do have a microwave, right?
Yeah.
So right. So you even have a real world example of something that
never mind. The first two are about Marvel superheroes.
You don't have to think about, oh, what is this thing like? You're like, I know what microwaves are. It's that thing that boils my water when I'm too lazy to put it on a stove in a pot, right? So if you type in, can you manipulate gravity? Tell me the first search result you find.
Okay, the first three for can you manipulate microwaves are all superheroes.
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah,
that is weird. It's like
fourth one down though. It's what we're getting to what you're talking about.
I guarantee you that, like, when I first started talking about this, the searches were on the up and up. I don't know why I don't know how shit changes this fast. But anyway, okay, fine. Just type in, can you manipulate gravity? And read out loud what it says.
Gravity is one of the most fundamental forces in nature. It governs how objects move and interact with each other. Scientists have long sought to find ways to control gravities, but so far they have been unsuccessful.
AKA, no, it hasn't been manipulated. What is it, first of all? That's the entire point. You have this idea, these graphics of what something is, but they can't even manipulate it, control it, manipulate it, whatever. Because as an independent variable in a scientific experiment, that's exactly what you would need to do to validate or invalidate that it's the cause of a natural phenomena. So they're telling you right here that they've never done that. You don't need to check with a physicist from fucking Yale to figure this out. But if you're struggling with this is exactly what I mean by what's wrong with the justice system. People struggle with telling the truth, and people's lives are in jeopardy while others are struggling to tell the truth.
I agree with the justice system part, but I'm still holding out on the gravity thing.
So you can say you agree with the justice system until you're challenged, and then you'll bend like everyone else because truth isn't more important than comfortability.
No, I wouldn't be here if that was the case.
All right, well,
I would just listen to the.
I'll give you a cool month or two.
I've been here. I think I'm on like week 3.
I want to go back to the logic thing. What is the logic for the globe? Do you know what a logical syllogism is?
No, that's not a word I use on a daily basis.
So if you don't know that's basic logic, right? So it's the form of a logical argument. How can you say what Globers think, what the way flat earthers think is illogical if you don't even know what logic is?
I know what logic is. I more meant the word syllogism.
A logical syllogism is fundamental to using logic.
They're going to do something without knowing the word for it.
Syllogism is a logical argument. 2 premises and a conclusion. Okay? All men are mortal. Aristotle is a man. Therefore, Aristotle is immortal. Right? It's a logical syllogism.
2 things assumed to be true to find an answer.
Okay. So what's the logic for the globe? That reads to the conclusion Earth is a globe. Come with the two premises, right? Put them in, insert them before, therefore, Earth is a globe. You can't actually construct that argument.
If gravity acts how we think it acts, and if the Earth is about the size we think it is, then we should be sticking to the Earth.
Well, that's a logical fallacy.
No, it says you're assuming two things to be true, and that's how you get your third answer.
No, it doesn't mean assume. The two things actually, it logically follows from the premise, but it's not a proof unless the premises are true, right? So your premise starts with if. So you can't start a logical syllogism with an if statement.
Okay, the Earth, gravity works the way we think it works. And the Earth is the size we think it is.
What does that mean, though? You're not saying anything. Gravity works the way we think it works. What does that mean?
Come on, man.
That mass attracts mass at a constant rate.
The premise, like
so
you
I'll give
said,
you
has to be.
I'll give you a syllogism to help them. Mass attracts mass. All the particles will form a ball. Therefore, Earth is a ball. No, that don't work.
What?
Yeah, exactly.
No. Why doesn't that work?
Argument to conclude the Earth is a globe, because you'll always have an affirming the consequent or an assumption within it.
No, the syllogism thing says it's asserted or assumed to be true.
I promise you, your logic is what's wrong with people in the justice system. Like, I'm telling, like, I don't even know how that just happened.
What?
It's like
you have the words. Definition.
You have the words. I feel you. I get it. You're close, but it's like having the most finely crafted blade, and you don't even know how to sheath it. You're just swinging it with the sheath on. I'm like, yo, you can't have premises that aren't proven. You can't assume them, because there's logical syllogisms, and then there are forms of and then there are just bad forms of logic. You just committed one, so you know that there's the right side of it. Now, are you questioning what the wrong side of it is? We're telling you, well, that's the wrong side of it. So be more curious as to what we mean. What do you think we mean when we say you're affirming the consequent?
So, I was giving an example of a logical syllogism. I didn't say anything about what I said was true.
So is your logical syllogism proof of a globe?
If the two things I said and assumed are true, then yes.
Okay, can you prove those premises are true then?
Like right now?
Yeah. Yeah, why not? Prove the premises are true with also a logical syllogism.
I don't know. I spent time.
So, listen, the point is, if you keep going back, the foundation of the globe is assume it's a globe. So, that underlying assumption means something which is not proven, right? Right? That's what assumption means? Something that's not proven?
No.
What does assumption mean then? What is it? What is it not?
A thing that is accepted as true or is certain to happen without proof.
Okay. Yeah.
An action of taking power or responsibility.
Yes. Okay. That is correct. Assumed to be true without proof. You can't get to the proof part. That's
so we shouldn't use.
You shouldn't use an assumption. You can't use an assumption and then claim you have proof if there's an assumption in the premise.
So you shouldn't use logical syllogisms.
That's begging the question. You're begging the question.
No, I'm saying you. Then you shouldn't use
don't say no. Don't say no. Don't say no. Google begging the question.
No, hold on.
No,
I don't.
stop. We're saying that you're committing a logical fallacy. It's called begging the question. If you have premises that are assumed rather than proven, and at the end of that, you're like, there's the proof in form, that's just begging the question. We're not arguing. We're telling you, look it up. Because if you look it up, you'll realize if we play back the live stream, you've committed that fallacy. There's nothing to argue about.
I did not say anything was truth. I said what you told me.
Did I time out? Did I say that you said anything was truth? What did I just say?
Proof. Not true, sorry.
Okay, so that's the point. If there's no proof for the globe, what is the point? Two assumptions don't make a proof.
So we shouldn't use. So what? Before you yell over me and like completely not talk about what I'm talking about.
As long as you don't put words in my mouth by asking me, so we shouldn't assume things. Because what I'm telling you is that two assumptions don't make a proof.
Yes. And what I'm saying is the definition of a logical syllogism is two assumptions make...
Another part. Assertions. It's assertions and assumptions, bro. Assertions or assumed. Two propositions that are asserted or assumed to be true. Now, what can be asserted are proven things that don't have to be assumed. Right? So you can make a logical syllogism with two proven items, right, as the premises. So, using those two premises, then the third thing is proven, right?
But you don't need
premises that are proven to create a therefore, right, the conclusion, which will also be proven because the premises are proven. So you prove the premises deductively using the same deductive logic. And of course you have to start somewhere. So you have to start an axiom, something which is self-evidently true. That doesn't need to be proven because it's self-evident. Such as, you're not a cow.
Or...
Right? You're not a cow, right? I don't have to prove you're not a cow.
So assertions also do not state that they're facts. It says a forceful and confident statement of fact or belief. It does not say you need evidence for that.
In this context, it means it means a statement that is asserted as truth, not as assumed.
Yeah, but like, it's still, an assertion can be wrong.
Yes, you're right. An assertion can also be an assumed assertion. But if your assertion, right, is a proven, something that's proven, right, or if your assertion is an axiom, then the combination of two of those will lead to a proof, right? So if you use an assumption, then you have what's called an inductive proof, which doesn't actually prove anything, right? It's an inference, right? So it's not proven. The only claim that can be made about it is this would be likely if those two things are true, right?
So a logical...
There's still an if. It's not proven. That's what I'm trying to say. It's inductive logic. It's not proof. That's what I'm trying to tell you. So, it wouldn't lead to an actual deductive proof.
Oh, like if I had wings, I could fly.
Yes, exactly. If you had wings, you could fly. And
the globe doesn't fly.
Go ahead.
Sorry, the globe doesn't fly.
Wait.
Yeah. So if we did something like things with wings fly. Elijah has wings, therefore Elijah can fly.
Fallacy.
That would be, that's a fallacy. It would be an inference. Yes, we can infer that from the fact that Elijah has wings and the fact that other things that have wings can fly. But that doesn't prove that Elijah can fly.
So we shouldn't use logical syllogisms unless we can verify that both of the assertions are true.
Oh, you can't claim it's proof of anything. Dude, you're missing the point. It's not
proof once.
I'm telling you what it is. I'm telling you the error in Glober's logic. You're illustrating it. You said we don't have logic. It's actually the globe that doesn't have logic. You guys don't even know what logic is. And you come in here and say, flat earth is illogical. No, it's perfectly logical. Y'all don't know what logic is. That's the problem. And I'm not talking about you specifically, so don't take this as a personal insult. A lot of people don't know this. They don't teach it in school. It's not really taught at university, except for in the philosophy department, which most people avoid like the plague. So, I mean, it's just not. It's not something.
Look, I'm gonna make a couple of statements. Right. Water at rest is level. Perfectly valid statement because it's self-evident. Everybody knows this, right? No problems, no assumptions whatsoever. Okay. Horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. Again, another statement. Zero assumptions. Nothing wrong with what I've said. Why can't Globers do the same thing? Why is there always a him and a haw and a shuck and a jive?
Usually, see, what Elijah's doing, he's talking about properties of physical reality that you can observe and describe, right? So he's just describing reality. Okay. Yeah. Now, Globerters, and just generally, this isn't exclusive to Globe Earth. I mean, it happens in a lot of so-called pseudosciences. They insert a concept, a conceptual idea within this, right? As opposed to an observation of reality. So they use something that occurs in their imagination as the premise for their syllogism.
Okay, so can I try a syllogism?
When you say gravity, that is actually a concept. Gravity's a concept. It's not a physical thing out there, right? You can't grab a handful of gravity. There isn't a jar of gravity, right? So if I say gravity to you, what is gravity? What is gravity in the physical world that you see, that you've observed?
Things falling.
Okay. So things falling is gravity. Not mass attracting mass. You see what I'm saying? That's a description of reality. Now, if I take that description of reality and place the word gravity with things falling, therefore Earth is a ball, that's dumb.
Oh, yeah.
Right? You can't reach. It's a non sequitur. It doesn't follow from the premises, right? No matter how you construct something from things falling, you can't get to a ball.
May I try one of your syllogisms with things we can both agree are true without being interrupted?
Yeah, knock yourself out, man.
All right. So,
go ahead.
Let him go, man.
We agree.
Don't say we agree.
Okay.
That remains to be
We agree, question mark at the end of this. I'm asking you if you guys agree. Do boats go over the horizon and disappear bottom up?
I'm just gonna say no, straight up. What do you mean?
Well, you said over the horizon. I'll say no to over the horizon.
Yeah, that's the part.
Towards the horizon, and you can't see them anymore, starting with the bottom and going up.
Yes, that is loaded sometimes.
No, it's correct.
It's a loaded question.
No, it's correct. Without the going over is correct.
Yeah, without
the going over.
While it is moving towards the horizon.
Things disappear from the bottom up, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yep.
And?
You too?
And?
What's
that?
Yeah, and? Yeah, things disappear bottom up, and?
We know that angles of shadows in different parts of the Earth at the same time produce
What the fuck? What is potpourri fucking?
What happened?
Is this like the salad bar of like globe?
Did I use too many words?
I think
No, they're not connected. They're not logically connected, dude. They're like,
Why are they not logically connected? They're both
how are the
evidence of
boats
around
going over? Like, how are boats disappearing?
Okay,
bottom
look,
up?
look.
No, go ahead. Rich. I can't take this.
So hold on, wait. When I said
without
water,
being interrupted.
when I said water is level, that was one statement, right?
Yeah.
I didn't go therefore. I didn't have to.
I didn't say therefore.
Right. So if you're saying that boats go towards the horizon and seem to disappear bottom up, that's a statement.
Yes.
But what does it mean? Okay, so you're making another statement about shadows. So now the first statement is just a statement that is okay, that's true.
Mm-hmm.
And now you're going to make
to
a statement
finish my
about
second
shadows.
one. Yeah.
Hey guys, I got a quick question.
No, not yet.
Yeah, well, I just want to, like, my buddy got banned.
Yeah, I said hell no, not yet, bro.
Yeah, is there any way you can unban him so he can join?
Hold up, bro. Who's this? Yeah.
Scotty.
And you.
How am I implying a lie, Trinity?
Type in chat who it is.
Type in chat. Shut the fuck up and type in chat, bro. This is rude as hell. Go ahead.
All right. So,
the shadows and
in
whatnot.
short, yeah, the Aristophanes experiment can be replicated.
What's the statement?
In short, that experiment can be replicated. We can both.
What is the statement?
Measurements of angles of shadows were taken at two different points, and they had a difference in angle.
Can that happen on both?
No, don't.
Yeah.
No, don't. That was a fuck up because he didn't even. What does that mean?
Which?
Okay, there's a difference in the length of shadows. So what?
Yeah.
So?
If those.
Yeah.
Okay, so. Yeah, because that's like.
Add in there, buddy.
That plus that.
No.
What?
What plus what?
Yeah, platter.
I'm saying those are my two pieces of the syllogism. Do we both agree that those two things are true?
I wasn't even doing that. I was just making two true statements. I mean, it's something that you can happen across and go, yeah, I can perfectly describe this thing without adding anything extra. So I thought you were
thinking about it.
So I'm not. That's what I'm saying. I'm thinking that you're doing that. Like, so it's like, okay, well, boats disappear beyond the horizon. Okay, from the bottom up. Okay, so you measure shadows and the lengths are different. Okay, so what is that?
Listen, can I explain it to him? Because obviously, if he fucked up this bad.
I understand.
The premises have to be connected to each other logically. So I'll give you the deductive syllogism again.
What week?
All men are mortal. Aristotle is a man. You see how now they're connected logically?
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, Aristotle is mortal.
All right.
Your claim, boats disappear bottom first, sticks and shadows measure different angles. Those two things are not connected logically.
So I need to say something about the ocean or the horizon for it to...
You need to connect those two premises logically to each other. They have the logical connection must be in the statements themselves. Look, you have to construct, therefore Earth is a globe, just out of one of those, because they're not logically connected. Maybe you could reach the conclusion from the sticks and shadows all by itself. Maybe you could reach the conclusion from ships disappearing bottom first by themselves, but they're not logically connected to each other because they're not even the same phenomenon. They don't even have anything to do with each other. So if I watch a boat disappear bottom first, does that have anything to do with angles of the sun, or the length of a shadow, or the length of a stick, or the placement of the stick, or the placement of the sun, or anything? Or is that independent of a stick or a shadow or anything?
So
you're trying to logically connect them to the curvature of the Earth, right? You're trying to connect it into the Earth to being a ball. But you can't do that with those two just smashing it against each other. To do those independently. And they would, you'd say, here's one piece of evidence, here's another piece of evidence. But guess what? Here's your problem. Eratosthenes, sticks and shadows, assumes the Earth is a ball, assumes that there's parallel rays of light, so it has like 3 assumptions within it. 3 assumptions that can't be proven and actually don't have any evidence for them. Because, and like Elijah said, affirming the consequent. The thing you're trying to prove, Earth is a globe, is in the premise. If Earth was a globe, and I did a measurement that showed shadows with these different angles and different shadow lengths, then Earth would be a globe. Right? So that's affirming the consequent. It's circular logic. Your conclusion is within one of the premises. You might as well say Earth is a globe because Earth is a globe. You just cut out the second premise.
But 2 pieces of evidence that do not contradict each other and support the same thing.
No, they don't.
Okay, it's not a syllogism. You're right. What I said is not a syllogism.
They don't support a globe. 2 sticks and shadows support a flat Earth, and so does freaking bottom up shit.
Actually,
the thing about a logical syllogism again is that it involves 2 premises that are true.
Yeah, those 2 things are true.
Yeah, but see, they're not connected to a globe, though. You haven't done that. Now, once you start trying to connect it to a globe, it falls apart. Because then you start making all these assumptions, adding these premises that are not proven.
Okay, so if I want to make...
What was the claim? What did I claim? You actually can't construct a deductive logical argument that the Earth's a globe. It's not possible. And why do you think that's not possible?
Right, it is possible.
Then do it.
Look, you're not the first person that's tried this. It's not possible. You know why? I'm going to tell you why it's not possible. Because it always starts with the assumption that the Earth's a globe. Because that is not self-evident. If it was self-evident, right, if you went out in the freaking world and looked and you saw curved horizon or some other factor, right, that would indicate just from pure senses and was self-evident to anybody that this is a giant ball, then you could construct a logical syllogism because you would have an axiom, but you don't have an axiom. You have to have, you starting with something that you can't actually, that's not self-evident, that can only be constructed from rationality. It can't be, like I said, you're not a cow. I don't need to construct a logical argument for that. It's obvious you're not a cow. It's obvious to everybody you're not a cow. Anyone that knows what a cow is and what you are, it's obvious you're not a cow. Okay? Period. I don't have to fucking give you reasons why you're not a cow. I don't have to construct a deductive argument, even though I can, that you're not a cow, right? And it's, but the globe cannot be, just say, it's obvious it's a ball. No, it's not obvious.
So
never been outside and be like, damn, check out this giant ball.
If we...
You have to construct it. How do you construct it?
If we give an argument backed up with evidence, it's not valid because it's not easily observable.
Giving an argument is not evidence.
Proof, dude. That's what you're not understanding.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not say. I said
if
with
I give
evidence.
You said if I give an argument with evidence.
Yeah,
so where's the evidence?
Say the argument was evidence.
So where's the evidence? Because of everything that you said is just assuming the evidence. That's why I said what I said. But okay, fine. I'll rewind. Where's the evidence?
Okay. So I've been doing like cross-state drives recently, so I've had a lot of time to think, but not a lot of time to get in the server. So what I've been pondering the past couple of days is maybe a week ago or something. I was in the call and I brought up the Eratosthenes thing, whatever old Greek guy's name is, and I was told that it is possible on a flat Earth, and I was shown some diagrams and played a Vsauce.
I mean, that's kind of not relevant to the conversation we're having, because if you read Geodesy and you read what Eratosthenes supposedly did, again, like Indio told you, there's like 3 assumptions in there. So, off the bat, you know that assumptions don't turn into evidence, right? We just, or did you disagree with that?
Assumptions do not. If assumptions are proven wrong,
no, you can't. You can't assume something and prove that it's right using the assumption. That doesn't make any sense.
Why do we have to prove something wrong that has no proof?
Well, the same argument.
I'm going to assume unicorns exist. Prove they don't.
Do you have evidence for that?
I don't need evidence. I assumed it. Like you just said, if you assume it, it needs to be proven wrong.
No, I said. You didn't let me finish. If it can be proven wrong and there is evidence that it does happen, the unicorns do exist, and there's no evidence against unicorns existing.
You just said an assumption needs to be proven wrong. You said
because I was interrupted.
So you misspoke then?
Okay. So do you want to correct what you said?
Yes.
Does assumptions need to be proven wrong?
If assumption has evidence that it is true, and no evidence that it is wrong.
So where is the evidence? Because the assumption can't be the evidence. Like I told you, now this is becoming circular. Because if you're going to bring up Eratosthenes, if you're going to bring up Eratosthenes, and he assumed that the Earth was a sphere in the beginning, that's not proof.
What does the Earth being a sphere have to do with the measurements, though?
No, it's not. It's that he's assuming that it's a sphere. The measurements have actually nothing to do with it, because he's taking elevation angle measurements. Now, it's not an affirming the consequent fallacy to say therefore the Earth is not a globe, because by necessity, an elevation angle utilizes horizontal lines.
So
that's
the angles have nothing to do. No,
so let me ask you a question, Prissy. We're not trying to measure the circumference of the Earth. We're not trying to do anything. We just take a stick, we stick it in the ground, we measure the shadow length. What conclusion can we just get?
And you take a stick in another place.
Okay, and then we measure its shadow length.
Yes.
Now we have two values, 2 numerical values.
Yeah.
And what's the next step?
Why would you be doing that?
I don't know. You tell me. What's the next step?
To measure the circumference of the Earth.
Okay, so what's the next step?
I'm pretty sure it was compare the difference in angle, or length of the shadows.
And where do those angles intersect?
Those.
At the center of a sphere, right? You're assuming the sphere from the measurements. What if I don't assume the sphere and I assume it's flat? Well, I'll come to the conclusion that the sun's just closer.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I've been thinking about.
Yeah, so we have the same, during the time Eratosthenes lived, in China, they were doing the exact same thing, but they didn't assume it was a sphere, and they thought that they were measuring the flat Earth using the exact same method.
So that's exactly why I brought it up. Because
that's why we keep telling you, right? That it's like you're using an underlying assumption to reach the conclusion.
I would really love to get a couple sentences out in a row.
Yeah, go ahead. Well, we've done this lots of times, so it's like
Yeah.
Go ahead. Just go ahead.
Okay.
Here's your chance.
So it can be replicated on a flat Earth if the sun is closer. Right?
Yep. What do you mean? It can be replicated? What does that mean?
Okay.
You just
This
do a
experiment
measurement
works
the
on a
Earth.
flat Earth if the sun is closer than we think it is. Then the sun is closer to Earth than what mainstream science says.
Maybe. That's another assumption.
Yeah.
Oh, that's just...
So it doesn't work on your model either if you don't explain
There's
anything.
no model. There's no, what do you mean by model? There's no model.
Okay, it doesn't work on what you think
On a
the
level
Earth is
surface?
like either.
Hold on, time out. Are you going to tell me that taking elevation angles or measuring shadow lengths won't work on a horizontal surface? Is that your statement?
But does
no, because in order to know
doesn't
that,
work
you need to know
what?
how.
Answer that. Doesn't work to do what exactly? What are we trying to do and make it work to do?
I asked if the sun was closer to the Earth than mainstream science says, and you said that's an assumption.
Yeah,
but you can only measure the shadow lengths on a flat Earth if we know the sun is closer to us. So do we know it's closer to us?
That's an assumption.
What?
Yeah, that's an assumption. It's an incorrect assumption.
So we don't know the locality of the sun. We don't know the locality of anything in the
Because you have
sky.
to position the sun independently, right? Let me ask you this. If I gave you two sticks and, you can pace your distance, can you find where you are on Earth?
What did this have to do with locating myself?
Because you said make it work. I don't know what that means. What does wait make it work mean? Make it work to do what? What does make it work mean? To do what? Find the distance of the sun or find the surface of the Earth? Which one are we trying to do?
So, I am saying, just hold on. If on a flat plane, we can measure the differences between those angles. If the sun is close-ish to the Earth, not as far away as what a lot of people say it is. It is in a local area. Because that is what I've heard the explanation is that we have a local closed system sun.
So it appears to be.
You're going to get to a
we
conclusion?
don't claim that you can measure the position of the sun or the Earth using sticks and shadows.
I didn't say you did.
At best, using assumptions, that would be an indirect measurement of either the sun or the surface of the Earth. That's at best. That's the best you can do. But it's loaded with assumptions, loaded with the angles of the rays, it's loaded by, do I have the sticks level, plumb lines, is gravity actually freaking perpendicular? There's shitloads of assumptions. Is the sun in a common position? Am I looking at the same sun the other guy's looking at? Because the evidence is that that's actually not the case, right? Because of refraction and all. There's so many problems. There's so many assumptions loaded into this. This is a trash test. It's just trash. I don't know what else to say. It's just trash.
But we do know that there's a difference in the angles, right?
We know that if we take two sticks and they're some distance apart, right? That the shadows, all other things being equal, right? If the sticks are equal, they're both perpendicular, same angle, we know that they'll cast shadows of different lengths. That's all we can say 100% sure with certainty. Is the results of the observation. All the other shit, all the conclusions drawn from that observation need to be constructed rationally. When you try to do that, you're going to find out that there's shitloads of assumptions that you have to stack in there before you can reach any conclusion. That's why, listen, there's a reason why I'm on this, because when Clovers come in here and say, we don't think logically, dude.
I never said that.
Yeah, you did.
Oh my God.
No, I didn't. I said I came here to find out how you think logically, because a lot of globe earthers think you don't, and I didn't believe that.
Stop fucking lying.
That's why I'm here. I want to know the logic behind your argument.
Hey.
You haven't
first
learned
out
any
there's
logic.
no logic behind your argument, so it doesn't even matter what our argument is technically.
You haven't learned any logic tips from your logic globe friends. You know, like that's the problem. Like you're trying to figure it out on the fly here. If your friends were here, they wouldn't do any better. They would just be asserting the same things that you're asserting. Just, you know, saying that their logic is correct. But I mean,
I'm not saying my logic is correct.
No, I'm not. I didn't say you. I said your friend. Now you're being defensive.
Yeah, that's a great thing about logic is that it's really objective, and you can just you can't change the rules or make up your own thing or talk about your feelings. It is what it is. It's either a logical statement or not. It's been laid out for a long time. No one's rewriting the rules. It's almost like mathematics, right? 1 + 1 is 2. Can't change it. Can't reinvent it. It is what it is. So the globe actually has no logic. It can't make an actual deductive logical statement to prove it's a globe. Period. End of story. Okay? So
that's what I'm saying. Like when I make a statement, I'm like, there's no assumption to be had. If I need to measure an elevation angle, the first thing I need to do is to make sure my device is level.
So,
your level is horizontal, and it's pretty freaking simple.
There's no assumption there. But but here's the thing: the truth in that disqualifies the Earth being a globe.
So, what do you
measure the elevation angle from? The horizontal. You measure from the horizon. You measure.
This is something that we actually do. This is something that practically happens. I'm not imagining a globe. I'm not saying put a stick here and a stick there. I'm not doing any of that. I begin with something practical. You began with something practical. Okay, measure these shadow lengths. And we're like, okay, what's the conclusion?
So we make an observation. We agree that the shadows are different lengths. And then we are not allowed to do... What are we allowed to do with that information?
You do whatever you want. You just can't say I've proven something.
You just can't use it to support any scientific argument.
Think of it. Exactly. Well, that's not even science. It's a geometric.
So observations can't be used to back up facts?
Nobody said that.
Facts. Now you're just inserting shit that you don't have.
No.
Observation is the fact.
Yeah.
It isn't an observation to back up facts. The observation is the fact. So different shadow lengths on sticks that are distances apart. That is the facts.
Everyone in live stream voice chat, I'm just not reading what you guys are saying.
All right. Can you address what Indio said? So you measure the shadow lengths. Those are the facts. What now?
I can use that observation to reach a conclusion.
What conclusion?
Build it.
That the Earth is round.
Okay.
How?
So how did you get to that logically?
Because if I would have what do you mean if? What do you have with a problem with that word? Like,
no, I didn't. Nobody stopped you.
Oh, I thought I heard you go, oh, when I said if.
Use that word, but go ahead. Because if you have to use if, that means whatever comes next after that is an assumption.
No,
that's how we use the word if.
Okay.
Because it's a possibility, it isn't known, right? So that part after the if, that's not a fact.
I think a problem that I see a lot in the flat Earth community.
No, just start with the two. You have the two angles. You have the two angle measurements, or the two shadow length measurements from two different areas on the Earth. You said, then we prove it's a globe. Well, make the next logical step, because you have an observation, you have some facts, you have two different shadow lengths. Now, what is the next step?
I gather more observations.
Okay, say you have 1,000 measurements.
No,
Now,
not,
what's the
not
next
like
step?
the same thing. Like different pieces of evidence.
The same exact thing.
So I can only use one data point in my experiment?
Right now, since we're talking about one method, how are you going to jump to another method? That makes no sense.
Because if we can all agree that these multiple observations are true.
How come I didn't have to do that?
I didn't ask you to prove anything.
Yeah, but I was the one that started this exercise. So again, how come I didn't have to do that? How come I didn't have to breakdance like you're doing now?
You can't even see what you're doing, can you?
Because I didn't say anything illogical. I didn't say anything untrue, and I even said that one of the self-evident one of the things that I was using disqualifies the globe. I said all of these things, none of it is untrue. Now you can challenge the third thing I just said, and I would, continue that conversation, and I guarantee you I won't sound like what you sound like.
Yeah. So
all you've done is said that shadows are at different lengths. That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, glad we cleared that up.
Yeah, shadows are at different lengths.
Yeah, that's it. That's all you're observing.
Yeah, you said I couldn't use any other observations. I just have to stay here with this one thing.
No, but your conclusion comes from this observation. How do you get
not just
conclusion?
This observation?
Wait. But that's what Indio said. If there's a premise in here, okay, fine. How do you tie it to the Earth being a globe?
What was your example again? I remember water being level. What was your second one?
Well, that wasn't a logical syllogism. So that you had to follow closely to the conversation, because Indio and I were kind of on two different points, but it was closely related. Maybe it was a red herring.
I remember
whatever.
Men have wings, and things with wings can fly. The men can fly. I remember that one.
Changing the subject.
That was.
I'm not changing
the
subject. I'm literally going back to the original thing we're talking about.
No, that was the logical fallacy, which I pointed out. So. What was that? It doesn't even matter, because that was actually a logical fallacy.
Okay, so what was your example of a logical?
He didn't make
syllogism.
He didn't make the syllogism. I did. Okay. It was all men are mortal. Aristotle's a man, therefore Aristotle's immortal. Get it? Or all mortals die. Aristotle's immortal, therefore Aristotle will die. Okay? How about that?
That's not the same rules I'm bound to. Because we know Aristotle did die.
It's got nothing to do with Aristotle.
No, but why not? Why not? Why?
That all mortals die, dude. Aristotle's immoral, therefore Aristotle died. Is something wrong with that?
No, because the first one you said.
The first one I said was phrased, all men are mortal. Aristotle is a man. Or no, therefore Aristotle is immortal, right? It doesn't matter. It follows from books. The conclusion follows from the two premises, and they're logically connected. Right? So Aristotle has a property of the first premise. Right? So I can lay it out like this. If A equals B, and B equals C, A also equals C. Got it?
Alright. So I need to make one of those. And I can't make one about anything. I need to do it about how the Earth is round.
Do what you want, man. But we're just telling you, man, the facts of the matter. The facts of the matter is you can't actually construct one because the globe has to be assumed.
You didn't construct one with the globe being flat.
I can. I can, no problem.
Need a good example.
Well, we have a logical axiom, right?
So can I get that syllogism that proves Earth is flat?
The Earth looks flat, right? I see things. I can trust my own eyes. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Real simple.
So, how can
now before that's
I don't even have.
Wait.
I don't need a logical syllogism because, like I said, it's an axiom that the Earth looks flat.
So why do I need a logical syllogism either?
Because
if you don't,
you don't have an axiom. You don't have an axiom. That's the problem. When
we did not go into an axiom.
When I said, I gave you. I gave you an axiom.
What was
I
that?
did. Water at rest is level. That's something that you can just observe. Like, holy shit, there's this lake. It's frozen.
The ship's going over the horizon.
Not over, because
okay, ships disappearing bottom up, like the thing we agreed on.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. We agreed with that. But how do you logically connect it to it being a globe? That's the question. But let's not go in circular paths here. The point is, when we say, well, when we say the Earth looks flat, here's the thing about that is a problem for you that's not really a problem. No one disagrees. No one.
Yeah. If I may interject, it's something just...
Hold on, Helio. You know why no one disagrees? When I say no one, I mean even globe believers, because they think that effectively, as far as we can see, it's flat locally.
Except everything if you go high enough.
No, listen.
Locally means.
Listen. It doesn't matter how high you go. Mathematically, even at the height of the ISS, you can't see any curvature because you can only see 3% of the horizon. So, 3% of the Earth. So that horizon would look flat. That's paraphrased by Paul Larson, planetarium director. So, doesn't matter how high you go, the Earth appears flat, and everybody knows that. So that's not even in contention. So that statement right there is just true on its face.
Hold on.
Do you deny it? Do you deny it? I'm sorry. Do you deny it?
Yes, because if we go to a certain elevation, we can see curvature.
Not if we go to a certain elevation.
If we are at sea level, yes, it appears to be flat.
So then
at
great.
Sea level.
So we have an axiom. When does it begin looking? So we have an axiom. When does it begin looking like a globe?
I don't got the numbers on me right now.
Okay, so Google it.
All right.
And then when you find the numbers, give us a real world example.
Like the mountain you guys can go to?
You think you can see curve from a mountain?
Okay, the point.
Listen,
Sorry,
I want to hold on. In fact, come on, let me do this really quick. There's the term "we," meaning like I think he means by the general consensus, and I meaning I've done this. He's like, we've been there, and if we did this, if we did that, we might find this certain type of thing. So there's a definite difference between we and I.
Yeah, okay, Helio, for real?
Yeah, for real.
Okay, thanks.
No, it sounds funny, but no, it's
we're talking about logical syllogisms, Helio. Like we're like be a part of the conversation.
I'm gonna get some water. I'll be right back.
Dude, I was listening. God damn it!
All right, so it's like, who cares about the we and who cares?
Well, obviously I do. So go ahead.
I'm good. All right. I wanna play. Roll 20. Let's play some D&D, guys. Let's play some D&D. You guys want to play some D&D?
You guys talking about like fucking flat Earth and shit? Probably not. I think the flat Earth shot died a while ago. People in here, but they never ever talk. Ever. Ever, ever, ever. Ever, 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 ever.
Joseph. Hello. Is your brain flat? No. No, but is it? No. No,
Not
it is.
really.
It is. It is. It is. It is. It's quite flat. It's quite flat.
Is your brain round?
No, it's flat. It's flat. Everything is flat. My dick is
How's your
flat.
brain though?
Yeah, no, everything is flat. What the fuck? This is the flat Earth check. It's 24/7 too. No, it's actually 24/400. The fuck?
Oh, fucking boring people, man.
Is there a show getting ready to start?
Yeah, I heard Nathan Oakley will be here soon.
Right on. So the drum roll, please. I'm just kidding. Are you guys are live right now, huh?
Yeah, we're on
Yeah,
YouTube.
we're double live. There's 2 bots in here.
Well, hello out there.
Hey, Crit, what's up?
Hey, Crit. Nice hat. I like your hat.
And I can't fight this feeling anymore.
Oh.
I forgot what I started fighting for.
How is my favorite space mystic doing, Crit?
Throw away the oars forever.
Crit's giving me amnesty. It's going to last for as long as I remain muted and no one knows that I am who I am.
But it just depends how long it takes for someone to notice that you're here.
Well, Crit gave me Crit tried to get me unbanned the first time, but I got banned immediately last time.
Fe,
Well,
Effie's here.
let's try and show
Man.
Crit some. Let's try and hold his word with a little honor and not.
Crit's a
get
G.
muted
He's
immediately.
a top.
He's
top dog.
absolutely. Him and I talk every day, and by that I mean he sends me a message every day. But
So. Arcanor. How's Arnold doing? Arcanor.
what do you guys honestly think about Professor Dave? I'd like to know.
Genius.
Yeah.
Great man.
Doing the Lord's work.
Yeah, even though he's an atheist, he's doing God's work every day.
Yeah.
I wonder where the gang is.
See, this is about the time, Peter, that I was talking to Jenna that day. So that's why, we were all unsupervised. Just
It was slow, huh?
sure, you can put it that way.
Those are the best times here on this VC when the daddies are not home, and then you can just have a kind of an open conversation.
Yeah. But I've got to be on my best behavior, you know.
You ought to be.
I've been away for too long, you know.
Missed it that much, huh?
Yeah. I mean, look, this is the drug, right? Like the Club Gangsters was just like, I don't know, like a
rehab.
This is a cigarette. Club Gangsters is a nicotine patch.
Yep, I get that.
Oh yeah, this place here is a whole carton of cigarettes, no filter.
And we're not talking about those lousy English cigarettes. We're talking about the Polish cigarettes.
Oh yeah.
Peter, I've really enjoyed asking flat earthers just to give me an example of an experiment. It's been so fun.
I don't think experiments exist.
Not under that view, they do not. I just got 2 messages, so I didn't.
You know, Peter, when you go to an off-license in the UK, and you ask for cigarettes, they'll sort of like in a hush voice say, "You know, we've got these Polish cigarettes if you don't want to pay as much."
You're interested.
And they sort of slide over to the table to you, like, "Yeah, here you go."
Do they say if you want to live a little, I have these special Polish imports?
What you don't hear them say is if you want to live a little less.
You guys are funny. Like last time I was in Ireland, I think the cigarettes were all like hidden in a special case, like porn magazines, and you have all these disgusting like photos of lung cancer and stuff like that on them. Here in America, we just have nice, beautiful cigarettes with a tiny little warning on a side somewhere, small font.
That says absolutely most likely does cause cancer. I have the same as the Brits apparently up here north of the wall.
Are you in Canada, Rich?
Fucking A, bud. You didn't know I was fucking Canadian, eh?
I didn't know, eh? We're in Canada.
The fucking cold part, bud.
All of it is fucking cold.
There you fucking go, bud. More than I've had Canadian travels, eh? It's more that I am Canadian.
This explains
of
a
all
lot.
respects, eh? There was a time I also lived in Quebec, eh?
Oh, you did?
And I fucking been from Newfoundland, don't you know?
How did that go?
I wanted to secede from Quebec.
Do you speak much French, Rich?
Un petit peu.
Tabarnak.
Oh, mon Dieu! How could you say such a thing? On this server, they have the DOS, huh?
They do.
Okay, the coast is clear. I can speak again. Hello.
Yeah, I just said I don't see Jedi.
What happened? What happened? I missed it.
Well, I was scared because Jedi joined. I thought he'd ban me.
Jedi of all of them, as Peter has recounted, is the most reasonable.
Yeah.
He is.
And there was a point where he was like, I hope you understand, Rich, that me saying I don't know is a fair response, and I hope you like respect that. And in the way that he was responding, it actually did make sense. Like, if that's all you're saying, that's fine. But if you say I don't know, but you don't have a sufficient explanation for all these it's just
Yeah, but you can have an honest conversation with Jedi. Like, we obviously disagree on the interpretation of different things, but
of course.
He's usually quite honest when he wants to hear from you. He thinks you're wrong, but he is not just like flexing.
Jenna is always only flexing. No substance. All sizzle. He's in the bath. Have you never taken a bath, Peter?
No, we don't. Slavs don't bathe.
Mm. Peter, if you had to try to survive with a reasonable amount of resources on any other planet, which would you pick?
What planet would I pick?
Yeah,
I think Mars, right?
that's the safest bet. Yeah. You'd need to figure out how to.
No,
you need
one of the moons
CO2
in
scrubbers.
Jupiter.
Sorry, go ahead, Chris.
Yeah, what about the moon in Jupiter?
Well, the moon's not a planet, but in the fact that I would allow someone to say Titan, I'll allow the moon as well because it's just the moon of ours and not the moon of Jupiter. So Jupiter would probably be one of the roughest planets to live on itself. So
It's hard to stand on.
yeah, I don't know if you've ever tried to stand on gas, but
No, but I did stand on Uranus once.
you said we weren't going to talk about that.
I lied.
That is the best way to say I kicked your ass. Just to say I stood on Uranus. Heretic, hope you're having a good day.
How come?
Because I have a base levels of respect.
It's going good. I just sang some songs at a funeral.
Well, that's good.
It was uplifting.
Okay. Well, I'm glad it had a good impact. What was it? Master Puppets? Or one? Darkness imprisoning me. All that I see.
I wish I didn't get to pick them this time.
It was the one you usually sing. It was Ave Maria.
Nah, some stuff I'd never heard of before.
The Baby Shark.
No. Let's not talk about it. I'm just glad it's over.
Well, I'm glad you're glad. So.
Back to arguing about where I live.
Who are you arguing with? Who's telling you live somewhere different?
You.
I'm not saying you live anywhere other than you say you live. I'm a skeptic, but I'm not that much of a skeptic.
You say it's a rock barreling around in a void.
Did I?
You did, Rich. On many occasions. You did.
You know what? That's usually all I say.
Tough day of work, finished singing funeral songs. Now I'm just getting my leisure time in, arguing about where I live.
Heretic, you sing?
Yeah.
Give us a little
taste. Pretty voice. What kind of what type of voice do you have?
Tenor.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, 10 or 12 songs, you said?
Would you give us a little sample?
12, yeah. What?
Would you give us a little sample?
No, because then you can dox me.
Tenor. Tenor is the same as Frankie Valli from the Four Seasons, right? You could probably sing some of those.
Yeah, it's borderline girl range.
Heretic, we should be in a barbershop quartet. We just need 2 other guys.
That'd be fun.
Peter, you're scientific enough to be our sound guy. How's that?
Sound guy?
Yeah.
I'm horrible at sound.
You can learn.
I'm like tone deaf too.
Perfect.
Then we can tell you exactly how we want it. I think bagpipes are the perfect instrument for a funeral.
Yeah.
Because if you're trying to hit the note of no one wants to be there, bagpipes, just chef's kiss. Can't get better than that.
So just clear the place out?
No, everyone already doesn't want to be there at all. So it's just like, see who really is willing to be there. Because they have to listen to bagpipes while it's going on.
Just make the torture complete.
I don't know about complete, because it could be bagpipes and Yoko Ono, which I think is completion.
And that's a sad funeral.
The saddest. D-Dub, how are you now? My accent too thick? Did no one know what that meant?
No, you are too thick.
Peter, this isn't the place to compliment me. Stop flattering me in front of people. It's a bit much. Is Professor Dave wrong about the moon? In what respect? Oh, Nash isn't even in the room. Or is he? Is the bracket making him at the very top? Oh, he is here. Okay. In what respect would Professor Dave be wrong about the room? The moon. No, I haven't seen those ones. I usually see him debunk it with science.
Without science.
Yeah, so I have not seen the videos of him debunking it without science. I've seen the ones with him debunking it with science.
Where's those videos?
Where are the ones without it?
That's what I'm saying. That's what he posts. Debunking flat Earth without.
Oh, like which one specifically? Because all the ones I saw were backed by science.
No, which one?
The 15 questions or 10 questions to ask a flat earther.
That's not science. Just asking someone the question.
No, because all of the questions, the root of it is already explained by the globe Earth model and the science therein.
Then just do that. Just explain that. Then you don't need to worry about flat Earth. If you've got
no, but like pointing at the title of a video and not the substance of it is kind of like judging the book.
Well, see, the best part of that was inside his epistemology, his worldview. If globe and atheism, no flat earther will be able to answer these questions. Flat earthers answered
sufficiently.
But all he did was delete them. He deleted the comments. He just, there's an answer, delete. There's another answer, delete. There's an answer, delete.
But if a flat earther were to post a response video to him answering all of the questions,
that's what they did.
And then he replied to that, right?
No, he just chickened out.
Okay, which video did he chicken out of?
Yeah, until eventually he debated Dave wise, and you know how that went. Basically, now the Professor Dave just confessed you don't see the curvature of the Earth. You wouldn't see it. Why would you think you'd see it?
We have seen it
Where?
at ground level.
Oh, well, Dave says you don't. You don't see that. Ground level.
Well, next time I see him, I'll be sure to bring it up.
Yeah, go reach out to him.
Yeah. Oh no, I don't need to. You know, when someone's your godfather, you kind of you see them at functions and stuff. The observation of the moon being at a constant distance as it crosses the sky.
Measured how?
With radio waves.
Through what medium?
The medium between the Earth and the moon.
Which is what? What do you call that?
There's multiple different mediums.
Yeah, is a medium. What is it? A medium of what?
A medium amount of atmosphere
of nothing.
overall.
No, medium. A medium.
Yeah.
A medium.
It is a medium of about a medium amount of atmosphere.
It's just atmosphere. Okay.
Well, it's a medium amount of atmosphere, so there's going to be other stuff that isn't atmosphere.
A medium amount of medium atmosphere.
Yeah. No, the medium is a medium amount of atmosphere.
Okay, so not space. Got it.
Well, I mean, there's space between
no space. Yeah.
The particles of air in front of you. Do you disagree?
There's no space. I got it.
No, there's space directly in front of your eyes looking at your screen right now, right? Because there's space in between the gas particles and molecules.
Yeah, there's a space there. Outer space.
Yeah, that's just
a vacuum.
It's just a different amount of that space.
There's a vacuum
between the molecules, right?
It's a vacuum.
But when you have an amount of something and you just make the amount of area that covers greater, there's still particles there, but there's just a bigger gap between them.
So it's a vacuum?
That's what it's colloquially called. Sure, yeah. They're when it's so bereft of particles relative to our atmosphere, we call that a vacuum. We're talking about the fact that you see space directly in front of you.
Outer space, a vacuum.
Well, there's depends on the scale of which you're observing it. The gas that inhabits your room right now is closer together than it would be very high up from the Earth, but there's still particles and there's still distance between them. It matters in trying to convey the fact that space is not as impossible as you guys like to convey.
Without science. Then ask a bunch of questions and delete all the answers.
Well, the states of matter as denoted and what pressure is, that is all measurable with science. That's what I'm trying to convey. Necessarily for the thing that I was exactly explaining, I'm not providing an experiment to vindicate that. But I mean, it depends on what claim you would have a problem with, and then we could look into what experiment we would need for that.
Can you change, vary, or manipulate the moon?
Good question.
We could change it, sure. I mean, it's technically been changed since humans have landed on it.
And those changes happened to just make the Earth a ball. It wasn't before.
Oh no, I don't know what you got there. I was just saying that we have changed the moon, as there are footprints that are still there.
And then that made
wind to
Earth
erode
so
the
change
imprints.
footprints, Earth.
It's technically a change to the Earth. I'm
Sounds
sorry,
like you're
I
being a
answered your
space
question
mystic.
as that. It
It's a
wasn't very
space-
clear
that's
what you
space
were
mysticism.
looking in terms of the scale of manipulation on that.
Finally, we got the
moon.
space mysticism.
It's space mysticism. The moon causes something on Earth.
The moon causes the tides.
That's space mysticism, dude.
Absolutely.
Well, I mean,
What's up, Gamma?
I should probably go pray then.
What's up? I see Jekyll's unbanned.
Yeah, there seems to have been an amnesty. I think Heretic was in a forgiving mood.
Oh yeah, he frequently does like unbans of a lot of people. Yeah.
He does. Sometimes he gets angry and he bans you, and then
You said Jekyll? Where?
What?
No, he's not here.
Yeah. Jekyll
No.
isn't here. Yeah, he's not here.
Yeah, no, he wasn't unbanned, was he?
No.
Oh, okay. He like left the server, didn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I thought so.
But Rich got unbanned.
Yeah.
Oh, Rich. Okay.
Yeah, Rich had a little outburst the other day, and he crossed the line.
No, Rich, say it ain't so. You got triggered by what? What could be so bad that it would cause such a triggering?
I don't know. Rich had a bad day, I guess.
Yeah, I suppose it happens, but everyone has a case of the, bad days.
No, it's more like when you get two people in a room that are usually running away from you in conversation, and you actually get to talk to them. You got to go all out.
Wait, so what's your problem with Jekyll? I mean, like, I get you banned him a long time ago, but it's not like a big deal anymore.
Well, my problem with him is he's a smart ass.
Jekyll?
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
Well, what's your problem with Jekyll?
I don't have a problem with them. I'd like to have them around, but it's not my. I just can't unilaterally make the choices that who's going to be around and who's not. It's like a team effort, and we set methods and practices to determine who, when, where, what, and how. And it's a constant conversation. You guys make it seem like when we ban someone, it's just a lighthearted, just all willy nilly.
It absolutely
There's discussion, sometimes hours or days of
there
going
isn't.
back and forth before we finally determine what action is going to be taken.
No, there isn't.
There isn't. We have a whole server that's filled with conversations going back over a year now, and you say that doesn't exist. That doesn't exist.
Absolutely. I find that very hard to believe.
Yeah, I'm okay. You can believe whatever you want to believe. The universe is not required to keep a straight face.
That's true.
It generally, I mean, if you care to think about it, it generally goes like, if there's a tiebreaker, Heretic is a tiebreaker.
People in here just ban whoever they want.
Yeah, and it's temporary. I mean, like the 2-day ban?
No, I mean like perma ban.
No,
like,
not permaban.
I've been
Permaban's
perma-banned.
even harder. Like if someone bans someone, like a 2-day ban, you have to fill out what happened, what the conversation was, the context, and then and then also how the person knows what they did was wrong. If none of that's filled out, it can be overturned at any time for any reason.
People literally get handed 2-day bans all the time. And
then in our mod chat, the mod
you're telling me
does
there's
it.
thousands of forms.
Yes.
Okay.
Going back,
forms need to be filled.
Yeah.
so everyone knows
Yeah,
exactly
but
what
I mean,
happened.
the text is really big on the forms.
Yeah. He made me angry is the reason.
No,
he
it's
proved
something
me
like
wrong.
That fits a couple pages.
Yeah.
if that's your takeaway, then just use that. Then there's all people do is you get them angry and they ban you. So that I can just ask, let me know when you think someone's angry, and we'll hold you to your worldview. We'll make it easy to follow. As soon as you think you've gone into that zone where that person is now angry at you, and they can ban you for that, let me know. Just let me know. Say, hey, Crit, this guy's angry. Got it. Here's your ban.
How about you're making a claim that these things exist? Can you back up your claim with some evidence? Can we see the mod chat?
Yeah, like I'm going to do that. I'm going to show you the mod chat.
So you're.
I prefer that you just. I prefer that you. It doesn't. I prefer that you think it doesn't exist. So when you open mod mail and they audit it, then you're like, wow, this guy is functionally retarded. Actually retarded. He just got explained point by point, full detail, exactly the rules and how to follow them, and he still couldn't do it. I think send the mod mail in and let them get a kick out of it. A lot of the times they get some really stupid shit like so and so called me a pea person. Send a message saying the flat earthers are not honoring their mod chat. They're not recording. They're not writing stuff down.
Right, you do realize
they're
that there's
only
no
banning people for. They're
Crit,
only
you
banning
don't
people
have to
for
follow
anger.
anything. There's no rules to follow for for these channels. You know that, right?
Yeah, we set the rules.
Yeah,
There's like
you can break them anytime. They're your
no,
rules.
there's an agreement with the server. When we set the channel up, they say, hey, what exactly are you offering the server? We're offering the server this. And if we go back on that and we're not offering that anymore, they'll reevaluate our membership, our I'm trying to think, our VIP partnership. They're like, hey, you've drifted too far away from what you said you're offering. At first you offered, high form, long form, back and forth with people about the nature of creation. Now you just are banning people you're mad at. So I offer you, go jump in there, jump in the mod chat, say Crit said that he's got logs that they go back and forth and they talk about what's going on and when. You know for a fact, because you divined it from the stars, that none of that's true. And just let them get a good laugh at you.
This is a lot of obfuscation. You should just show the mod chat. I think that.
Why would I do that? Why would I show the mod chat?
Because you made a claim. You should back it up.
Because why?
Because that's what you do when you make a claim.
Because I care what you think, or I don't care.
Well, yeah, you don't have to care what I think. That's fine.
Okay. What good would it do? How about that? Like, say here, I just post all the mod logs. What good would it do?
I didn't say all. Jeez.
I'll make a deal. You can see the mod chat when you earn mod.
How about you just show me the ones that are directed towards me? How about that?
Nope. Take it or leave it.
Well, Heretic, could you make one of us mod, like the ones?
Yeah.
One of us who is the best behaving.
I nominate Peter.
No, one mole in there. Just send one mole in. Yeah.
No, Peter, if you want to mod this conversation, make your own channel.
Okay, so Heretic.
It's not like we built the Taj Mahal and we're just gonna let some dude in who can't.
Hey, Heretic, I was thinking, how about we do like a hostage exchange. You make one of us a mod here. We want make one of you a mod in Globe Gangsters.
Oh.
We're just spying on each other.
No, we made Quad a mod. Then he left for some reason. But like, we'll bring one of you into Globe Gangsters. You bring one of us into here. How about that?
Doesn't interest me.
No, me either. But just Spiral Zone, just
You guys are lame. You guys are lame.
Yeah.
You know, like back in the old days, if two kings wanted to make peace, you know, one would give up one of his sons, live as a hostage with the other. And
Yeah,
vice
that doesn't
versa.
work though, because your guys are just any one of you could be easily replaced by a Google search. You got nothing to share.
That is
Where
true.
every
I'll give
single
you that.
flat
That is
earther
true.
is like,
Dude, a Google search is gonna be better every time.
That is true. That
yeah,
is
so
true.
it'd be like, hey, with your hostage exchange, you give up one flat earther and you guys give up Google.
Yeah,
Like,
flat
no more
earthers are
Google.
priceless, and Globers are very replaceable.
Yeah.
Yeah, each
Worthless.
well, everyone's a snowflake if you really think about it. But in this conversation, there's just some voices that aren't really needed. Like they
That
don't
is good logic,
understand.
though, Crit. I give you that.
They don't understand anything.
That is
Like,
solid logic coming from you.
There are certainly some voices who will never explain what they mean. I'm with you there.
There is one person you can ban, which is Omnivore. I would agree with that. You don't need mod logs for that one.
just bounce them out. And that's an easy one to fill out. Just look at the rules. If you're, let me read it for you. We're here to have an honest, respectful, and rational discourse. That's strike one. Omnivore is not here to be honest, not here to be respectful, not here to be rational.
True.
Strike 1, 2, 3. Like, hey, why'd you ban Omnivore? Well, he was really dishonest. He was disrespectful and completely irrational. They go, what do you mean? Well, he made a claim that there's some people who won't explain anything. And number two, that seems to be pretty disrespectful to the room. And then on the backside, he asked them to explain.
You're such a drama
Completely
queen.
irrational.
Crit, do you want me to, do you want me to post some DMs where you refuse to explain yourself? I could do that.
You can do whatever you want.
I wouldn't do that normally, but with your permission, I would certainly be happy to do that.
If you think I've never explained anything, I think you don't
wouldn't
ask. Don't ask to. Because I know
when I asked you to explain what you were talking about, you refused to to give an explanation,
and
which
I
thought
can't
was
explain. I know you can't. There's nothing you can explain. At the very best, I might get some very poor read of a Google it that you got wrong, even reading. At the worst, will be thermonuclear meltdown that'll cause you to go in and make some model that you won't take questions on or explain either.
I mean, I agree. Omnivore isn't definitely the brightest Glover in the shed, but
Crit.
At least we created some energy in the room, guys.
Yeah.
I like the energy.
Only time this place comes alive is when Peter's in here or when Nathan Oakley's in here. Other than that, it's just Crit and FE Batman and one other person sitting on mute.
Respectfully, I don't think I'm worthy of being mentioned in the same sentence with Nathan Oakley. Okay. That man has accomplished way more than I ever will.
He's got a cult following, that's for sure.
That's a start.
I mean, it's like people listen to him because they also don't like him. That's what I thought was interesting too. You get the flat earthers who love the guy. You know, the people who like him anyway. The flat earthers who do. Like, I can't get enough of Nathan Oakley. You just constantly listen to him. This guy's perfect. He is the flat earther who I wish I could be like. This guy is bringing it to the globalists. You know, I've talked to so many globalists. They're toxic, they're nasty, they're rude. Nathan Oakley is a person that they wish they could be. And on the flip side, you got the globalists who are completely triggered by it, hate his guts. Talk about him, his family, that he's losing his hair, everything. Talk about everything other than what Nathan Oakley's saying, and then tune in the next day to do exactly the same thing. You're like, wow. I get it. Rush Limbaugh kind of perfected that. The hate listener. Where people just couldn't stand anything this guy's saying, but they tuned in every day to listen anyway.
Hey, Crit, how's it going?
Well, hang in there.
Wait, Sea Lion's in here. What?
Hey, yeah, I'm kicking it. What's up, Crit?
Yeah, I'm hanging in there, man.
I was just wondering, man. Do you think that when flat earthers come onto our servers, we
off topic? So I don't care. No one.
What a great response.
Yeah, no one.
Are you going to fill out a mod form for that, Crit? You have to fill out a mod form
from you. No, because
that's 3 forms.
You just gotta listen. Yeah. No one cares about your server. No one cares about you. No one cares about some sort of
trying
drama,
to build some bridges.
Playbook. Yeah, there's other ways of building bridges and just coming in and be like, hey, what's going on? And okay, yeah. I'm gonna talk about something completely off topic. Okay, and I care because
Crit's not interested in building bridges. That's not how he does it.
That's a dishonesty right there. Just like you make that you say something, say you're not right. You're not. It's
Crit,
not
don't
proof.
let the paranoia take the better of you. Okay, we're building some bridges. We're reaching out, and we're trying to create a community here. We may disagree on the shape of the Earth, but come on, man.
Might not be able to be all caps.
Yeah, I know. I fat fingered it.
Who is that? Is it me?
No.
Are you gonna have to fill out a form for that one, Crit?
Yeah.
I mean, you're going to run out of paper in your printer.
Really? What did he do? What's up with that? He literally didn't even say anything.
Don't ask unless you want it to happen to you.
Yeah, there's concern trolling. Do you know that concern trolling, right? Did you see that rule?
Yes, I saw that rule. I'm sorry, Crit.
Yeah, we're authoritarians. Remember?
I know.
So are we. So are we. We're globe gangsters. We want
to. It's your channel. You can do what you want with it. I get it. I have nothing wrong with it.
No, you missed it. So number one was blatant dishonesty. Crit doesn't explain anything. Crit doesn't build bridges. Crit this, crit that. And you're like, okay, sure, no problem. That can be true for you. That's true for you.
How are you building bridges, Crit? Right now.
Then I just set a boundary. This is a boundary. If you're going to be dishonest, disrespectful, and irrational, you're told no, thank you. It's the easiest bridge.
Okay, how am I doing this right now?
How's what? What are you talking about?
I offered to you a hostage exchange. We get a mod here, you get a mod over there. 2 mods even.
Yeah,
how is it dishonest?
This is the guy who owned the server came on here to cry about something that had nothing to do with me on a server I'm not even on. And you think we're going to take you seriously after that?
I don't. Morty owns the server. Morty wants to build
the guy
bridges.
who was just here, who squawked, said he speed runned any %, and then ran away. And you want us to take you and VIP partner with you?
Okay, so here's a new deal. We get one mod here. You get to permaban that guy that you don't like, and you get two mods over there.
He's the owner of the channel.
Who is? Morty? Did you ban
What
Morty?
makes you think we've entered negotiations? What's going on?
We want to build bridges, okay? How's that not a good deal? One mod here, one sacrifice, one human sacrifice, and you get two mods over there.
Burn your bridge,
We already get to sacrifice whoever we want for any reason we want.
Well, you get to Blood Eagle, one guy, all right? You give us the mod, and we get you get two mods over there. That's a good deal.
Obelisk are always known for the sock account too. So
Wait, who are you sending over here again, Peter?
Who am I going to sacrifice? I don't know. They choose.
Oh.
They
That doesn't sound good for me.
To Blood Eagle, right? And they choose one Globe Gangster to become a mod, and then they choose two mods that they want to get over at Globe Gangster.
He's coming in like the mafia.
Yeah. We're called Globe Gangsters, dude. Can you guys play in the big leagues, or are you going to stay here in this?
Yeah,
corner
that's
of
the best
Valorant
part. See,
server?
with Flat Earth, one of the main problems that people have is they claim that Flat Earthers are out there preaching to them. They're out there telling them the Earth is flat. They don't want to hear it. So the hard
Bro,
counter,
engage with me in a conversation. What are you preaching to me about?
the hard counter this, we set up a channel where they come to us. That way they can defuse this ravaged hatred that somehow Flat Earthers are preaching to them. No, you came here. If you want to hang out in your space and do whatever the fuck you want to do, more power to you. Matter of fact, thank you. Whatever the fuck you're doing, do it away from me. I want nothing to do with you.
Well, then you don't have to come. But like, we have people there. We have Quad. He does trivia with us. He's our mod. It's awesome.
Yeah, then you told him that he left.
Yeah, but that's because he wants us to ask him to come back.
That's not conceited, is it?
Well, ask him about it. He was a member. He was helping us. He was modding debates. He was muting people. It was epic.
Nothing about us that he would want to leave, except to want us to ask him to come back. Because we're just so good.
Guys, I'm serious. It's a lot of fun. We have topics, we have conversations. There isn't much
like an
debating going on,
activity
really.
center.
Yeah.
You want to
Play
leave your kids there,
a bunch of video games.
Like
They're-
crayons.
Movie, yeah. General trivia.
Playing video games.
Finger painting.
Hook up with Bev. Bev's a big video gamer also.
Bev comes to our server too.
Well, there I should probably stay away then, because Bev doesn't like me very much.
We don't care about Bev. We would much rather have you than Bev. Bev is boring.
Well, you're boring too, dude.
Oh. Come on, guys. Let's take it down a notch here. We're all friends, right?
Nordwall gets muted for a second to tell him, hey, don't talk. We're not going to do this drama playbook, other servers. And he runs away and says his work is done. You want me to take that seriously? Like that's rational. That's a rational mind at work.
Well, some of us have broken minds, but we're trying to build bridges, is what I'm saying.
This is a nice screenshot right there. My work is done here. You didn't do anything. What'd you do? Or here, how about this? Here's your bridge. Take your trophy, or whatever they call it, when you do something in a video game. Your unlocked privilege. Take the whatever trophy.
Achievement.
Oh, achievement. There we go. Take your achievement and just get the fuck out of here. Take your booby prize, what I call it. Take your booby prize. You play the stupid game. You won a stupid prize, and just go be happy with it. You got what you wanted. You got exactly what you wanted, and you're still not happy. It's your
I don't think you are emotionally stable, Crit.
Uh-oh, that's strike one. That's dishonest. That is irrational and disrespectful. Or I would just meet you at your level and say, you're right. You don't think. You said you don't think X. Got it. You are
Crit, how many
unable.
How many strikes am I at right now, Crit?
0.
Okay.
Yeah, you can't even get up to the plate, dude. You're too short. They gotta give you like a batter's box.
I am pretty short, I know.
Omnivore. I had no idea he was that triggered by the news. That's pretty epic. It's like you never know for sure how it's gonna land. And all of a sudden you look and you're like, God damn, that really just a news about the moon.
Wait, what? Why is he triggered about it?
Well, the moon has entered a new epoch, scientists say. As always, let me know when you want to talk about this stuff. Same answer. You want to talk about this. You responded to the GIF. And I'm like, road trip. Right. I wanted to know if you want to talk about it. Yep, sure. The GIF isn't all that interesting, but I assume you think something about it. And he didn't understand that right there was nothing was explained. It was like no reference to the GIF. I mean, even the AI, when I post like the news with the GIF, comes up with some clever quips, comparing the two. There's even 2 different conversations.
It's hard to have a conversation with you, Crit.
Then don't. Fuck. It's hard. I would say the same thing for you. It is almost impossible to have a conversation with you. Literally impossible. And I've tried. God, Lord knows I've tried. Just today, isn't able to get through just what we talked about today. Will anything sink in at all? Anything?
These are the kind of deep conversations we want to have over Globe Gangsters, though.
Then go do it. Fuck.
No, but we're saying with you if you wanted to come over as a mod,
I'm on one Globe server already. The mass media. That's enough. I feel like I gotta take a shower every so often, start reading the comments. Like, wow, that's what you guys really think of flat earthers? Yikes. Don't hold anything back.
I'm very disappointed, and I'm emotionally upset right now.
Over what?
Over what just transpired here.
Okay, inside your worldview, what transpired?
I was trying to have a nice conversation with a group of close friends, and horrible things happened, and I'm now on the receiving end of a, in my opinion, unjustified emotional outburst.
So, okay, what can I do to help? Bounce you out of here too? Would that work?
No, I'll just go on mute. I'll go on mute.
Tell me, what do you want? I'll do it.
I just wanted to open up, and that's it. I'm going to go on mute now.
Okay, so you don't want anything. You just want your voice to be heard. You want to talk.
Yes.
Are mom and dad done fighting yet?
I don't know.
I think it's pretty funny that Jekyll left the server because of you. It's like that's hardcore, man.
Wait, who did he leave because of?
Peter is
Because-
that divisive.
No, because Rich, right? Did you run Jekyll off the server? Or
Yeah,
Britman?
probably.
That's fucking hard, man.
I mean, not all Globers are created equally, right? There's
Yeah.
some who are just like superior, and it's called the New World for one reason or another. So, I mean, if you want to be an old, outdated model saying the same old stuff.
Yeah, it is what it is. As
I don't
they
miss
say.
him.
Yeah. Yeah, Rich.
It's what it does.
Yeah, Rich really fucked up.
I wouldn't say he fucked up. I just think it's like, damn, that's hardcore.
Thank you.
What was the topic? Just like liberal versus conservative, or something political?
I think it was like on a more grand scope than that, even. There's definitely be like deeply rooted in his veganism, But
Britnat? Really?
yeah,
Oh, I didn't know that.
because it was just too militant, Like anytime anyone brought up anything mildly food related, like, oh, Earth is pear shaped, and here's why pears are way better than eating a parrot, It's incessant, really. And it would be a long silence, and then he would come in and be like, "Oh, right?" Just reminded me too much of Nathan Oakley.
Yeah, Rich.
What?
My one, my only, Rich Evans.
What's up, buddy?
What's up?
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Paying your taxes?
Unfortunately.
Yeah, well, good for you.
Happens to the best of us.
Jedi, how are you now?
Huh?
Jedi, how are you now? Hope you're doing well.
Crit, you're my favorite moderator. Because you're
Alright.
perfectly rational. And what was the other strike that I can't say?
You can say whatever you want.
Can I?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and get struck.
Don't give me privileges
Don't
like
do it,
that.
Drama.
Don't give me privileges like that. I mean, that's
No,
gonna
seriously. Like, I mean, you know the
anything I want.
rules.
Anything I want.
Yeah,
Entrapment's not in the
what
rules. You can
are.
do that.
Yeah, entrapment isn't in the rules. So yeah.
No, I mean, you know exactly what's going on.
You know
As
the
long-
consequences.
Yeah,
so-
as long as you're on topic, you can talk forever. Soon as you
I just
go-
heard anything I want, and I just went ring. Ding,
yeah,
ding, ding,
because
ding, ding,
as I'm
ding.
saying, you're dumb, and you have to like say, okay, this guy really doesn't get it yet.
I got it, Crit. Don't worry. What are you up to right now, Rich? Rich? Rich, please answer me. Oh my God.
I'm here.
Oh my
I'm
God,
here.
Rich,
Don't you worry.
Oh, thank
I'm
you.
back.
Oh,
I was going on a little walk, you know.
a little walk. That was a fast walk.
Or I mean, a walk around a different room, see what was going on.
Crit, do you still do the Christmas unbanning thing? I remember that being a thing very long time ago.
Yeah, we did a few times where This is like where we had discussions about it, but complete amnesty. And I was one of the people who advocated for a full amnesty for holidays and whatnot. But we end up getting like egg on my face because you'd unban somebody and they just come right back in like posting dick pics and stuff.
Oh,
You're like, really, dude? Like,
that was one picture, and I said it was an accident.
no, we're talking about a different dude. Yeah, so it kind of like blows that you think like, here, dude, you're given, just walk on, just walk right across the stage.
I guess some people aren't as appreciative as they should be.
No, they just hate flat earthers more than they like conversations. It's mind blowing. You're like, so you disagree with flat earthers? Yep. Like the guy Omnivore just came in here. Clips never explained anything. He never talks about flat Earth. Doesn't know anything about it. I can't get him to discuss flat Earth. You're like, okay, so what exactly are you disagreeing with then? You have no clue what I said. From your point of view, nothing's been said. And you fully disagree with it. I'm wondering, like, how does someone do that? Like, what happened to their complete epistemological collapse? Like, their full worldview just came down in a house of cards because they thought of something that this topic is. Like, say if Rick were like, you know what? I disagree with veganism. And they're like, okay, sure, why? And he just says, because his uncle was a plant and pigs ate his uncle. And you're like, what, dude? What are you talking about? That's not even remotely the topic. And it's like, yeah, my uncle died from pigs and they ate him and he was like the Jolly Green Giant. And you're like, Rich, are you okay right now? Like, what is going on with you? That's not the topic at all. I mean, maybe in some alternate multiverse where like there's plant people or some shit. In this world where we're talking right now, that's not what veganism is. Veganism isn't a bunch of pigs who ate your Jolly Green Giant. And he said, well, I disagree with it. Well, we haven't talked about it yet. How did you disagree with it? It's like, oh yeah, you can't talk about it. You're just, anytime I ask you about it, you just never take account for my uncle being eaten by pigs. Like, Rich, I don't know what to do with this. I'm just calling Rich, but yeah, but that's what it's like talking to Omnivore. It just goes around and around and around, and you're like, at some point, get off the carousel and stand in all 10 feet or all 10 toes and say exactly what you think you're hearing. Let's start there. What did you hear when I said the earth is flat? Did you hear that or not that?
Well, yeah, I mean, I've definitely never considered Omnivore to be the smartest globe earther.
Who do you think's the smartest globe earther?
Well, you, of course.
Oh, that's bullshit.
No, he didn't.
Oh, no, he didn't. That's when you say, oh, yes, I did. You missed your cue.
It's like Omnivore gets me as one of those globalists who are just an atheist. In some reason, he thinks his atheism is justified by the heliocentric model. And you're like, how? How is it justified?
Yeah, because if globe, then no God, obviously.
How?
No, obviously.
Like, walk me through that.
That's just self-evident to me. I can't.
Yeah, just like the pigs ate your Jolly Green Giant uncle.
I don't live that close to Robert Picton.
This is why I like Rich so much.
it's like from part of it, I feel like it's like troubleshooting. What is wrong and how can it get fixed? Where did it go off the rails? Like the Professor Dave, the earlier part of the conversation. When I'm talking about flat Earth and he's talking about the moon and says, checkmate, flat Earth, or you didn't answer my question.
Wait, have you ever talked to Professor Dave?
No. I talked to, like, there was a sock account that pretended to be him. And it was pretty hilarious. I don't know who, still don't know to this day who pulled it off, but it was pretty epic.
It was Scott.
It's like he's got that video, like 10 things or whatever flat earthers say. Yeah.
There's a couple of videos.
Yeah, you just flip that around and say exactly the same thing, but say globe at the end instead of flat Earth.
Yeah, you got him then. Nothing you could do. Feel bad for Scott.
What, Scott Mackey?
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like a lot of people got unmuted, and then Scott just he left out to dry. You know?
No, he could, like, he's got offered to come back easy. Just unblock me. That's it.
Oh, but then you're gonna send him a message every day.
Yeah, I'll send him the newsletter, or maybe
Yeah.
not. The whole shtick was
ooh.
he doesn't even know if I'll send him the newsletter or not. I
No,
told him I
you
wouldn't.
you definitely will.
No, I said that I don't send it to people who tell me no, thank you. If they say unsub, I don't want it. I stopped sending it to them. But he said I'm going to do it anyway. So I'm like, okay. Well, sure.
Yeah, no, I haven't talked to him about that. So.
And the whole shtick was that the reason why he freaked out as hard as he did because he thought I was muting and banning him. And that's one of the people we showed the logs to, and it didn't do any good. This is like, here's a perfect example. He's like, Crit won't stop banning and muting me. And people are like, what are you talking about? I just got muted, Crit did it. I just got banned, Crit did it. Finally, we're like, boom, here's the logs, the 40 times you've been muted and banned. Crit's done like 3. I remember the exact details.
Yeah, but that could have been one of the 3 times.
No, he said every time. Like I'm the only one who's doing it. Like he said, Crit is a problem. He's a moderator here who's specifically targeting him and keeping him out of the channel. That was his delusion. He was delusional. He was suffering. And then after we showed him the logs, he just pretended like they're all fake. It's all a fake. Every single log is a fake, except for the ones that where it showed I did ban him. Those ones were real. The other ones were all fakes that I had actually banned him on those ones too. And then people are like, okay, well, I said, hey, I'm going to power off, right? If I hear him come in the channel, just to avoid it, I'm not going to, I'll just walk away. I'll walk away from the keyboard for a while. I do it all the time anyway. It's not that big. He's hardly ever here anyway, just once in a while. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, it was Crit banned me again. And you could see in the log, like the log's like, boom, no, he got banned, he derailed, he said he talked some shit, tried to psychoanalyze people. He's been told to stop doing that by multiple other mods. And then after that, they're like, okay, how about this? If you're able to show some kind of rationality, it hasn't been crit mutant and blocking you or banning you. You've blocked him. You're the one that basically doing that to crit. Unblock him, and he'll send you the newsletter. And I told him, hey, I'm not going to send the newsletter to people that don't want it. Don't worry about it. You can unblock me. You'll just see my text and chat from now on. And even that he doesn't want to see though, too. Like he's just that triggered by anything I post. So that's where it stands. It's like, hey, okay, whatever, dude. If you want to die on that hill, have at it. I mean, and even when we came up to vote to have him banned, permabanned, I abstained. I didn't even vote on it. So then he goes over to Gems and says, Crit held a vote to have me banned. I'm like, this is a delusion. You are delusional right now. Number one, I didn't start the vote to have you permabanned. Number two, I didn't even vote. I abstained. You are delusional right now. This is take your medication, okay? Take meds. If you are suffering from this sort of paranoid, schizophrenic break from reality, I don't know what to help. Well, how that will help. Like, how are you even going to go take a conversation like from there when he thinks this is like? So, what good would it do? Like, what would be the next step? What do you? I'm brainstorming here. Open question. What would you if you guys were running this channel? What would you do next?
Give me mod immediately.
Like, just ban me and see what he does.
No, I think you should give me mod immediately. I think that would be the best idea.
And then what would happen?
Everything would be fixed.
Like what? What would it be fixed look like? If it ain't broke, what do you do?
Well, the globe earther flat earther relations would be improved instantly.
Like how? Like somehow all the globals will start recognizing flat earthers as human?
Yes, that would.
They'll just make you mod, and suddenly all the globalists will have a coming to Jesus moment, and they'll start recognizing. They'll start hearing what flat earthers have to say. They'll start building it, understand it, come up with an argument against it. All that shit will just magically happen if you make me mod.
Absolutely.
That's what I think is fun about like a mass media server. They give people a fake role that's like head moderator, like people who ask for mod. Like you kind of know if someone isn't ready to be a mod if they're constantly asking for it.
That's true, yeah.
I mean, it's always an exception to the rule, but generally if they ask for it, it's like you're not really on board here yet, because you see that people get picked for mod just by positively participating in the community. Like, hey, what that guy's doing is exactly what we want other people to do. Here's mod.
The GF6 globe gangster relations would immediately improve.
Earlier when I was talking, you were here when I was talking about Nathan Oakley, right?
Me?
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. Did you hear me say that Nathan isn't toxic? Is that what I said?
I don't think you said that, but I.
Okay. So I got a dude right now just blowing my inbox up saying I'm a lying sack of human shit. How dare I describe Nathan Oakley as not toxic? Because I thought I had said that a lot of flat earthers love him because they think he's fighting back against globalist toxicity. That they're angry by the way they were treated, and they see Nathan Oakley as being that firebrand they wish they could be. And I also said a lot of globalists listen to him. They listen to him because they hate what he has to say. Like where I said Rush Limbaugh kind of perfected the hate listener. So here's this old boy talking about like I'm some sort of Nathan Oakley fanboy that I just can't get enough of him. I'm banned on their server for witchcraft, mind you, like of all things. So it's quite amazing that they hear whatever they want to hear. And making you a mod is going to fix that. You reckon?
Absolutely. I don't know how, but I just had that feeling. You know?
It's like too. It's like how many different, like maybe just send this to do the DM and be like, hey, that's not what Crit said, and see if you can get through to him. How about that? Let's do a test. Can you? Let's see. Are you to make a good selling point?
Yep.
Make you a moderator because you're able to handle a triggered, toxic, freaking out globalist who simply heard something that no one said.
All right.
And
So
are you able to reel them in?
Yep. Tell me, or tell him to DM me.
Okay. There's a guy right there. I can't remember his name. It's like we doesn't use his real name anymore, so I won't say it. But he's kind of a well-known dude.
All right. How about just copy my Discord tag and send it to him. Just tell him to add this. Our moderator, our globe moderator, will handle this scenario.
Okay. The honorary, like this is your trial membership.
Trial by fire, yeah.
See, now instead he's like, after he realizes he's fucked up, I guess he's listening on YouTube. Then he just diverts. Well, the Earth isn't flat.
Well, no, tell him I want to talk to him. I want to hear.
Yeah. Tell him like Sergeant Rock is his name. You can say hi to him on YouTube.
Yeah, Sergeant Rock. I think you should add me, and we can talk about this in DMs. Because no one in here said what. I don't think Crit said.
Take my name out his mouth.
Yeah.
Sergeant Rock, get over yourself. I can say what I want. Okay.
Is he in YouTube comments right now, or is he DMing?
He's DMing me. He might be in YouTube comments too. He's known for that too.
Interesting.
Sergeant Rock is a chicken shit coward. He won't join a Discord VC.
Yeah, I was gonna say his name and I almost slipped out, but since he did change, he used to use his real name as his handle. Oh, he still does. Okay, never mind. Yeah, it just comes up as Sergeant Rock for some reason. But if you click on it, it says his name.
It's because he's on the rock.
Yeah.
Seems like it.
I guess that's something you can bond over with him, Heretic.
Why?
You seem to be on the rock sometimes, you know.
When?
I don't know. I'm just making shit up.
It's like the only thing. Okay, never mind. Go ahead.
Every now and then he DMs me really triggered.
Yeah, he's upset by it right now too. He's like, "Oh, heretics there too." It's like, dude, this is like a hate listener. I get it. You hate flat earthers, and Gamma wants to fix that. Gamma's goal in life.
Yeah,
now.
I'm the Globe Earth Messiah. I will fix all the problems.
He's a hate fan because I'm like, who? And he's like blowing up my messages with all this ignorant crap.
I will fix the problems for you. He just needs to DM me. He just needs to be willing to.
Let's see if he's there yet. Let's see. Any minute now.
Just alone, I was going to say that Nathan Oakley, the ball busters, they don't talk about people's families. So not that I've heard. That alone puts them miles behind the average globalist, who all they do is talk about their family. There's full videos trying to break down Nathan Oakley's family life. That is toxic. Yeah, he's on the server. He doesn't seem to want to join the channel though. He's like,
is he banned?
No, he's not on the ban list either.
Why doesn't he just join DC?
Yeah, you can talk to him directly. He is listening on YouTube.
Is that what he said?
Yeah. So just Sergeant Rock, Sean, give him your spiel. Let's see. Since he's listening, you might not get feedback though, but just know that he does hear you. He is.
Yeah, Sergeant Rock. I just want to know, like, why do you think Crit said Nathan Oakley is toxic or isn't toxic or whatever? Do you have an instance of where he said this at all, or are you just saying that? I mean, I haven't heard of that.
Jedi is a fucking pedophile. You message 14-year-old girls, you nigger pedophile. You fucking.
Wow. Jedi. Jeez. Somebody's got some hate mail.
See, this is why we keep logs, because now that date, this time, is all written down. It's right there. See how it's like we keep the logs for a reason. There's a method to it. So everyone knows exactly what happened, when, and why. So when the person comes around again, they're not cloaked. You'll be able to see right there how many times they bursted onto Mike and just blurted the same thing. Yeah, Nash, the reason why the Bible bot's banned is that we specifically stay away from that topic. Okay, flat earth, globe earth debate is a losing argument. It's straight up a loss if you go down the Bible route. The globe side has Bible like in hand. The current director of NASA says he talks to God, for fuck's sake. Like literally, Bill Nelson thinks he talks to God like all the time. Like God told him to come out of retirement. Like if you believe their lore, they brought a Bible to the moon. I mean, heliocentric Big Bang cosmology is a Catholic Church creation myth. You got they're always referencing the firmament. Like you talk to Von Braun's tomb or that tomb gravesite. He cites the Bible, cites the firmament. It's like it's nonstop. Last year, even contemporary, like last year, one of the astronauts wrote a book about how we found Space Jesus. Like, you are not going to win an argument with that much theology on the globe side. They can just use whatever interpretation they want at any time.
Space Jesus.
No, I'm saying that the Bible is used to support whatever worldview they want. It's so subjective, the interpretation, mind you. It's so subjective that somebody can walk in this conversation with a Bible in hand and say, God bless America. America put a Bible on the moon. And there's no way to debate that other than going to the moon with them. Or somehow, like their interpretation or whatnot. I mean, you walk into the JPL, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, where they make all the rockets. There's a huge sign on the wall. In God we trust. Everybody else bring your data. The motto of NASA is in God we trust, as the motto of the executive branch of the federal government. So yes, we don't want people in here using the Bible bot, posting Bible passages and saying this proves flat earth, this proves globe earth. It's not a direction that we want the conversation to go. A theological debate. Just leave the theology stuff in the theology channels. And they can talk about flat earth, globe earth in context of the Bible all day.
Yeah, leave it up to Gregory to talk about the Bible.
I would not feel comfortable with an astronaut in here talking to me about how the Bible, God bless America, in the moon. And I'm like, yeah, I'm not really, I guess I would feel that would be disrespectful because that's a faith-based belief system that they have. Now, if he wants to come here and say, hey, here's how gas pressure exists next to a vacuum, that they've been to low orbit and they've been here and they've been there, let's test those claims. Because that should be provable. You should, okay, how do you demonstrate this without using the Bible? See, what I find interesting is that the astronaut corps is right-wing Christian conservatives. Every last one of them. There's no LGBTQ representation. There's very little minority representation. Like, that is they call it the right stuff. I would like to see if space is real, let's say at some point you guys are able to demonstrate the Earth is a globe, there's some data point we're missing, you can go to space. Let's keep religion and government right here on Earth. That's not baggage you need to take with you. You don't need that in outer space. You don't need government and you don't need religion. You can go out there with just logic, reason, and science. You don't need to fall back on some sort of system of authority, either supernatural or natural. Thing too, like when people come here and say, oh, all flat earthers are religious. Well, that's not true to begin with. Mostly all the globalists are religious, like that. It's kind of like a faith-based system. So yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying. It does look kind of weird to have the Bible bot banned, but there's a method to it. Oh yeah, okay? Never mind. Sorry, you did right that you did. I was tabbed out. Okay, so here I'm like going on, but you got it. It'd be the same thing too. Like if somebody wanted to come in here and be like, Vedic cosmology or Druidic cosmology or Norse cosmology, same thing. We're not going to go into the supernatural and talk about Midgard and Asgard and the giant tree and whatnot.
It seems like stuff down your alley, Crit.
Yeah,
well, you can come to Globe Gangsters, Crit, and we can talk about those things. I'd love to.
What I think is interesting about religion is that it was supposed to be the catch-all. That was going to be the way to positively communicate with your neighbor. Your neighbor believes this, I believe that. We talk about it.
Why are you telling us this, Crit?
Well, because Gamma just said that he sees that something that is I would be on board with. And he's right up until the conversation topic, which is flat Earth, which is a separation of faith-based or belief systems. It's about the really is level. That's where the line is. If you've got what you think is like, if we just want to talk about anything at all, and there's a conflict, but both of us like ice cream. You like Rocky Road, and I like, Napoleon. We can always fall back that we both know at the end of the day we can bust on an ice cream cone and have a smile on their face. See, that's something that people used to be able to do with religion. They shared their ideas.
Can I ask you a question, Crit?
Of course, dude.
Remember this one time when you came to our server and you and I had a conversation for 2 hours when you went into a loop and refused to answer a simple question? We could have lots of those.
I like if you think I refuse to ask a question, then let's go down the epistemology. Why would you ask?
Because I was genuinely curious.
Okay, and what was the question? Maybe we can try here. We'll do environmental conditioning.
The question was, if I remember correctly, what is the number one thing I should look into to start thinking that the Earth might be flat?
Yeah, I was nothing new under the sun.
Yeah, and you went into a loop for 2 hours just providing this answer.
That's my number one thing. What's the first thing you want to look at? Because the globe model offered a giant leap forward for humanity. This was going to change everything. Like, they landed on the moon, they got pictures, they went there, they got the t-shirt, they brought the Bible to the moon. This was going to be a giant leap forward. Not a little step. Not just a little bit like, hey, we invented the wheel or some shit. This was going to change.
It's the Crit Show, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if the answer will sink in this time. So my takeaway, my thing is compare which model does say, hey, nothing changes around here, and which one offered endless perpetual change, starting with a giant leap forward, and then compare what you see. It's like you heard the song called Zombie by the Cranberries?
I love that song.
Yeah, that's Flat Earth. That's a Flat Earth song right there.
Okie dokie.
Do you get it? Carl Sagan, he framed it as ironic. Wow, how ironic that everything was supposed to change and nothing changed. I just say, hey, the same thing as Carl Sagan, except for you remove the irony.
Is this some space mysticism from Crit? Let's go.
Yeah.
No, it's the first thing I would look at. If you want to understand, the first thing you'd have to do
You're welcome, Gamma.
is parse out the difference. What's the big difference between the two? So you can start calling balls and strikes. You have two separate buckets. So right now, you'd say you are unable to do that because you think your globe is so large, it looks flat. So how would you look into the flat Earth on a globe that looks flat? You're going to have to find a way of parsing them out. Right now, you don't have the ability to do that. You haven't been able to separate the two. For you, it's combined. It's the same thing. It's the same Earth. You haven't been able to move it away. You haven't been able to move the globe Earth outside of your lived experience yet to start thinking about it. So the first thing I would look at is evaluate the claims made by people. Because when you hear people come in here and talk about flat Earth, they say photos from space. Why would they lie? Minority opinions are stupid. And then when you try to talk about anything flat Earth related, they just say, doesn't matter, Earth's a globe. Because they haven't been able to parse it out. They haven't taken that first step to say, hey, this is a flat Earth. This is a globe Earth. Now let's start dropping evidence in each bucket. We drop, okay, there's the evidence for flat Earth, drop in the flat Earth bucket. Here's evidence for the globe Earth, drop in the globe Earth bucket. And keep going and see at the end of the day, which bucket has the most evidence. And like you see in the court of law, Zen Garcia, his bucket was full. The Globetard had an empty bucket. Case dismissed.
Well, that's just not true, right? I mean, the only empty bucket that we have here is the flat Earth. No evidence for it, which is why it's not the consensus.
It's not even a bucket because it's flat.
Yeah, that's
Would
why I
say.
lost in court. Wake up to yourselves. What are you, deaf or stupid?
Lost in court.
I sound like a cartoon, don't I? Now he thinks about it.
Lost in court.
You
Man.
laugh, but it still happened, whether you like it or not.
Hey, Matt, why don't you ever come to Globe
watched the
Gangsters?
Huh?
Why don't you ever come to Globe Gangsters?
Because he fell in love with Spengler.
I don't know.
His
No, I
brain's
didn't.
broken.
I like Spengler too.
I'm usually debating in politics about actual politics. That's probably why. I don't even come in here too often.
I like
Much more
Spengler. He's
about
cool.
Serious topics. I know. You had to take a few whoopings from him though first, right?
Yeah. I had to find my place as a beta male, but it's been fine ever since.
No. That's how it works.
That's how it is. We've all been there.
Not me, but sure for you maybe.
I don't know.
I've always been an alpha male.
I'll just speak for myself.
Maybe one day you'll get there, man.
Maybe, maybe not.
Have you convinced any flat earthers yet, though? Anyone?
Yeah.
Who?
Your mama.
Oh, you got me. To be honest,
But you know what argument I used, don't you?
Yes. It was a long argument. It's a very long argument.
That's what she said.
Oh, this is what she said.
Not when it comes to Peter, she didn't.
Aw.
I don't know. You weren't there.
Man, the flat Earth is so dead.
It could use a revival. I think after the final experiment, the Antarctica thing, it might find like new wind.
The final experiment is only gonna put it more in the grave.
No. I think it's going to rejuvenate it.
I mean, yeah, people will be talking about the final experiment. Is Whatsit gonna go?
Apparently, but there are already new models coming out in Earth Awakenings, like the 5 Sun model and so on. It's going to be fun.
Oh, fuck?
You haven't seen the 5 Suns model?
No, I didn't. I haven't really been
You gotta
checking.
catch up, man.
Flat Earthers are coming up with it. So the Flat Earthers came up with a 5 Suns model.
No, we haven't. Some other retards have. And just remember your final idiocracy. You guys rely on it. If it comes out and all of a sudden there's no 24-hour sun, you guys are all going to be crying. For us, we go, well, it doesn't change the shape of the ground.
Yeah, of course, because you don't care about actual evidence. So I mean, if there's a 24-hour sun,
The sun in the sky is not evidence of the shape of the ground, Matt. Hey, look up in the sky, an aeroplane. Does it change the shape of my car? Does it change what my car is? No, it does not. Look up in the sky,
can.
sun. Same analogy. It doesn't change the shape of the ground.
I know. You want to convince yourself that it doesn't do anything. I know. You can cry about it.
It does. It keeps us warm. It gives us daylight.
Keeps us warm. Yeah, it does keep you warm, man. Do you have any clue where it is?
The sun, yeah, up in the sky.
In the vacuum of space, maybe?
No.
No.
Fire in a vacuum. Yeah, good one, idiot.
Oh, I'm the idiot. How dare I say such an outrageous thing? Man. I don't know, man. Maybe we'll have a time in history where grown men aren't denying science, basic science. For whatever reason.
Science. I do deny speculative cosmology.
Is it about religion for you? What's it about, man?
What's what about?
Like you deny, because I know there's too much empirical evidence. I mean, what's it about for
There's
you?
no
Why do you
empirical
deny?
evidence. You've been coming in here for months and months and months on end, and you've brought nothing.
I brought nothing. Did any Glober here bring nothing? Or bring anything to you? Or they all brought nothing?
They just bring comedy to us. It's great.
Okay. You see? I mean, if we can't convince you guys, and not just me, Peter, Euclidean, or anyone, then I mean, I don't know what to do. It's got to be your own road trip. It's got to be your own trip.
Well, why are you trying so your goal is to convince people. That's
Not
what you're
really.
in here for, to convince people.
No, not anymore. I mean,
So what are you in here
at
for,
first I thought I was talking to reasonable people who just deny the shape of the Earth. But then I realized, okay,
So you've got no proof of the shape of the Earth. This is where you come unstuck. You're claiming a shape. You're saying I'm unreasonable because I'm denying the shape of the Earth, but yet you can't even prove the shape of the Earth.
Well, I've already done it. What do you think?
No,
I've
you
been in here
haven't.
for how many months? I've been like here for 9 months, and I've done it.
You've done
Consistently.
nothing. So where's your
course,
proof of
you're gonna just
curvature?
say I've done nothing. Everyone else has done nothing.
Where's
Science
your proof
has
of
done nothing.
curvature? Matt,
The
where's your
PhD
proof of
physicists
curvature?
have done nothing, right?
Where's your
Who's
proof
done
of
something?
curvature? Where's your proof of curvature?
We keep smacking you with it, and you deny it.
The only thing you're smacking is yourself, boy. Where's your proof of curvature?
My proof of curvature is bottom-up disappearance of boats. I think that's the biggest one. I think another
That's
one.
it.
I
So
think
why
the
does that
other
happen
one
at
is the
different
antipodal. I think another one is the antipodal position of the moon, depending on your latitude. That's another interesting one.
I'll say you're a Professor Dave.
Of course,
Champion.
Professor Dave is the G.
He's a numpty dipshit.
I'm curious about something.
If Professor Dave is a numpty, what are you though? I mean,
Professor
So I'm
Dave's
curious
not
about
even
one thing from the flat earthers.
My right shoes
Can I-
was qualified.
Can I ask the flat earthers one question I'm very curious about? So at night we have these things called neutrino detectors, right? And they detect neutrinos from nuclear reactions. Now the sun
That's
is a
great.
nuclear.
What's it got to do with the shape of the ground?
I'm about to get to that. So
Cool.
at night, whenever these neutrino detectors detect neutrinos, it's coming from the ground. Why is that?
How the fuck do I know? I've got a neutrino detector in my back pocket. What the fuck?
You don't know. I know. I can tell you. It's because the sun is on the other side of the planet. The globe planet.
So that's straight away it. Because of that, you've just assumed that that's the answer. There's no other reason for it.
Well, we know that the neutrinos come from the sun because we can point the neutrino detectors at the sun and it detects neutrinos, and we point it away from the sun. It
Neutrinos
doesn't.
come from anything else.
Only nuclear reactions.
And how many nuclear plants are there across the plane?
So the neutrinos that get
How many nuclear reactors are there on Earth?
thousands. But the
So
thing is
those
that
neutrinos could be coming from anywhere.
I was about to explain how
There
that's
you
not
go.
possible.
You've just given a fucking reason.
No.
Your
No, I
belief
was explaining-
was wholly
I was-
solely
I'm trying-
that the neutrinos come from the sun. I've just given you another reason now, so go and
No.
look into it, young fellow.
I have, and I was trying to explain how that was impossible because because of
Look,
the
you're
inverse
not right.
because of the inverse square law. So neutrinos follow the inverse square law. So the farther away from their source they get, the more diffuse they get, and they're just too diffuse at distances for the amounts that we're detecting. Just curious if anybody had that answer.
Well, my claim is that China actually has a massive fusion reactor inside of their country, and that's how they're burning neutrinos.
Even if they had a fusion reactor, they wouldn't have enough fuel to run it for a significant amount of time.
They're just getting
Certainly
they're
not.
just getting it from seawater. They're getting deuterium from seawater. It's pretty easy.
Yeah,
stuff.
but on the entire planet, there's enough deuterium to run a reactor for 24 hours a day for about a year.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is.
You want to look that one up?
Go for it. I already know.
24 hours. Oh, and
No, a year. So if you're running the reactor for 24 hours, there's enough deuterium on the planet to run that reactor for about a year.
for what's the power output of the reactor? You're just saying a reactor, period.
Well, yeah, one of the small ones. One of the bigger ones, like the one that they're building in France, that one, they'll be able to run it for about 3 months with all of the fuel on the planet.
You're
What?
thinking of tritium, not deuterium.
No, I'm thinking of deuterium. That's what we run fusion reactions on right now.
No, you're thinking of tritium.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. Deuterium is in seawater. Deuterium is
Yes, in very small amounts.
no, not at all. You mean tritium? You're talking about tritium, man.
No.
Heavy hydrogen, D2, not D3 or H3, H2.
Yes.
Natural
I know what
abundance
deuterium is.
0.015%, 6% on Earth. That's quite a lot if we're thinking about all the atomic hydrogen on Earth. Tritium is what you're thinking of.
You can keep saying that, but I'm not.
So find your source that says that they're using tritium, or that deuterium is what they're using in ITER in France. They aren't. They're using deuterium and tritium, DT, not DD. You can do deuterium just fine. You need tritium. Tritium is what is not naturally occurring on Earth in very large quantities because it's a half-life of 12 years. Deuterium is stable. You want to get a source to back up what you're saying, you can. I can get sources to back up what I'm saying.
Okay. You're right. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Thank you.
But still, there's not enough tritium to run it for more than a year.
I know, that's why I was making the joke if it would be deuterium, but that's is extremely hard to do since the amount of energy required to fuse deuterium and deuterium is much larger than deuterium and tritium.
So, even though I got the word wrong, my premise is correct.
Yeah, I know, it was a joke. I wasn't actually making an argument.
Okay. Well, I apologize for making that mistake. I will correct it for the future.
It's good. It's fine.
Also, we don't have any fusion reactors that can run for 24 hours straight right now. Working on it. We're very close.
Just drop a bunch of fusion bombs into a pit of salt and you can get energy from that.
Okay, but it's not going to produce constant neutrinos in the amounts that we detect through the ground at night from the sun.
No, Glober. I'm still shitposting.
Oh, sure. So I apologize for interrupting the conversation. I just was curious about that.
Yeah, Peter's actually a nuclear physicist. That's where I learned that from.
Sweet.
Yeah,
I was
Peter-
reading a paper.
Peter, are you
Thank
here?
Yeah, I'm just busy doing nuclear physics.
Yeah, yeah.
Dude, keep that work up. That's important work.
By the way, in the Polish language, the word for nucleus and testicle is the same word.
Nice.
So when I say I'm doing nuclear physics,
That's amazing.
am I the only one laughing? I think so.
No, I'm laughing too. I'm laughing my ass off.
But you have push to talk, yeah? That's what happened.
So that's my new favorite reason why I know the planet is a globe. Well, it's actually been my favorite reason for a long time. It's just I didn't think that any of the flat earthers would understand it. I think I was right. Does anybody have any evidence for the Earth being flat? That'd be amazing.
The Earth is an isododecahedron.
Isodetic.
It's a 20-sided. It's a 20-sided structure.
Well, how do you count the sides?
Because it has 20 sides. If you look at all,
Yeah, how'd you count them?
Because it was 1 to 20, and there was 20 of them.
But how did you count them?
It's not flat. It's not round.
You
And
just
it's not 6-sided like a dice. It's a 20-sided dice, is what it is.
okay. How did you count the sides?
I flew up into space and I counted the sides.
That seems unlikely. Do you have any
doubt-
photos or videos?
I don't have to have them. I know. I flew up there and saw it.
All right, well then that's great for you, but I haven't. So unless you just don't care to convince me that it's a dodecahedron, then you're gonna need evidence of some kind. And trust me, bro, isn't gonna cut it. My cats are just fine if you can hear them going crazy. They're just playing. They're loud when they play.
I love cats.
Me too. I'm surrounded by 27 kittens right now.
What the?
Holy Sigma.
We work with a rescue. We volunteer for a cat rescue near us. We trap, neuter, vaccinate, and release ferals. And whenever we find kittens, we foster them until they're able to be adopted out. And right now, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cages filled with 7 litters of kittens.
How much milk do they just drink per day?
Well, by the time we got them, they were already on dry food. They had already been weaned.
Okay.
But they eat a lot of food, a whole lot of food.
Do you have to buy that yourself, or is it given by the SVCA or whatever it is?
Well, it's not the SPCA that we work with. It's a local nonprofit. But sometimes they help out, sometimes they don't. There's a bunch of other people in the group that sometimes help out, sometimes they don't. But most of the time, yeah, we have to pay for the food ourselves.
That's pretty cool.
But it's worth it. It's fun. Oh, man. Just the amount of animal suffering that my wife has stopped in the last year is just mind-boggling.
That's great.
We made these animals. We should take better care of them. Cats are completely man-made.
I don't know about man-made. I'm pretty sure they started as they domesticated themselves, right?
No, we domesticated them. That's what domestication means, is that people bred them selectively so that through artificial selection we could have the traits that we wanted. And in doing so, we made these animals.
If you really want to go for that type of thing, you should go to maybe North Africa and stuff. They have a bunch of strays.
Well, I don't live in North Africa,
No,
so I'm just helping the strays near I live.
In North Africa, they have a stupendous amount of strays.
You guys want to see the cats? Can I turn on my camera here?
Absolutely. There's no camera. Oh, you do? Okay.
These are the mini Chi-Chis. We call them the mini Chi-Chis. They're the youngest ones we got. There's 7 of them in there. They're all kind of...
Do the cats have the curve?
And okay, so here are the sweets. So
they're cute.
I don't know if you can see it, but these two back here are just attached to each other. They're just holding each other. I don't know if you can see that.
I can see that very much. Black and white.
Yeah, that's I don't remember all of their names because I suck at names right now, but this one is Sugar because she's Sugar. And then that one is, I think, Patches? No. Spice. That's Spice. This is Spice over here. Oh, jeez. Falling computer. I think. Yeah. Oh. Okay, sorry about that. I don't remember all of their names, so I'm not going to go through their names. But there's 4 in that cage. And then we got 3 in here. And they're just babies. This one is Ash, and this one has the fluffiest tail ever. I don't know if you guys probably can't see that. It's dark. But, alright, and then we have... So, this one is Whiskers down here on the floor. And I think this one is Patches. And we got the Mons. The Mon Chi-Chis are over here. They just love attention, Chin. They just love getting attention, Chins. And there's 6 of them in here. And we got our toys. This is Yo-Yo, Pogo, and I don't remember your name. But they're sweet babies. I don't know if you can see all 3 of them. And then we have our cats. But those are our kittens for now. So I got 7 in this one, 4 in this one, 3 in that one, 2 in that one, 6 in that one, and 4 in that one. Or 3 in that. 3 in that one. That's what I do with my spare time, is I take care of cats. It's extremely rewarding. I love it. I didn't mean to kill the room.
Now you have to revive it.
All right, sure. You guys want to ask me any questions? I can probably answer most of
So
them.
as for your dumb shit neutrino argument, it's a fail, and
Yeah.
I'll tell you why. I want you to steel man the flat Earth. Now, the claim it is neutrinos travel further than light. On a flat Earth,
No.
would the neutrinos coming from the sun still make it into the dark patch? Yes or no?
Well, it's not a yes or no question because it's malformed.
Yes, it is. It's
so
quite
for
simple.
sure,
You're claiming it goes through the Earth, and we're
Yeah.
saying it's flat. So if the sun is far over to the west, and I'm right over at the east, then the neutrinos can still travel? Yes or no?
but can they come? Can they
It's
come
a yes
up
or no
through the
question.
ground?
Can they still travel?
Well, sure they can travel, but can they come up
Well,
through
there
the
you
ground?
go. So it hasn't proven curvature.
Well,
Very
it's
simple.
not.
We're
So
not saying the neutrinos are not coming from the sun. I'm not saying that. They may well be. We're just saying that it's not going through the ground. They're just traveling across the plane.
why are they coming up through the ground?
Because that's your stupid claim.
Well, I mean, I can demonstrate it.
And we can demonstrate it's not. Draw a flat plane, put the sun over one side, put the neutrino detector over the other. Ta-da! That's it. So your
Except every time
neutrino
we put-
argument does not prove curvature. Sorry, mate. Please try again.
Well, except that the neutrinos are coming up from the ground. How do you explain that?
Fuck if I know what's underground. They also put the neutrino detectors
There's
in the
no
ground.
nuclear fusion. There's no nuclear fusion going on underground, is there?
How do you know? We only
Well, because
know
we understand what's in our
about.
core.
How far down have we been, Donald?
We have seismic activity from all around the globe.
How far down have we dug underground to confirm what's there, Donald?
About 8 miles. That's irrelevant.
So, no, it's not irrelevant.
It is
Anything
utterly-
other
do you
than
think
that,
do you think
listen,
I have to-
Donald,
do you think
don't
I
have a
have to-
meltdown. Donald, anything outside of that 8 miles is just speculation.
because we have
Full stop.
no, we
Yeah.
have seismometers. No, we have seismometers.
Yep, they can sense how much the ground shakes. That's it.
No, that's not the only thing they detect. They detect where the
ground
wave came
movement.
from, and no, they detect where the wave came
They
from and where the wave
detect
went.
ground movement.
Would you mind? So they detect where the wave came from and where the wave went.
So there's multiple detectors
Thousands.
to do that. One of them won't do it.
Yeah, there's thousands.
So one by itself won't detect which
No,
direction.
there are
Multiples together
thousands
working in
of them.
combination. So an individual
Yeah, we got
detector just
thousands.
detects ground movement.
No, it doesn't. It detects where the wave comes from and where the wave goes, and we have thousands of them all
You need
over the globe.
multiples to detect the direction.
We do. We have thousands.
Excellent. So now that we've got it through your fucking thick skull, a singular detector detects motion. Nothing more. You have to have them in combination. One at the left, one at the right, to understand shit is moving from the left to the right. They detect motion.
We have thousands of them, man. Thousands of them.
Yeah, we've got that.
Yeah, thousands.
So they detect motion. We'll try
They
again.
detect where the wave came from and where the wave went to. By working in network together to track the wave from where it goes to where it ends
And
up.
what have I been saying for the last fucking minute, you deaf idiot?
That it takes more than one seismometer to do that, and we have thousands.
No wonder these fucking globers are just brain dead.
Not sure how I demonstrated my brain deadness, but maybe you'll explain.
And your seismometers, they detect motion. Congratulations, we've established that. Excellent. And in what way does that prove curvature?
Well, it doesn't. What I was talking about is we understand what's...
Thank you. End of discussion. That's all I want to know.
Well, no, what I was trying to refute was you saying that we don't understand what is more than 8 meters, 8 kilometers, or 8 miles, whatever is the thing, whatever the depth that we've drilled. We know what's beyond
that. So they detect motion, so in what way does it tell you what's more than 8 miles down?
Because they pass through the Earth, and we understand how waves interact with mediums, and there are different mediums that interact in different ways with the waves that we detect, and that we can describe the interior of the planet using the wave interactions.
So it's just all assumptions.
No, it's waves.
A wave
Waves are not
comes out
assumptions.
at X amount of hertz, therefore assumption. You're
Or it doesn't
assuming
come out.
something because it comes out at a particular reading. That is all.
No, it's
So
not an
anything
assumption.
below 8 mile is pure speculation.
That's incorrect. It's not an assumption, it's a measurement. So you need to understand the difference between an assumption and a measurement. A measurement is something that we can actually physically go and measure.
The
And
measurement
assumptions,
is the reading that comes back on the seismometer. So if it comes back
Yeah.
and says 10, what does 10 refer to? How much the ground shakes?
at a single point, sure. But we have more than one of these. We have thousands.
Okay,
So what we can do
we've
is
got
we can
500 of
plot.
them that all say 10. The ground shakes at 10. What does that tell me what's underneath it?
If you have thousands of them, it tells you where the wave went and where it came from.
Okay, and they all come back and say number 10. What does that tell us about what's under the ground?
The time at which the wave reached each seismometer. So if you take the time at which it reached each detector and you plot it, you can understand what the wave is doing through the planet, whatever the shape of the planet.
Ah, so thank you very much. So now you've just debunked your curvature.
I wasn't trying to demonstrate curvature, so it has nothing to do with curvature.
Welcome to Flat Earth there, Donald. You're helping us out.
No, that just has nothing to do with the
I'll tell
thing
you
that
why.
I
I'll
was
tell you
saying.
why. Hold on. Before you go and explode and cry or something. We've had people come in here and say seismology is proof of curvature. So you've just debunked it for them. Thank you.
So the only problem is I wasn't talking about curvature, so what you're saying is nonsense.
Well, you still can't prove what's under the ground any more than 8 Mile. Just because the ground shakes.
I can though. You're wrong. I just explained how you're wrong, and you just keep asserting that you're right, even though I've demonstrated you to be wrong.
What have you demonstrated, Donald? You've demonstrated the ground shakes. Point A to point B, it's assumed that there's a denser material under the ground because the ground shakes in a particular way. That's it. It's assumed.
No, that's not true. That's not true. So the reason why I said that we...
I'm right because.
Yeah, because of the thing I'm about to say.
Exactly. I'm right because. It's an assumption.
It's not an assumption. We understand how waves interact with mediums. It's not an assumption. Why do you think it's an assumption?
Millions did the same fucking readings.
Why do you think that it's assumptions?
Okay. Raipo, Uraipo, Sukaripo, or Sukripa. I don't want to say.
What the fuck?
Subscribe. Oh. Subscribe. Aibu. Subscribe.
We having prayer speaking in tongues time now? Or was that an actual language? Because I don't know. I barely understand English. I can't understand any other languages. Languages are like my weak point.
Sorry, I was trying to read out Japanese. I did not know I was unmuted. My bad.
Oh, my bad. Keep learning Japanese. I think that learning things is always important. I can't learn languages. I've tried learning Spanish and German. It doesn't work. Italian, Hebrew. I've tried Aramaic. Oh, Aramaic is a tough language to learn. Don't try and learn Aramaic. Well, the other guy, why do you think that it's assumptions that I'm talking about here? Because we understand how waves interact with mediums.
So without knowing what's under the ground, how do you know when those waves have come back through what? So if they go through two different things, you can tell that.
So the way that we do that is by measuring.
Because you get a specific reading after they've been through those two things. So
but we also,
if you've got an object that's a level 1 and an object that's a level 3, the average comes back at level 2, so you've assumed that it's a level 2 item that it's gone through.
That's not true. So the thing that we actually do is we track it from its source. From the very beginning, we're tracking it, and we understand how it moves across the surface, across the planet, through the planet. And when we see that it takes more time to reach one detector over another detector, we understand the frequencies that are involved, and we can plot out what density of medium that it would be going through. And because we understand what our planet is made
you
of.
do this with sonic detecting over a very short range.
No, over the entire planet. So because we understand how these waves interact and what the starting frequency was and what the ending frequency was before and after it
Tell
went
what's under the ground, because if there's multiple different things, for example, a section of coal, a section of granite, a section of sand, if the wave travels through all of them, what does it detect?
So that's just the surface. So we're not talking about the surface so much. Yeah, but the underground is still the surface.
Which one?
It detects all of it, but I don't understand what the point is. We're not talking about
all of them when it's passed through all of them. It's
because
an
it's just
assumption. I told you that. This is where you're not listening, son.
But why do you think it's an assumption?
Because if a wave travels through granite, coal, sand, and comes back with one reading, they just assume it's something. How can they have one reading
like I said,
stratified multiple fucking things?
No, like I said, we understand, we measure what the frequency.
It's very simple. It's just your wave traveling from the ground up to your fucking meter. It's just passed through a big patch of coal, a big patch of sand, and a big patch of granite. Now, your meter is going to say what? That the wave that was at point A to point B was supposed to arrive here, it arrived there at 1 second slower. So therefore, it's passed through a different medium. That is it.
Yeah, and we understand. And we understand how mediums interact with these waves.
Through? Coal, sand, or granite?
So we're not talking about the surface again. We're not talking about the surface.
On the fucking surface!
Oh my god. So when I say the surface, I mean the crust.
Listen, again, number one, we've got a patch of granite. Your wave travels, it hits a patch of coal. Your wave travels, it hits a patch of sand. Your wave travels, it hits your fucking meter. Now, what has it passed through according to the meter?
The interior of the planet is what we're talking about. I'm not talking about the crust.
Exactly.
So So it's passed through the interior of the planet, not the crust.
It's passed through multiple fucking things. Now you tell me what it is. And you can't do it because it's an assumption.
It's not an assumption. You keep saying this, but you won't explain.
Fuck me sideways. It's an assumption. If they can't tell if something's passed through multiple...
Any evidence for flat Earth? Anyone? Any evidence for flat Earth?
How high does a hot air balloon have to go before it starts to experience the rotation of Earth below it? At nuclear?
Ooh, Coriolis.
That seems like a good answer to any evidence for flat Earth, right? You guys can take it up whenever you guys want to. I mean, if you guys really truly, if the Earth is flat, you guys should definitely have some things to say to prove that the Earth is flat. So, I mean, any evidence for flat Earth or what?
What if I I answered your question with a GIF? I just posted it in the side chat. Now you prove to me how your spheroid exists with everybody literally as hostile witnesses.
So is your evidence? Sure.
Can you allow me to finish before you start talking? Thanks, I
You
appreciate
already
it.
finished.
So, everybody has
Pretty sure you already finished.
Windows, so really, you go ahead.
Yeah, so you putting a level on a window is not evidence for flat Earth. So, any evidence for flat Earth?
Nice hand wave. Oh.
This this is like extremely. It's not even evidence. This is just
How so?
jokes. I'm assuming.
You literally, right? Everybody on this call right now can carry out this observation. Technically, this is direct evidence, actually.
Really?
And that, yeah.
Well, you're not
because-
very intelligent then.
Well, so if you want to have a somewhat decent interaction with myself, please allow me the time to finish. Otherwise, I really don't have the capacity to want to deal with you. So, would you like to have a genuine conversation?
Yeah, I don't care for your meta. Just continue on.
Again, everybody has access to a sill of a window. Should you have a built form in front of you? If people choose to, they can go to the tool store, they can buy a level, just like what's shown in the GIF. They can carry out this direct observation themselves, and this counts as direct evidence. So with
Really?
this, yes, direct evidence is repeatable, testable. Circumstantial, well, we don't need to go down circumstantial just yet. So from a standpoint of everybody being able to do this, this makes them hostile witnesses to stating that they all observe level locally. This is something we observe in built form. This also is something that we observe water locally doing, no matter the
Let's
size.
stay on one thing, please. Let's stay on you putting a level on the window.
The collection of water also seeks its level. So my question to you is, my friend, with
Well, I need to respond to the things you said. I don't need you to ask me questions.
with everybody locally observing level, I'd like to know from you, how does your curve interact with everybody observing level locally? Go ahead.
Again, so observing level locally is not evidence for flat Earth. We know that spheroids and circles, when you zoom into them, can appear pretty level and appear pretty flat. So if I were to post an image of me going on, a website in which you can put an equation for a circle and you zoom in and it's pretty straight, it's not going to be evidence that the entire circle is curved because the lines are not straight and horizontal, they are curving. So again, that's not evidence for flat Earth. Can you get any better evidence? That's pretty weak.
Okay, my next question for you then is, so your claim is that we're dealing with a spheroid, is this correct?
My claim is that I would like to see evidence for flat Earth.
Well, I've presented you with my evidence.
And I refuted it.
Well, I'd like to know again if we're again observing level locally, right? And you're saying that we're too small, right? You're claiming that there's a structure. Then I'd like to know what is the dimension of the structure that you're claiming we're dealing with, because we're too small. So if you're going to make the claim we're too small, then there needs to be a dimension that we can at least unpack and figure out what's happening within it.
Yeah, my claim is axiomatic. I mean, even if you think the Earth is flat or the Earth is a sphere, obviously the Earth is pretty big. There are 7 continents. I think you would agree with that. So again, your evidence for flat Earth cannot be that the Earth looks horizontal on its surface, because on a sphere you expect that. So what's actual good evidence for flat Earth?
Again, the construction industry builds to this principle of level. We have construction tools that come in different sizes from 12 inches all the way up to 12 feet, which are in fact levels. Observed level, which are construction levels. So from, again, the standpoint of the built form observing level, everywhere we go, we see level. The question becomes, how does your spheroid show up?
So you don't have evidence for flat Earth is essentially what you're saying, because you're saying something that is not exclusive to a globe or exclusive to a flat horizontal plane. So you're basically saying that I don't have evidence for flat Earth. I'm now asking for evidence of curvature, correct?
So you understand that by every single built form that is actually upon this plane being built locally observing level, it's
What's your evidence of it being a plane?
It's literally like connecting the dots from one place to another, consistently renewing the observation, again, of level from place to place to place to place to place that we go, infinitely, quite honestly.
Again, this is, not evidence for the Earth being a plane. You're just saying that people don't have to adjust for curvature on the surface of the Earth. I would hope so. The Earth is pretty big.
Well, if you're
What's your evidence for flat Earth?
you're saying that there's a curve, I'd like to know what the curve is.
I can listen. If you want to ask me where the curve is, I can get to that as soon as you accept
I
the
want
fact
to know what it is. What are we dealing
so
with?
far, you've not given me any evidence for flat Earth. So we can accept that there's no evidence for flat Earth.
Overall
8 inches per square mile.
That we're dealing with,
Approximately.
so we can figure out what the macrocosm claim is, and we can unpack it on a microcosm and see if it actually shows up. Because the thing is, if it doesn't show up, we got to go back to the claim of a locally observed level. And when that happens consistently between brothers and sisters on this call, right, we have everybody admitting that they see level locally. And that's basically, again, a hostile witness, because you're under oath, you tell the truth that you're observing level locally. Your built form that you're walking on is built level. Right?
Yeah, it's not exclusive.
You tell me what's the spheroid radius. I'll even give you give you a hint. It's a sphere, or a radius of a sphere that we're looking for. I want to know what it is. You say there's a curve. Show the skirt.
Again, the original question was, is there any evidence of flat Earth? So if you've not provided any evidence of flat Earth, so you can't reverse. I'm still speaking, sir. You can't reverse the burden of proof on me because you have no evidence for your claim. So if you don't have evidence for your claim, but you're asking for evidence for my claim, I can do that. Sorry.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking for. What is the number of your curve? Give it to me. Show me. I gave you my evidence. Everybody here has to admit to it, right? That's the sad part. So now everybody turns to you and says, all right, show us the curve claim. Because if we can't even investigate the curve, you can't even hold the light. I think there's moderation taking place, which I appreciate.
He's muted. We're gonna unmute him, or are we just gonna let the conversation die?
I want the number. I have it. I want to know if he can stand upon his foundation. What is your foundation? Give me the number. Let's talk about it. We're looking for the DOD. It's called the drop over distance.
Oh, there we go. So again, when you make a proposition, it must be substantiated. You haven't substantiated a proposition that the Earth is a plane yet. So I'm assuming you're going to go on to me now. You want to question me after you failed? Do you agree that you failed?
He didn't fail. He gave you an answer to your question. You just went, nah, and went on to
False.
his script.
False. So I went into the substantiated of his proposition.
He
and it
gave
was
you
false.
an answer, and you've refused to accept it. He still gave
False.
you an
It's
answer,
not how it works. I
whether
refuted it.
you like it or not. An answer
Well,
is an
when
answer.
people make propositions,
so now
it's
he's
not whether
answered
you like it
your
or not. You just refute
question.
them. Yeah. So when people make propositions.
Yeah, so now you're going to listen because you're not very good at it. When people give you an answer, it's not up to them whether you like it or not. It's up to you to go, oh, well, you are incorrect because of X, Y, Z. Now, he gave an answer. He now is asking you a question. Please feel free to answer it.
So that would mean that he's failed, right? I didn't say that I didn't accept it. I refuted it. Refuted the substantiation of his proposition. So it's false.
And as you can tell, he can talk underwater, Killian. So
Yeah.
get your questions in when
So
you
is that
can.
a? So is that a?
Dude.
Do you concede that you didn't provide evidence for flat Earth?
Absolutely not. Because here's the thing.
Really?
Right? You sound like you're talking from indoors, right? So your feet, right? You have your feet in the cookie jar right now, right? Because your flipper is showing you level. Your vestibular system, when you get up and walk to the bathroom, is telling you it's level because you're not stumbling all over the place. Brother, I have your hand in the cookie jar because I can appeal to your vestibular system and tell you what you're interacting with. And I want to know on a continual basis, when I continue to renew the observation of level locally everywhere I go, I want to know what is the curve that we're dealing with, the spheroid radius dimension, please, or would you like me to give it to you?
Yeah, so I already know the dimensions of the spheroid, but again, the question was, do you have any evidence for flat Earth? And you still haven't provided any evidence for flat Earth. So as long as you concede, then we can move on. If you concede, we can move on. It's not evidence.
If you want to go call your local construction company on Monday morning and ask them if they observe level when they build things, go ahead and get a second opinion. Go to your local municipality and ask the building department if they build observing level. Find a contractor that hangs a TV on your wall if he observes level. Ask them to get a fourth, fifth, sixth opinion if you need to. Now, I want to know from you, what is your drop over distance that we can unpack within your claim of the spheroid radius that we're dealing with? Do you have it or not?
So again, I mean, me going to construction workers and saying if they measure level is not evidence for flat
Yes,
Earth or globe
it
Earth.
is, because they build on the place that you, from your itty-bitty brain, is trying to sit behind a keyboard and investigate.
I'm sorry, but your IQ is 60. I don't know why you're saying itty bitty brain. You don't understand what I said to you earlier. What I said to you earlier is the Earth looking horizontal on the surface isn't evidence for plane Earth or globe Earth. So please,
that
process information, please.
Anybody that builds a built form, whether it is off the coast of Australia, in the Australian Symphony House, whatever it's called, or the CN Tower, or the Burj Khalifa, all these places are built level. So I want to know from you.
Why wouldn't they? Why wouldn't they be built level?
Radius. I want to know from you, from the radius claim of your spheroid. What is it?
Okay. Anyway. So you still have not provided substantiation for
Anyway,
your proposition.
Is considered a hand wave.
You haven't. So you're telling me that people build things level on the surface of the Earth. That's what you expect on a globe. That's what you expect on a plane. So what's your evidence for a plane?
I have successfully reversed the burden claim onto the sphere at this point.
Okay. So if you do that, then you can see that your evidence was just false.
This is what the burden reversal is all about, because you asked for the evidence. I stepped forward with it. Everybody observes it. So everybody in the audience then looks at you and says, please give us the radius claim so we can unpack it further and see if there is actually a number that's available that we can consume.
Wait, so you said everyone observes something. What is everyone observing? What is everyone observing?
The claim of the spheroid that he is telling us about, flying through space, orbiting the sun, with all these magnificent whoop-de-doo things because of gravity. And I think I may have just given you your answer before we even talked about your spheroid claim. Are we getting
Well,
good?
it's not that I'm afraid to talk about my spheroid claims. I know enough about my spheroid to prove to you it's a spheroid. It's just the fact that you asked me. It's just the fact that it's just the fact that the original question I'm speaking. It's just the fact the original question was what's your evidence for flat Earth, and then I told you that your evidence for flat Earth is not evidence for flat Earth, and I refuted that claim. So if you are okay with conceding that it's not evidence for flat Earth, we can move on. That's
Dude, people are listening to you, right? Everybody is like, holy crap, I do. Everybody looks up at their ceiling right now because I'm telling them to, so instinctively your eyes look up. Because I've appealed to, again, your brain. You look up and you're like, holy crap, my ceiling is flat, right? It's a continual observation no matter where you are. So again, I want to know, if you say we're too small, you need to tell me, what is the number?
You left the VC.
Unpack it in further. Oops, is it 3959? Oops, did I say that out loud? Oops, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In what? Think about how tiny the curvature would be on the scales we're talking about here, right?
Oh, let's talk about the scale. Go ahead. Tell me. Give me the number.
Right? Like,
I need the number. I want to know. Don't step forward and be like, no, we're too small. That's the same thing he just said. We're not in an echo chamber. Give me the number. I want the number.
I don't have it on hand. It would be
Go
tiny. though.
on Google. Look it up. Let your fingers do the walking. You could even probably...
So again, there's still no evidence. There's still no evidence for flat Earth, right?
Bro, give me the number. We're not moving the car until I get the number. Unless somebody wants to mod me and kick me off. That's cool too. I'll just sit here and beat my pen and ask for the number, Globers. Step forward with the number. Ding, ding, ding. No more looking at space. Let's talk about the crust.
So, Nash, you've got proof of curvature, yeah?
No, I don't think so. I'd have to think about that.
Damn. I even have a drawing.
So close.
Sorry.
We were so close, Gillian. I thought we were going to get one then.
Dude,
You're talking about like hardcore proof? No,
I have a drawing on my phone. I'm like sitting here, right, talking about what we observe, and I have a model of your claim, right, to steelman your claim with your numbers that you should know because you are in a place of Discord, in a place where it says 24/7 flat Earth, and you are trying to steelman a model that you can't even understand because you don't have the numbers. Wow.
I mean, I have a number for you now. Do you want to hear it?
Yep.
Okay, so on the scale of a house, the curvature from one side to the other would be approximately 1 nanometer.
Oh boy.
Now, why would you expect 1 nanometer of curvature to be a problem in building a
One nanometer of curvature?
Your appeal...
1 nanometer of curvature, yes.
You did not answer my question. Again, I've successfully reversed the burden of proof to you. You now have to step forward with the dimension of the spheroid that we're dealing with. What is the dimension of the structure from the epicenter out to the edge of the crust, right? So that we can actually take that overall number, and then that would be the macrocosm number, FYI, and then examine a microcosm number to see if we can actually get a local observation of a drop over distance. That's ultimately what we're looking for at this point in time. Globe, friends. What is it? Cat playing with yarn at this point, and I hate cats, but it's a great picture to put forward. Because a ball of yarn is a ball. And a cat seems to always have its way with a ball of yarn. I hope you're getting the idea. Still waiting.
I didn't even understand the question. And I just want to... Are you you know that I'm not the same person that was talking to you a second ago, right?
Dude, it doesn't matter. We're here for the
No,
conversation.
I'm not saying it matters. I just wanted to make
About
sure that
you,
was
it's not about him. It's about the fact of the matter is we're here to talk about a claim. And the claim on this point, again, I've reversed it to y'all. So Team Globe should be scattering right now, looking for the number so that we can put the number forward. Because we're here for the conversation, not the egos, right? In order to unpack what is the number. So I am stepping forward saying, we all observe level locally. What is the number of the spheroid that we're dealing with?
like 4,000 miles in diameter.
Very good.
Radius?
Oh, damn. Wait, hold on. Wait. Jeez. You say 4,000 miles in diameter?
That's why I said first.
Nah, bro. Yeah, do a little bit better than that. You're close. I think if you double and reduce by a little bit, you'll get there.
Is the problem the number or it being the radius?
Well, we're looking for the radius specifically, but we can unpack the radius to get the diameter. That's not a problem. But a 4,000 mile diameter, bro, that drop over distance at the crust would be crazy. Because I'm about to walk you down the path of what drop over distance is, but I'm still stuck at the part where I need the number of the radius spheroid in order to unpack what the numbers are. So we'll just wait for that.
Oh, you're talking about the 8 inches per square mile?
Yeah. Or you just get to what is the overall. Because again, to be very dramatic and to illustrate the point significantly so people can figuratively take this in their minds and understand it, right? You guys are claiming that this is a structure like a soccer ball, a basketball, right? It has an epicenter and it has an edge. So from the epicenter to that edge, right, there has to be a radius. So there's a number. And once we have that number on an overall dimension, right, which gives us the actual size of this place, we can then examine the local number, because the local number has to be true in order for the overall to exist. That's, what is it, modus ponens, I believe. If P, then Q. If no P, then Q can't show up, I think. I'm just warming up for tomorrow too. I got a debate at 1:30. This is fun.
Nice.
So where is it? Who has
You're going
it?
to be debating.
Don't worry about it.
All right. I mean, what more? I said 8 inches per square mile.
Right.
What else are you looking for?
Locally, when you say that, people are like, bro, that's a lot of mental gymnastics, right? So let's be completely transparent, right? What is the radius claim? What is the overall? Let's make it grandiose so that people can mentally capture what's actually happening. Because I know where we're going to. I steel man the claim, right? But I want the numbers from you guys so that we can actually make this conversation worthwhile. Because I'm not walking out your model for you. Absolutely not. I'll keep you honest, but I'm not going there. Because I do this. I've been doing this for a living for 30 years, right? So I understand what you guys are saying, and I'm like, nah, B, sorry. Give me the dimensions. Let's talk about it. I have to insert myself as an authority in order to justify my ask of the evidence. This is unfortunate. Horrible. Y'all are weak.
I'm unable to deliver. I don't know what you're asking for.
Did I effectively not walk out what I was asking for? Because I can walk out it again. You know what
I just didn't understand it.
You know what a basketball is, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So you're saying that we live on one of those, except really, really big, right?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. So do we agree that a sphere is a good description of a basketball?
Yes.
Okay, great. Do we agree that a sphere has a radius?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So I'm asking you. You can go to Google now and say, "What is the radius of Earth?" Enter. See what. See what. See what will say.
3959, right?
Boom. Well done. Awesome.
Miles.
So 3,959 miles is the claim on the table that we're going to examine. Now, if I'm standing on top of that ball, you with me? Brother?
Yeah, I am.
Alright, bet. We're going to start from that top, and we're going to travel out a distance of 100 miles. Right? So we're going to start on top of that basketball, and we're going to go out a distance of 100 miles. In order for that sphere to be true, do you think that there should be a drop over that distance that we travel along the crust of that sphere?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
Yes? Great. Now, do you know that over that 100-mile distance traveled, there would have to be a 1.2 mile drop?
I would have guessed it would have been more.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you know how large 1.2 miles is? How many feet that is?
It's like 6,000 feet, somewhere between 6 and 7,000 feet.
6,600 feet. So you're going to tell me, right? And this is where I'm just going to ask the question, and it's really up to you how you take this on your mindset. But I'm just going to put it forward that over a city spread, township, whatever you're going to look at a built form where all these buildings like New York, that there's going to be a 6,600 foot drop based over a 100-mile spread. And remember, everybody's observing level locally, right? But yet, over this 100 miles distance traveled, right, there's going to be a 6,600 foot drop. Like the Statue of Liberty would be sinking down further that we got away from her, down the Hudson. But that's beside the point. I'm just asking from the standpoint, do you see in real life a 6,600 foot difference over a 100-mile spread in the places that you interact with? Although you observe level locally everywhere you go.
I would say I've never had the opportunity to observe that. Oh, no.
Thank you. I withdraw. Appreciate your honesty, by the way.
You're welcome.
Hello, can anyone hear me?
Everyone can hear you.
We heard you sigh.
Okay.
Yep. Globe's only on TV, in the silver screen, in textbooks, in the covers of textbooks. Sigh.
The question is, can you hear us hearing you?
Yes.
Did you know we heard you sigh, sir?
No, did I sigh?
Yes, you did.
Yes.
Interesting.
Was it a sigh of despair?
No, I was disappointed that
It was a sigh of things to come.
It was a sigh of just too much glove proof. Actually, I was just.
It's weird. You get disappointed when people honestly say, you know, you're right. I haven't seen the Earth curving. Sigh.
Friday morning, I caught evidence of the firmament. I mean, what I believe to be the firmament, anyways. Pitch the rainbow on the prism.
I saw a good Sundog a couple weeks ago.
Yes,
Real
sir.
good one.
My question
And it
becomes,
rained.
if light travels, then how do you get visual sensations like that? Wow. Hold on a second here. Who's this Romulan kid?
Oh, you saw his question? I just read it.
Well, like, what kills me is I just went over this. Is this like what Globers do? Put their heads in a washing machine, pretend they didn't hear a conversation that lasted like 10 minutes of my begging for 3959 claim and then examining it and asking if it's something we see, and he's going to act like he didn't hear me? I had to double check if he was actually present in voice chat, if he's just text or troll texting, but like, no, in actual fact, he's present. So, brother, you want to come forward and talk about it, please, let's do. I'll run the rewind track and talk about it again. But I'm not engaging with you in the text chat. That's just keyboard trolling at its absolute worst, keyboard warrior.
He's respawning the conversation and wanting to begin on the blue marble. Let's just start there.
Active real-time spawning, it's true. Trolls do it. Damn, I thought fishermen are the only ones that actually actively trolled, but apparently it's real-life behavior too.
The last one ended. They have to begin again.
I thought we would at least get a sleep reset in between, but nah, B, this is occurring every 10 minutes. This is a real flash freeze, real reset, quick time. My voice is insufferable. Guess what? I can't do anything about it. And you're here, so sounds like you're here listening to an insufferable voice. And that, to me, is the definition of somebody who likes suffering. That would be you, by the way. Can we talk about evidence for gravity? Oh, please. Can we talk about Newton? Oh, let's talk about Newton. Let's talk about Newton. Any Globers want to talk about Newton? Let's talk about what a hypocrite Newton was. Can we talk about it? Anyone want to question me as to why I'm calling Newton a hypocrite? Because then we can talk about what the definition of a hypocrite is. Maybe even a narcissist. Right? And then we can talk about his failed experiment and how you guys all proposed the design of the spheroid on this failed experiment that he attempted to carry out and sell you on this horrible idea of gravity. It's unfortunate that you guys got sold up the river of gravity, this fictitious force that has yet to be effectively proven. What is gravity? Because an apple hit a man in the head? the apple, did the man that was observing the apple forget to observe that the seed, which is to the tree, which is to the apple, would then release when the stem decays enough and would release the apple upon his head? And this is why I say he's a narcissist, because he chose to observe the experiment halfway through. That's preposterous. You guys want to step forward with a design of the universe based on this? Wow. This is what, 60 years of crap you've been selling? Keep pushing.
Do you recognize that there's a force pushing downward? All of us?
Bro, you want to talk about buoyancy? You want to talk about gravity? Let's grab a piece of wood. Let's talk about the piece of wood. You want to talk about the piece of wood? It used to be a basketball for me, but thanks to Says Who, I've actually evolved my observation of a piece of wood. From a basketball to a piece of wood. It got better. So if you want to talk about the piece of wood, let's talk about it. Because your gravity shows up halfway through, right? My observation of buoyancy is consistent, and there can be only one force acting upon an object that's at rest. Waiting for it anytime you want to talk about it.
I mean, you answered my question. So you do accept that there is a force downward. You just attribute it to buoyancy, rather than due to the Earth. Correct?
Exactly.
Okay.
That's why I said let's grab a piece of wood and talk about the piece of wood so that we could walk it out instead of just jumping to what it is, why I stand upon it. Let's build a foundation effectively so we can have a conversation versus just jumping to a place of presupposed understandings that everybody should have, right? That we should, if we're having a conversation, let's be completely transparent and honest and observe how we got to the place of understanding that we have gotten to. Shout out to the keyboard warriors messaging feverishly away. I'm on my phone, I'm totally not paying attention, sorry. My voice is insufferable. I did pay attention to that, and shout out to that. I'll definitely put that in my hat.
So it looks like the formula he's putting in the chat for it includes the gravitational constant, and whether we attribute that to gravity or not, in your system, what do you think? Like, do you agree with that formula? And what do you think the explanation for that constant is in your system?
So the mathematics, the formula of it, I'm not at the point where I'm looking to the formula as of yet. Because from that point, I would have to go to who wrote the formula? What was he seeing it as? What did he insert as such? Right? I'd like to walk it out so we get it. The issue that I have is when we observe things like pieces of wood, basketballs, dropped from altitude, and then when we take those same items into swimming pools, Olympic-sized swimming pools, and we start dropping them but taking them to depth and releasing them and seeing which way they go and how they interact with the thing that they're in. Buoyancy is the thing that I'm observing. because when you are in the air, right, you're dealing with an uncondensed fluid, right, which is the gas. And then when you're immersed in a swimming pool, you're dealing with a condensed fluid. So fluid dynamics applies, hydrostatics applies, and this is why I say the forces of buoyancy are at play, period. I don't have to appeal to anything outside of that in order to observe what it is. Now, in order to then unpack the idea of gravity existing within the formulation of it, I can't even, like I said, I would have to investigate the guy that wrote the paper on it, wrote the formula on it.
Water itself is not like just free floating, right? It is pushed down as well.
Weight.
You're saying that like
I fully agree with you that water has weight. Just like I have weight, just like anything that has like mass has a buildup of matter, right? We can step on a scale and we can verify that that thing has a weight. And I fully agree that the weight of that water is a thing that exists, and that thing will be held in place, right? Because it's at rest. And again, to me, when you're checking the weight of something, it's you're picking it up. The muscles in your body are getting, like, the muscles in your hand are feeling the weight. They're interacting with it. They're assessing it. You can go to a gym, 10, 20, 30, 40, all these different weights. Weights have ratings on the sides of them. And then we can put them on a scale and verify that those numbers are in fact correct. But to then take on the idea that not only are you dealing with the inherent weight of that object, but you're also dealing with this invisible force that applies itself, right? But then when you take objects and immerse it in a medium, all of a sudden that force effectively gets canceled, like anti-gravity. Yeah, it's not making a lot of sense to me. I stick with buoyancy from beginning to end.
does buoyancy still apply in freefall?
I mean, yeah, excuse me. The understanding, pardon me, that I have is if you have, excuse me, something immersed within water, again, a piece of wood or whatever, that wood will seek the bottom of the container that it's within. Then if we all of a sudden, like we're in a swimming pool and we take away the skeleton of that swimming pool, the shell of that swimming pool, and allow the body water to fall, the body water is going to fall at a rate, but then the objects that are immersed within that water are also going to fall at a certain rate as well. But in terms of their rate of fall, that would be dependent upon the inherent weight of the object, I believe. Like, I don't know if the water would drag down, let's say there was a human body immersed within the water, suspended perfectly in the middle of the water, and then all of a sudden the water started falling. I don't know if the human being would stay perfectly in the middle of that body of water.
Okay.
I'm gonna stop talking now, though. It's like, for real. People are probably getting annoyed by me because I know for a fact I'm definitely being annoying tonight. Like, I'm really kicking the chair tonight on purpose. But either way, I love y'all, brothers and sisters. Peace.
God bless. Cheers. Thank you for the dialogue.
Yeah, man, it's been fun. I firmly believe in I'm not getting preachy or anything like that. I'm just gonna be being completely honest and level with you guys. Level. I firmly believe in the author of nature, the Father. I believe in His Son, our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. And from that standpoint, I believe in the firmament, and the firmament being the container, if you will, that houses that 14.7 psi that we observe at sea level. And from that, with the lands being created on the third day, and then the lights in the sky being installed on the fourth day, these are all things that help to, enforce this idea of this creation story, which that's the foundation that I ultimately stand upon. But in terms of the semantics and the asking for the drop over distance and the spirit land and all that, that's just fun and games, really, just to draw it out and walk it out so people understand effectively what we're dealing with. I'm just trying to actively paint pictures. Sorry, go ahead, brother.
Does 14 psi or psi have a certain temperature?
1 bar, Demok. Fight me.
Huh?
What?
I'm just saying. Does psi have a temperature?
No, it's a pressure rating. But if you increase the temperature, the pressure rating will increase. If you decrease the temperature, the pressure will decrease.
Right. So I was thinking, is there not like a little factor with those, like the temperature, the pressure, the temperature? In a way, correlation, not causation, maybe, but
Well, I mean, what are the comparables that we have? We have at sea level people on the coast in California, and then we have people going at altitude in Denver complaining about altitude sickness and being short of breath. So what is it that's actually happening that we can actually observe and then theory craft off the
temperature
as the foundation? Go ahead.
I think temperature maybe. Is it easier to breathe when it's cold or harder?
It becomes a question of mixture, right? Wouldn't it?
I mean, that it is the question. Yeah, it's just the question. It's all,
My starts to get real faulty when it gets to, my wagon starts to get real shaky when I get into this aspect of it. Like, I enjoy looking at the pressure at sea level, because that's measurable. Even to know that we can interact with the sea and go for every 33 feet, 32.8 feet that we go down, that pressure increases by 1 bar. The
voltage also increases, right?
When you say the voltage, I mean, I agree with you that
when you go up,
I agree with you that when you interact with the altitude, or interact with elevation, change your elevation, that you get a credit, an effective charge. I do appeal to that explanation you put forward.
And so does the charge correlate with the temperature increase or decrease, as well as the pressure? You know what I mean? Because it's all they kind of act or react with each other in a way. It's weird.
Well, I mean, what's interesting is the way. Let me be careful how I say this. The way that the wave propagates within the medium, depending on the temperature, does change the speed. So, the colder it is, the crispier things sound. The hotter it is, the more dense or less effective the sound waves are. There seems to be, if there's a higher temperature present, there's more friction for the waves to propagate through. If the temperature is less, then there's less friction for the sound to propagate. And even the light, because they're, on sunny days where the temperature is low, the temperature is low, um, the lights do seem to be very, very, the stuff in the sky seems to be very,
Vibration.
yeah. Like that picture I just posted, I took that again the other morning. It was like 18 degrees Celsius outside. And, just to be able to see the sun and then the evidence of a rainbow with absolutely no presence of rain, even humidity, like I could say was like 50 something percent. That begs the question, what in the sky was causing that effective light prism to occur? I posted that at 12 after the hour. I'll post it again because it's a dope picture. Shout out to me for taking it. And what I found too is the higher up the sun got, the bigger that rainbow got. So it seemed to be I was like literally seeing the firmament right in front of my face. I like to call it the oh my gosh.
The only question I would ask is there any way to duplicate that without hitting the edge of something or being against something? You know what I mean? Like if the idea is it's something from or affiliated or like affected by or off of or into the thing called the firmament, right? Can you reproduce that without an idea of a firmament thing? You can't really reproduce anything without the fucking air and shit that it exists in. So really, to me, I think that's enough to be a firmament. So I mean, I don't know. So I mean, if it hits the fucking air, it's firm enough for me because shit, you either ride off the air or you can't. You know what I mean? It's firm. It tries to stop you at every turn. Resistance itself, just resistance in its own right. And my thing is why would they not tell you that you could walk horizontally or fly horizontally or boat horizontally to some like ting 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 knock on ice thing or anything fucking thing, snow, dirt, who cares? Why wouldn't they? What the fuck would be the big deal? I'm saying like government wise, like who declares what's scary to everybody? Like what the fuck? Is the truth really scary to all you guys? I mean,
I think it's the idea of limits. Like when you tell a human being that, don't do that, or there's a law that exists, the attraction is like doing it, breaking the law, or finding out, what the absolute limit, what are the reachable limits of this this place that, if you tell us we can't go here, we'll go there. We want to know more.
I think it's pretty terrifying to think about just how we're raised up to believe certain things until we start to really think critically and question everything. It really is just terrifying.
Why?
Because for me, I like to.
Killian,
I'm
ain't you?
What?
Pardon? Okay. So, well, just for me, I like to, I'm a really happy person and I like to keep everything neat and organized and finding out truths that I can't, keep neat and organized in my mind. It doesn't feel good.
But so okay, what is your foundation that you stand upon? Like, do you believe in an author of nature?
Killian's a racist.
Ah, that's funny because I'm like, people used to look at me when I was a kid and they're like, "What are you, Killian?" Because you're like kind of half black, half white. And then my buddy, he's like, "You're like a coffee to cream." So guess what?
That's
You can't
racist.
make that accusation, unfortunately, because we're all one race, dude. Adam and Eve, we're real, and we're all a human race. We got a head, 2 arms, 2 legs, a body. You want to call me racist? Sure, I'm a human racist. And you are my brother, and I love you. I absolutely love you for the hate that you preach on. Go ahead, sister. I'm so very sorry that we got interrupted by Dingbat over there. Go ahead. I hope we can scare off a genuine conversation. Conversation?
Any of the flat earthers here are informed about why they disbelieve in the Coriolis force? I'd like to hear what you have to say.
What Coriolis?
What's your claim about Coriolis? Explain it to me, please.
Just wanted to know if you guys have any experiments or anything that demonstrates that it doesn't exist.
I don't have to say that it doesn't exist because I can look at a crane outside my window right now and there's no movement. So I want to know from you what you claim that there is in fact movement on the surface. What do you appeal to say that there is in fact movement? So you say it's Coriolis. You need to tell me what is the force of Coriolis, what is the experiment, how does it work, so on and so forth. Go ahead. I'm just keeping the ask of stuff honest. So when we say like, hey, I think it's a sphere, and they say it's in order to prop up their claim, it's Coriolis. Can you tell me about it? No, B, like I told you with the numbers. I'm not in a place where I want to spoon feed you guys the stuff for the examination of it. Like, you need to come with it in order to prop up the claim. Because the thing about it is, again, anybody has the advantage of a construction site. It's unfortunate because construction sites have the keys because they actually interact with the form that we're investigating. So when we look at things like cranes that sit overnight, the crane operator goes through a deveining procedure where he makes the crane effectively inoperational at the end of his shift. He deveins the crane so that the crane can freely move about should the winds pick up overnight. Right? These are things where, like, people down in Florida right now experiencing, I think it's 110 miles per hour winds, which the trees can't even hold on. But then you guys come along with your claim of the spin at the equator of 1,000 miles per hour spin. And oh, don't worry, you don't feel it. Well, bro, people in Florida are getting a tenth of it, and the trees again are having trouble hanging on. And they grew up on the earth. So, brother, the claim of Coriolis and the spin and nah, B, it ain't there. When I say B, meaning brother. Do you want to know what I believe they say is the effect of Coriolis? What their experiment of it is?
Sure.
So I believe, and one of my brothers can correct me if I'm wrong, because I approach this humbly, but from a standpoint of the pendulum, I believe the precession of the pendulum is the thing that they say proves the spin or the rotation, I believe. Is this the case, brothers?
I'm at like the Foucault pendulum right now.
Yeah, and I believe it's the rate of precession that they're pointing out with this. Again, I say experiment, and I have my reason for saying it, but I just want to make sure that I'm correct in saying as such. I may, in fact, just be speaking to a black box beyond just you and I, so.
Tactical. I want a black swan. What do I got to do to get a black swan around here? Black Swan, the Globe Killer.
Brothers, it's been fun. Have a blessed evening. Be well. Catch y'all soon. Peace.
Cheers.
watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discourse.